I consider myself a Star Wars fan, although these days, that's a scary statement to make. Hell, my earliest memory was watching Empire Strikes Back on VHS on a little CRT. Back then, there were only the George Lucas films, and with that allowed for a plethora of Star Wars fan media with Lucas's stamp of approval. From novels, cartoons, that Ewok TV show. But one of the biggest things was video games. And since the 1980s up to today, they've been making a lot of Star Wars based games. I laid out a bunch of different franchises to look at in this series of Every Something Ever, and I thought, hell, why not just go for the big one? Why not just play every single Star Wars game ever made? There's no way that could be a taxing idea, right? Oh, God. This one took a while. This one took months. I'm gonna try and make this as consistent as I can. For one thing, when we get later down the line, we're gonna see multiple ports for games. And unless they are drastically different or just plain interesting, I'm going to be putting my focus mainly on the flagship versions of these games. That doesn't mean I still won't check them out, they just probably won't get as much time or attention. Secondly, I will try to complete every game on this list. Doesn't mean I'm going to go for 100% runs on all of them, but if they have a final level or a boss, I'm going to try and work my ass off to getting there. Some of these games are structured differently, and some of them are just really long. So I'm going to make sure I put in at least an appropriate amount of time in every game, and I'm going to try and beat as many as I can. Thirdly, this is a big franchise with a lot of games. A lot. I'll mostly be using Wikipedia to help me out in hopes that I don't miss anything. This is a long list. First up, we have the 1980s, the time when kids still went to the arcades, but if you were cool, you probably had a home gaming system. The 1970s had its share of oddballs, but the most famous was the Atari 2600, from a time where you could have a controller with only a stick and a button.
In a galaxy of video games, there is only one, Star Wars, the arcade game.
And that's where our journey begins. 1982, the year between Empire and Jedi. And don't worry, this is not the last game to have this name either. I personally enjoy that Wikipedia states, like most Atari games, it is near impossible to win. Now, we'll just see about that. The entire game is basically the Walker scene on Hoth. How do I move? Okay, well, once I got that figured out, the game is pretty simple. It's a side-scroller where you play a snowspeeder shooting down AT-ATs. No tow cables or anything like that. It's classic Atari. You fly, you shoot, you die. A lot. I figured out a good strategy for this game once I learned I can actually spam the fire button. Yeah, get right behind them and start shooting their ass. According to the Wikipedia, you can win. I'm not quite sure how. I mean, I cleared all the walkers out at some point. To me, it seems like an arcade game where you just have to get the highest points you can. Well, that's about it for the very first Star Wars game, at least according to Wikipedia. On to the next. Next is Jedi Arena, released February of 1983. This is the game that I actually thought was the first Star Wars game. It has two lightsaber wielders facing off against one another, reflecting blast from the training droid of A New Hope onto each other. It's kind of like a bad version of Pong. Okay. I'll admit, once I figured out how the game worked, it got kind of addicting, actually. This game you can actually win by hitting your opponent 3 times, which according to the game will bump you up to Jedi Master. The goal is not only to deflect the training droid blast, but you can also shoot those blasts at your opponent. And the blast aim the same direction that you aim your lightsaber, so it's kind of tricky. I eventually gave up on deflecting and just went full on offense. And after winning or losing a point, you switch sides and the controls are inverted. It gets quite nightmarish. But eventually, I did conquer the game. Next is the famous Star Wars arcade game. That was once one of the most popular video games ever made. Originally an arcade game by Atari, that was of course ported to multiple home consoles in 1983. This game recreates the Battle of Yavin, the climactic space battle to destroy the Death Star at the end of A New Hope. It's in first person and we control Luke Skywalker piloting his X-Wing. The arcade version actually had voice lines digitized from the movie, which was a first. And that was super exciting for people. To actually hear lines from their beloved characters in a game, isn't it crazy how standard that is for us now? But back in the 80s, that was a huge deal. This game is super addicting. I can see why it drew in so many crowds and ate so many quarters, or however much it cost back then. I'm just playing the console port. I can only imagine how much fun it was to sit in the cockpit style cabinet playing this. Those vector graphics are just so glorious. You play through 3 stages. The first has you shooting TIE fighters, the second has you shooting towers, and the third is the trench run. And this all happens pretty fast. It doesn't take long to beat the game, but every time you beat it, it starts over on a higher difficulty. Honestly, I could see myself playing this game for hours, which is more than I can say for most Atari games. Damn near any of them, really. I would say that this is a must-have for your Atari collection. There were 2 more arcade games also made for the other films, but we'll get to those in a bit. Next up is Return of the Jedi, Death Star Battle, released towards the end of 1983. Now I gotta say, the art for this game slaps. That is cool as hell. This game, as you might have assumed from the title, has us playing as Lando flying the Millennium Falcon in the battle of the second Death Star. This game we can also actually beat by destroying the Death Star. This game is kinda like Space Invaders with extra steps. First stage, you can just sit around destroying Imperial ships for points if you want, or you could just go straight to the first opening and blow up the Death Star. Which is, it's a bit tedious the first couple tries as you have to dodge Imperial ships and the
Death Star planet blower-upper gun.
I found the most effective strat for winning was sitting still. I also learned the hard way, you cannot spam shots in this game. You actually have to take it slow or else they'll just disappear. It's not a super difficult game. It's also not an overly impressive one. I feel like this game really defines Atari though. Big boom. Before moving on, I did discover that there was actually another Atari game that was cancelled, set during Return of the Jedi, called Ewok Adventure. From my research, apparently it was cancelled because of its difficulty, and was thought to have been lost until a prototype copy was found in '97. Because of the rarity of this game, I had to improvise a bit just to play it. And since this game is unpublished, we'll just consider this a bonus entry. So you play as an Ewok on a glider, which kind of looks like a TIE Interceptor, and you go around shooting projectiles and stealing Imperial speeders and walkers. The controls are pretty janky, but that also could have been how I was emulating the game. I couldn't really get it to work right. It seems like this game did have a lot of potential to it. It's a shame that they scrapped it instead of tweaking it. Well, that wraps up 1983, bringing us to 1984, which had one game. Return of the Jedi, the arcade game, which came out before Empire for some reason. This game has 8 levels. Wow, that's crazy. Each of which having 3 stages. This includes speeder chase on Endor, ATST with Chewbacca, and Lando on the Falcon. This game was ported to Atari ST, ZX, Spectrum, mostly these old computers. The game actually lets you choose the difficulty by piloting the Death Star. I actually can't think of another game where we have that option to pilot the whole Death Star. And it opens with a line from Vader.
Leave them to me. I will deal with them myself.
Then we jump right into Endor, playing as Princess Leia for the first time, during the speeder bike chase. It's a little tricky, you can shoot, but I learned it's better to just smack enemies with your vehicle instead. Bam, bam, bam! The challenge is dodging the damn stormtroopers and the environment. I know they're trying to help me, but the Ewoks frankly killed me the most. Furry assholes. After completing the stage, C-3PO says we are now part of the tribe.
We are now a part of the tribe.
Oh boy! The next stage is really bizarre. You play both as Chewie, controlling an AT-ST, going around dodging purely Ewok crap. Not even Imperials, it's just Ewok traps and rolling logs. During the same sequence, you also switch to play as Lando and Wedge, flying around some Star Destroyers. That's actually rather impressive for the time to try and create that sense of these things happening simultaneously. but can also be a bit jarring when how roughly it cuts between sequences. It actually feels easier than the previous stage up until the ship starts shooting at you, and you have very limited space to dodge with. As we get closer to the shield generator, Imperial walkers start popping up, and still a lot easier to deal with than the logs. I mean, sure, they can shoot, they're pretty static and not much of a threat. Those Ewoks are far worse. This is pretty much the same as the first stage. You dodge the environment and TIE fighters, and it can get pretty stressful, but overall, I found this easier than the beginning. But once you get to the end, it gets problematic. Now you have to do the same thing, but inverted. This was easily the hardest part of the game. Gotta have some force level pod racing reflexes for this one. And I could never get to this stage with having an extra life. So that anxiety was pretty damn crazy. It's a really neat game, and I think it's actually rather beautiful for its time. But damn, it can be a challenge. Well, that's not it, because a year later they made an arcade game to wrap up the whole trilogy. Except that it's the middle movie, but whatever. This one apparently only released as an arcade game, except for the Rebel Squadron 3 port, but we aren't there yet. Alright, now we're talking. This game goes back to being a flight simulator much like the first arcade game. It takes place during the Battle of Hoth, starting with Luke shooting Imperial drones and eventually walkers. I mean, just look at these graphics. This is beautiful. You can actually turn and move the map, making it feel more immersive. The next stage is when things get more amped. You play as Han and the gang's escape from Hoth, being chased by the much more threatening TIE fighters. This is when you gotta start locking in. Man, even Obi-Wan wants to tell me not to get pissed at the game.
Luke, don't give in to hate. That leads to the dark side.
Yeah, after a while this one started giving me a headache. And just like the previous ones, once you beat it, it starts over with a higher difficulty. Let's move on. The next Star Wars game is certainly an interesting piece of history. Here we have the first Nintendo System Star Wars game, released for the Famicom in 1987 by Namco. This game is also a Japanese exclusive. You may already be aware of the Star Wars NES game. This is not that. This is, well, the game actually starts off incredibly impressive. This game has an easy and hard mode. And I've heard that this game is pretty notoriously difficult, so we'll go easy. This is a really nice scene here of Luke looking at Leia's hologram message for Obi-Wan, and then R2 is immediately kidnapped, or droid-napped. And now Luke has black hair. For what it's worth, the controls aren't too awful, although it's odd that Luke is already using his lightsaber. He hasn't even been to Obi-Wan's house yet to get it. The attacks need to be pretty precise. The enemies aren't too difficult here at the start. Once we get into the Sandcrawler, we face off against Vader? Okay. And he's a scorpion. Yeah, alright, yeah. I'm not gonna pretend like I didn't already know this. I've watched AVGN for God's sake. But it's still incredibly weird. Afterwards, you have to save R2, and then you get this speeder power-up that lets you zoom right to the end of the level. Afterwards, you get a whole freaking flight simulator, and it's pretty fun. Look, you can't say that this game doesn't have content. Although, why is Luke the one flying the Falcon? Obi-Wan then sends a distress call for us to go find him? Okay. And then we're here, some type of Anubis planet. This section is pretty ass, and it started to have me lose interest a little bit. Annoying platforms with a still pretty simplistic design. And why are we here? We're killing frogs, for God's sake. Apparently this is Kessel? Okay, sure. This is where the game gets really, really tedious. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it! Well, there's old Ben. How the hell do I get to him? Okay, now for the second boss. The dinosaur. I beat the original Ninja Gaiden for God's sake, but this boss irked me something fierce. Like the last level, we take off on the Falcon. Looks like 3PO needs our help now? What sweet hell is this? Oh, underwater level. This game hasn't been fun for a minute. And how come Vader doesn't have to swim? Robot legs have an ass. Oh, look. We're finally gonna save Leia. After finally reaching the top, we face off against Vader. For real this time. And you only get one hit in before he turns invincible, I guess. So now you gotta use Obi-Wan to beat Vader, who just Explodes? God damn. Alright. Afterwards, we make our escape and Chewie needs our help now. Wouldn't you think our next step would be, I don't know, fighting the Death Star? Now it looks like we're at Yavin to save Han? From what? Being recruited by the rebels? We go further into the rebel base and then there's the boss. Not sure how he recovered from that explosion earlier. Oh, and he can shoot lightsabers. Awesome. This boss actually wasn't too bad, just keep jumping behind him. Finally, it's time to destroy the Death Star. It works kind of like a top view race, doing multiple laps until finally shooting the proton torpedoes in. It gets really intense though with a timer. The lasers being fired at you and all the obstacles. I was down to my last ship and totally locked in. But I did beat this notorious game.
Oh!
Thank you, Wan, for this piece of shit. In all fairness, it's not that awful. It's not that great either. My biggest issue is the life system. You get hit once and you're dead, and you only get a few chances before it's game over. And then you have to start all over again. Spent too many hours in this game. The next game is really interesting. Star Wars Droids. Looks like I finally have a reason to talk about this damn DVD now. I've said it before, I have a soft spot for 80s cartoons. Even the cheap ones. There's just an interesting allure to them and their unique styles. Droids is alright. It takes place about 15 years before A New Hope, seeing the adventures of R2 and C-3PO as they face off against space gangsters and pirates and whatever else is cramped in those 13 episodes. As is with most Star Wars media, or 80s cartoons, a major plan to bank on this was the merchandising. Toys by Kenner especially, kids' books, and the computer game. The show went from 1985 to 86, although the game didn't come out until 1988, where Star Wars was actually suffering a decline in popularity. Well, let's give this game a shot. Okay, so you walk left or right, you throw gold or rocks at enemies, I think. That's suggestive. Alright, yeah, screw this. Well, that wraps up the 80s. The first game of the 1990s was the only other Japanese exclusive game, I think. Star Wars Attack on the Death Star 1991, a simulator for the Death Star run. Let me tell you, setting up the means to play this game took far longer than the amount of gameplay it actually offered. I had to set up an emulator for a Japanese exclusive computer, and it did not want to comply. But basically the whole game's just this advanced port of the original arcade game. I wish I could have put more into this one, but sadly the hardware was against me. And unfortunately that's just something we're gonna have to deal with for these games that don't have modern support. Next up is Star Wars on the NES, the first Star Wars game developed by LucasArts. This is the real beginning of an era here. This game opens with some beautiful title arts and even an opening crawl. Afterwards, we get a slight recreation of the opening. I mean, look at that. This is glorious. This title then starts with us playing Luke, trying to find R2-D2. And after going into this cave, we can notice an immediate difference in this game. The art style and music are all vastly superior. This cave OST kind of goes hard. And most of all, we have an actual health bar this time. Yeah, no more one-hit deaths for us. Let's go. Surely all these positives must mean that this will be a great game, right? The open world is actually rather impressive. It's pretty large and leaves a lot of areas you can explore. Oh, fall damage. That's a great idea for a platformer. Yeah, this game definitely amped up the difficulty. Trial and error goes a long way here. Now that I saved R2, what the hell do I do from here? After searching for about 20 minutes, I finally found Obi-Wan in a cave full of flying insects trying to gangbang me in the most awful platforming ever. I'll admit, the cantina put a smile on my face. This section was also pretty straightforward. I grabbed the lightsaber and mowed everyone down. We find Han, and to my pleasant surprise, we can actually play as Han in this game. Is that Boba Fett? I can't kill him! Urgh. Finally got to the goddamn Falcon. I swear to God, this game better not have any of those random ass planets like the previous game or I'm a flip. It took me 50 minutes to get off of Tatooine. Now here's the asteroid section from hell. And guess what? You get one shot at this. What even hit me there? That has got to be one of the worst experiences of my life. Oh, thank God. After an annoying elevator labyrinth section, we finally save the princess. This time we can shoot, and it's not bad. Man, it takes way longer than it should, especially when right after we have to jump into the Death Star attack. This time we can move, though in the X-Wing it's way more tedious, and also takes far too long. Once we're clear, we move into the trench run, which is just a worse version of the Japanese game. The TIE fighters spawn behind you, meaning they get a lot of cheap shots in when you're trying to dodge obstacles. This also lasts an ungodly amount of time. Thankfully, on my last life, I figured out I can shoot missiles and boom.
Oh!
I should also mention that there was a Game Boy port of this, and it's pretty impressive. I mean, it's just a game on Game Boy, but neat. We have one more game for the NES, Empire Strikes Back. It is not identical to the previous game. In fact, it's kind of worse. We start off on a Tauntaun, and it's dead. We spend some time in the ice cave, killing a couple Wampas, which aren't really that threatening. Look at that, I can just stand still and kill them. Why does the Wampa keep shaking its ass at me? And look at what it does! Bro is rocking out. The final boss actually turns out to be a Super Imperial Probe Droid. Yeah, that's a big one. I'm seeing a pattern to these boss fights, and they aren't exactly fun. Now we get a flight section. Okay, yeah, wow, no, that was awful. That was horrid. It wasn't even that difficult. I didn't die here. It just took way longer than it should have. It's basically the Atari Empire Strikes Back game, which is really cool to see. It sort of mimics it. But it's also interesting to see how an entire Atari game can just be one section of this game. We're already seeing the influence of the older games here. So we actually have to destroy all the AT-ATs here. A new gimmick is going back and forth with the background and foreground, and spam shots of the legs until they die. You'll most likely lose a ship or two in the process, but don't worry, you can walk around the ground for a bit until a new one pops up. There probably could have been one or two less walkers here just to make the process feel less grueling, but it was grueling. It was. And afterwards, no, we are not at Dagobah, we're still at... The game is purely from Luke's perspective, so don't expect to see any of these fun bits from the movie. The Rebel base section isn't as long, and you actually get to use ATST. Luke, you can't travel by foot? Well, that's not a problem. Yeah! The boss was ass, though. Just had to sit there for a while doing this. Now to Dagobah! Off to a great start. If this game's goal was to show you how awful living on Dagobah would be, it succeeded. Quite literally, everything here wants to kill you. Giant spiders and bats, and the hell is that thing? At this point in the game, I just wanted it to be over, so I used the bunny hop strategy. Much training to do before teaching. Don't those already go hand in hand? This section especially had me growing a disdain for this game, and why was fighting Vader easier than every other creature in this swamp? Man, this Yoda is far more keen for helping me out than the movie one. You want to train him? Sure, why not? Want to go leave and save your friends? Yeah, go ahead. Be careful, man. Now another flight section at Bespin. First we have to destroy 20 Bespin ships, which isn't a problem when they die in one hit. After fighting space Nazis in the swamp from hell, and some space cops shouldn't be an issue here. Oh, and now 32 TIE fighters. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, what could be next? Destroy 100 Star Destroyers? Well, we've made it to Cloud City. You guys remember that scene in Empire where Luke beats up Boba Fett and then has a space battle against him? Oh my god, well, Han's dead, I guess. Final boss time? Let's go. Oh, there's Vader. Why does he have a gun? And why is his lightsaber blue? I'll be honest with you, I almost dropped the game on this boss. I found the most effective way is to smack him really fast. Every time you beat him, yes, every time, you get a full health and force upgrade, so that's nice. The final boss broke me. It's not bad enough that he just kind of kills you, just standing near him without him even hitting you. But Vader is also slinging all kinds of shit at you. I keep bouncing around hoping and praying, but no. I was finally able to beat him, but I died too. Thankfully, it still counted. There are times when beating a game doesn't feel rewarding. This is one of those times. But on the bright side, we're done with the NES and moving on to some of the coolest Star Wars games ever made, and considered most difficult, the Super Trilogy. Now, technically there are a couple games that came out in between these. I feel like it would keep a better flow and prevent fatigue by going through those, instead of burning through all of these at once. But here we are, 1992, Super Star Wars on the SNES. Look at the LucasArts logo. That's when you know we're getting into the good stuff. This is actually getting me in the mood to watch the damn movie again. The pixel art is so damn good too. Except for, what the hell did they do to Mark? This game's got me all kinds of giddy. Look, it's even the same as the movie. Look at this work of art. I couldn't even imagine being a Star Wars fan in the 90s and playing this for the first time. Why is everything so dangerous from the start? This is gonna be a journey. This is gonna be a journey. So the trick to this boss, it seems, is keeping distance. Oh man, all of that just for some grocery shopping. That's crazy. After this boss, we get a vehicle section. This looks immensely impressive, and certainly plays better than all the others. But it's still kind of a pain in the ass. After learning the controls, the key here is patience. You have to kill a certain amount of Jawas before that game allows you to head to the Sandcrawler. Okay. Which turns into a platformer from hell. Oh, that's right, this is a Nintendo game. And now we're in the Sandcrawler. This is gonna be a long game, isn't it? This game really has me screaming, what the hell is that thing? A lot. That thing earlier wasn't the boss? Well, I guess the trick here is don't let him push you off. Actually, that wasn't that hard at all. Found out too and got a lava ball up my ass. I feel like I'm really getting the handle of these controls. What the hell is going on in Dune Sea, man? This place is awful. I mean, who's doing this? Obi-Wan? Is he testing me by having me bounce on floating rocks? Oh yeah, lightsaber time. Now we got a game going here. Wait a minute, those things were Womp Rats the whole time? And this thing's a mutant Womp Rat. Oh look, a character select screen. We can play Chewie! Looks like all our upgrades carry over, so that's really cool. Oh my god, we're just shooting up the cantina. Has Greedo even done anything yet? Or is Chewie just pissed that people are in his path? I like the little strut in his walk. Oh hey, there's Jizz. Chewie's looking chill for someone who just slaughtered an entire bar. This boss is absolute dookie butter. Well, we finally finished Tatooine and made it to the Death Star. Isn't it kind of weird how all the Death Star bosses are easier than the Tatooine ones? Well, we saved Leia, blew up the tractor beam, and then... hell. The first part of the space battle is a reskin of the land speeder, but worse. I just held one direction and kept shooting and eventually getting to the trench run. This was a pain for my fingers. You had to keep blasting all the TIE fighters to save your ship, and it gets pretty damn tedious. After that, you blow up Vader's ship, I guess, and then what? What am I supposed to do here? Am I supposed to press a different button? Oh, it's the bumpers. Apparently I had torpedoes this whole time. Whatever, we beat the game! This is definitely the best Star Wars game we've played so far. The first game that really makes you feel like we're getting somewhere. And it feels comprised of all the building blocks we've seen before it to be a complete package. A full-scale game allowing you to play your favorite moments of A New Hope with fun and challenging gameplay, smooth SNES controls. This game is awesome. It's a tough son of a bitch, but it's definitely not short on fun. Now, while the other two films did get super games, we had a couple come out between them. So let's move on to Star Wars X-Wing, released in 1993. Star Wars was starting to get a resurgence in popularity at this point, with the home media releases and the Thrawn trilogy. There was a drought of Star Wars media for years until Timothy Zahn's novel, Heir to the Empire, dropped. Meant to follow up to Return of the Jedi, it sparked a new interest in the franchise. Many also speculated that this spark influenced George Lucas to start working on the prequels. That, alongside the growing success in flight simulators, which LucasArts themselves have been working on, just made sense to make a game allowing players to pilot the famous Rebel ships, except this time to make it more accurate and realistic than ever before. Now, the original game came out on PC engines in 1993, the special edition came out in 94, which had enhanced graphics and gameplay as well as additional levels from expansion packs. We'll be looking a bit at both, but for the most part I'll be playing the classic version. And look at that, an actual full-scale cutscene. This is really exciting to see given all the previous games we've played. This cinematic is so fun with its very jerky 90s pixel animation. The music alone, oh my gosh. You can really tell that we're making some serious technological advancements here, and it feels far more significant than just for video games. Now the gameplay itself is... what am I doing? Every button on the keyboard controls something different on the X-Wing. They really wanted this to be a simulator. The game also really wants you to use a joystick. I used to have one, unfortunately I don't anymore, but a controller kind of works too. There's a tutorial section, but it's boring as sin, so I jumped right into the tour of duty. Blew up a ship, and now what? And I'm lost. And the mission failed. Huh. X-Wing actually does take quite a bit of learning to really master it. You have these historic combat missions meant to help familiarize yourself with the game's combat and controls, such as learning how to use the X-Wing by reliving this guy Dev, his screw up. He accidentally started attacking the Empire thinking it was a training session. What a goober. There are a lot of really cool features here. Basically every key on the keyboard does something. Changing perspectives, weapons, throttles, giving commands to your squadron, to your astromech. Hell, you can even review in-game footage of your missions. This game is awesome! Learning to play this game is the real process, but if you take the time to do that, it's pretty rewarding. Eventually, after a very lengthy campaign, full of 3 tour of duties, that you have piloting different rebel ships, not just the X-Wings. You got the A-Wings, the Y-Wings. The campaign is pretty immersive, with lots of references to the films, and some outside lore and perspectives to them, but gameplay-wise, it's mostly just go here, blow this up, and leave. Something else that this game does really well is its music. This is before MP3 files were a thing, and it was actually LucasArts that really brought dynamic music to games. All the previous games we played before were basically song loops, but here we have music that appropriately matches what's happening. The game does ultimately end on the Death Star. Eesh. The final mission is actually a rather nail-biting trench run simulator. X-Wing shows insane progress in Star Wars gaming. I can imagine how mind-boggling it must have been to play this back in the day. It is a bit of a pain in the ass trying to get it to work in 2025. I did try playing the remastered version, but didn't really work that good. The music kept cutting out, and my controller just didn't seem to really respond well to it. And the actual visual style of the game looks really good. Significantly better, really, but I don't know, I'm kind of more prone to the classic style because there's just something really historic about it. That's kind of the problem with these games. You have to do a lot of outside modding and work just to get them to run properly. The later titles in the franchise have some jaw-dropping mods we'll look at when we get to them that really modernize the games in a beautiful way. But unfortunately, because of the age and systems of X-Wing, we don't really have those luxuries yet. There is a really cool mod under construction, but it has not been released yet. Either way, when you buy this game, you get all the versions, so you don't have to pick and choose. You have every option available to you, which is really cool, especially because these games can be really dirt cheap if you get them on sale. You've got historic missions, tour of duty missions. It's a lot. You're definitely getting the immersive experience of being an X-Wing pilot, for better or for worse. Now, following X-Wing in late 1993 was Rebel Assault, released on the PC and Sega CD. This is a rail shooter game and the first LucasArts game to be exclusive to CD-ROM tech. Now this utilizes a very interesting approach of digitizing live-action footage from the movies. This is actually one of the earliest games to use full motion video for PC. All in all, it's pretty extensive work into structuring the game's storytelling presentation. Something else that's interesting is that the protagonist that you play is known as Rookie 1. And you can pick if you want them to be male or female, hence the gender-neutral name. You play as this rookie pilot for the Rebel Alliance during the events of A New Hope. The game uses pre-rendered cutscenes having you play through set courses. And it does look like ass. I think it looks a little bit better on PC than it does on the Sega CD. Here's the big kicker. The controls are awful. Almost unplayable. I thought it was a Steam issue at first, but it seems like the Sega CD isn't much better. The sensitivity for moving your ship is so absurd. The lightest movement of your mouse will send the ship all the way to a wall. It was a skill on its own just to learn how to move in this game. Shit! The first 2 missions were okay, but the third? Oh, goodness. I felt like my eyes were popping out of my skull playing this. And then the shooting sections. Ugh. Not only is the sensitivity so high on your cursor, but the movement is never ending, so it's so difficult to keep your aim on any targets. I do like this early attempt of giving us this story narrative in a Star Wars game. The music's great, and it's cool to play around with the outside events of A New Hope. But this game hardly functions. Playing with the controller does help a bit though. After Chapter 6, we go to Hoth. I assumed that this meant we jumped to Empire Strikes Back, but no, I guess they just already had a base set up here. But the Empire already scouted them here. Wouldn't that put this planet on a list or something? They just come back here after Yavin? And we actually get an on-foot section. Just think, we're so close to Toy Story. Now, would you believe me if I told you the game ended at the Death Star attack? The last several levels can be pretty intense, mainly because of how ass the controls are. Oh, Rebel Assault is one of the most interesting games we played so far. I think I actually could have liked it if the controls worked. Rebel Assault is followed by a sequel, but we got some time before we get to that one. Next up is Super Empire Strikes Back. That's right, it's time to continue the SNES series. Look at that. The menu screen art is just, so much better than the first. After the last couple of games we played, I'm really excited to play this one now. I expected the game to be somewhat identical, but there appears to be some changes to the gameplay. The spinny jump move is now a combination of buttons instead of angling the D-pad in a certain direction. And the art just seems a lot better here. Much like the first game, right off the bat, the entire wildlife of Hoth is out to kill you. Oh look, we can ride a Tauntaun like the NES game. And it's certainly a lot better in this one. You can really just steamroll this section spamming your lightsaber or jumping over targets. Yeah, the spinny move here is your best friend. Behold, the Jedi Beyblade. Oh god. There's the mama. You know, Nintendo really likes to make a 10-minute section for a movie an entire game. The snow speed sequence is exactly what you expected. However, something that is pretty neat is you actually get to use the tow cables to wrap around and trip the AT-ATs. We're getting more movie accurate than just blasting them like the old games. And just like the movie, you'll be knocked out of your speeder and you have to fight an AT-AT on foot. Of course, this game thought that would be an appropriate boss. You can keep killing these jet troopers till they drop something useful like a detonator. Boom! After playing Luke, the game switches us to Han to find Leia and escape Echo Base. This section is kinda a maze, but with minimal annoyance after I learned how these damn platforms worked. Then we have to fight two annoying bosses, we get ourselves an asteroid simulator, and then we're on Dagobah. That was surprisingly less tedious than I thought. What are these mosquito things? They look like beans with veins. This boss is the Habo-Gaha-ha-ha or whatever. It's been the most tedious damn boss in this whole game. You gotta smack these shielded plates off. Then you have to pray that you have enough health left over to Beyblade him to death. We then go back to Han and get revenge on the Carbonite device. And they let us fight Boba Fett. It's kind of a shame we couldn't play Leia or Lando, but Chewie fighting Boba Fett is pretty neat. And then we're fighting the Slave One, another mid-flight section, and then we get on the final level. Alrighty, it's Darth time. I gotta say, so far, the fight against Darth Vader in this game was a nightmare. That was also because I didn't pick up all the Force upgrades that I should have been. Found out about that a little too late. So going into this boss without the ability to heal was, it wasn't fun. It was not fun. He does mad damage with goofy range. There is a way you can position yourself to get free hits, but it becomes really difficult when he starts throwing stuff at you. My hands were hurting with this one. All in all, Super Empire Strikes Back just took everything about Super Star Wars and made it slightly better, and also a little more difficult. I'm excited to see how this game concludes the original trilogy with Jedi, but we got a little bit more before we get to that. There's one more game left from 1993. Star Wars Chess. Oh, sorry. The software Toolworks. Star Wars Chess for PC and Sega CD. I guess even chess needs an opening crawl. Alright, so this is chess with Star Wars characters. I don't know how to play chess. It's actually incredible that I took the time to learn how to play Mahjong and other games for the Yakuza series, but I never learned the fundamentals of chess. The animation is awesome on this. I don't know how to play chess, but I love watching the characters go at each other. Look at R2 kick this stormtrooper's ass. Uh-oh. Why did it boing? That's awesome. I love the animation here. I think this game has a built-in move suggestion. It highlights a character and where I should send them. Ah! This is awesome. Yeah, that's for Alderaan. I mean, yeah, if you like chess and like Star Wars, this is the game for you. These beautiful animations giving this great visual style. Star Wars chess. It's pretty damn cool. Next up is Star Wars Arcade. Again, this time by Saga, released in 1994. This was an arcade game that was also ported to the Sega 32X, which is the version we're playing. The original arcade game was set during Return of the Jedi, but the 32X actually added levels set during the first Death Star attack. Oh. It is kind of cool that Admiral Akbar is there on the little screen. It may not look as impressive as X-Wing, and the controls are definitely simplified. You get a fire button, torpedoes, and a button to slow down so you can shoot the TIE fighters behind you. And like an X-Wing, you can switch from third and first person. At first, the game felt pretty harmless and pretty redundant, but then it got really tedious as hell. Damn, what's even hitting me? There's little you can do in this game except hoping you got some good evasive maneuvers.
That was your maneuver? Moving slightly to the left?
Well, I mean, we're not in the same place we were.
Don't even get me started on the trench run. Shooting the TIE fighters in space is fun for a bit, but trying to maneuver this damn thing during the trench run really just sucks. It could also be because of the controls I'm using. I don't know, but this game, there's not really that much to it. It really showed off the 32X pretty well though. I thought the game looked really good. Gameplay wise, not too much to say. TIE Fighter and its expansions. This is part of the X-Wing series, now from the Empire's perspective. This seems to be the first game to really give us the option to be the villains. And well, playing the Empire is a lot more fun, although the game does its part to make you feel like you're the good guys. And look, they even have Thrawn in here. Now I'm returning to this from the future, but it turns out there's actually a mod for X-Wing Alliance that ports TIE Fighter into that game's engine. I will say though that the game looks significantly better. They have made quite a bit of improvements on the graphics engine. They used a newer 3D rendering system with better shadows, really giving these models a much better look. A lot of people from back in the day consider this to be the greatest Star Wars game ever made. And again, this game does still kind of suffer from those porting issues on Steam, and it is pretty long with several tours of duties. The original had 3, this one has 7, all of which range from 6 to 5 missions. It starts at the aftermath of Hoth from Empire Strikes Back, where you're hunting down the rebels that are fleeing away. The game ends with you saving the Emperor and getting your own medal ceremony. Nice to see that the Emperor actually gives some credit to his minions. The core gameplay of all these games essentially remained the same, but TIE Fighter brought in a lot of additions, such as flight logs, 3D maps, sub-targeting systems, and its assortment of ships. The roster of crafts in this game is vastly larger than the previous, and to my knowledge, this is the only entry of the series to really put a lot of focus on non-canonical ships. It's just better than X-Wing, and that's a good thing. It's time to move on. Super Return of the Jedi. Now we're finally closing off the Super Trilogy. Yet another beautiful title screen recreating the Jedi poster. Wow, the opening cutscene even included this moment. They definitely changed up the driving mechanics in this one. Now you gotta jump to avoid falling to your death. We get to choose from Luke, Chewie, and is that Slave Leia? Well, that's accurate. Glad to know that everything on Tatooine still kills you. Look at the art on this game though. Absolutely beautiful. The heat in the background. These games are just showing how much they've learned from the previous installments. What in the Sonic is this? I can't control it! The first boss is surprisingly annoying and probably the hardest first boss out of these games depending on your character. Luke had a much easier time using the Jedi Beyblade. Also, it seems that he already has his arsenal of force powers, which shows that he is OP now. Jabba's palace looks incredible. Art in the foreground and background, breathing so much life into the environment. Wait, what the hell? Are those Rancors jumping out of the pit? Wow, even the Twi'lek dancers attack you. The boss is Bib? Okay, sure. Aha. There's the Rancor. Wait, that's a frog! The Rancor pit level sucks, and the boss is a total pain. Unless you play Han. Oh, they actually did put Slave Leia in the game. Of course, we've got the famous speeder scene on Endor, which actually isn't that difficult. We get to play Wicket? Let's go! Something that's really cool about Wicket is that he can actually jump on the arrows he shoots. The game continues the film's canon, Luke going to Vader, and then we're in a shooting section in space. Oddly more satisfying than the Sega 32X version. The final act missions then alternate like the film, going from the Death Star attack to Luke's duel on the Death Star. Glad to see Vader hasn't changed, and that was a lot easier than Empire. Damn, I didn't know Papa Palpy had moves like that. And we go into the Death Star and it's kind of giving me a headache. Hey, that's not Hayden Christensen. Would you look at that? We beat the Super Trilogy. These are some of the best Star Wars games I've ever played. And I've played quite a bit. It's got that classic Nintendo charm to it, with everything Star Wars. All three of these games get a big hell yeah from me. 1995. Things are about to get real. It's time for Star Wars Dark Forces. This is the game that made Star Wars fans wet their pants. We are about to approach, well, I guess it's not really the modern era anymore of gaming. Anyway, this is a badass Doom clone. It was actually more so inspired by Wolfenstein, which made the game creator, Darren Sinnott, want to make a first-person shooter instead of just another flight simulator. They developed their own engine for this game called the Jedi Engine. The original idea was to retell Luke Skywalker's story, but they felt that was too limited in the possibilities. So we got a whole new protagonist, Kyle Katarn. This OC opens the door to a whole new realm of lore and fanboys. His story is actually pretty crazy. The game was released on PC and PlayStation and has since been remastered for modern systems. We're going to look a little bit at the older version, but I'll be doing my full playthrough on the PS5 remaster because I bought the thing a while ago and I really need to play it. The game opens with Kyle traveling to an Imperial base on Danuta. Wait a minute. To steal the Death Star plans. Yep, this is the OG Rogue One. One of the big things about this game, which may sound silly to you now, is that you can actually look up and down. Isn't that crazy? And for some reason, it may be the emulator fault, the game wasn't really looking like it was supposed to on PlayStation. The environment and everything else looked great, but the character sprites and weapon textures were horrid. This is definitely an emulation issue though, because I looked through the game again on my PS Vita and it was just fine. The PC version still looks amazing today. The character sprites and their animations are incredible. It's not hard to see why this game was such a groundbreaking classic. But the original is still on DOS, which is... it's very temperamental on modern computers. I should also compliment the remaster for being rather beautiful. I haven't really heard anyone complain about it, and I don't have any myself. Controls are more fluid, and the graphics are upscaled quite nicely. The best thing, if you don't like how it looks now, you can turn off the enhanced graphics. Tomb Raider did the same thing, and I love when remasters give you that option. They say, hey, you don't like what we did? Here you go, push a button. Now you can go and enjoy it the old way too. That's awesome, come on. After the first mission, we get to a major cutscene, which originally was a very pixelated animation style to now being a more kind of a comic book feel to it. The game then jumps to after the first Death Star being destroyed, with the rebels assigning Kyle and his partner Jan to a new mission to investigate this base that was attacked by a new unknown type of enemy. They discover the weapon belonging to the Dark Trooper. Yeah, we know what that is. These are the super droid stormtrooper guys. They've changed quite a bit in their different uses in different media, but these guys have been in several different Star Wars stories and games, and it was Dark Forces that actually introduced them. The weapon leads the gang into an investigation, which has us traversing from many different terrains and different planets. We actually end up fighting a Phase 1 Shadow Trooper. What in the T-100? Man, this Kyle guy is so badass. Invading Imperial bases, blowing up factories, punching Kel Dragons with his bare hands. Holy Boba Fett jump scare! The game ultimately ends with exploring Vader's ship and battling the game's main villain, the guy behind the Dark Troopers, Ram Mak, on the Arc Hammer. Afterwards, Kyle is awarded a medal for his bravery, and Vader gives an ominous teaser of Kyle being Force sensitive. Dark Forces is still a fun game today, especially if you're a fan of Wolfenstein and Doom, those type of shooters. This game is awesome. This game has a lot of secrets and Easter eggs, some of which pertain to hating Ewoks. And you can also get the Platinum Trophy just by beating the game. You don't even have to really go and find all of those unlockables or secrets. Unfortunately, the sequel hasn't been remastered, so we'll have to do some compatibility with that, but we got a little bit of time before then. The last game of 1995 is the sequel to Rebel Assault. This game released for computer systems and PlayStation. Now if you guys remember the first Rebel Assault, it was a really neat game, a sort of rail shooter interactive movie. Unfortunately, the controls were completely dog-ass. My hope was that this game had improved on that. You can actually play this game on PS5, and I also don't know how good that port is though because we're playing the PC version. This game utilizes way more live-action footage. It's basically entirely an interactive movie. What's really interesting is that this thing was basically actors in Star Wars gear in front of a blue screen. You know, Like how they made the prequels? It's kind of a mix of professional looking mixed with fan film. You can tell that the actors are just excited to do something Star Wars related. I can imagine it was a lot of fun making this. The Empire is developing these new weapons and you gotta go around and destroy their crap. Average Rebel experience. The controls are significantly better in this game, and you can actually play it this time. The flying is still a little sketchy, but it's definitely better than it was before. Not a whole lot to say about this one. It took maybe an hour to beat it. It's got a lot of charm to it. Some fun quirks, callbacks to the films, and you can just really feel the love for the source material. If you run across this one for cheap, check it out. It's a pretty damn neat game. Now we move on to 1996. This was a huge year for Star Wars, with only one video game. And no, I'm not being sarcastic. This was the Star Wars game. Shadows of the Empire. This was an entire multimedia project that Lucas was somewhat involved with. Somewhere out there he even said that he considered this to be canon at one point. Anticipation for the prequels was through the roof. Star Wars hype was really coming back in high gear. The special editions were about to come out with theatrical re-releases. This was an awesome time to be a Star Wars fan. And so the Shadows of the Empire project happened. Toys, a novel, comic books, and of course, the N64 game, which was also later ported on Windows. The game was meant to be a launch title for the new Nintendo console. It was meant to oppose the older pre-rendered games and add real-time action. We could research and talk about the development of this game for hours, but we should probably go ahead and move on with the game itself. I know a lot about Shadows. I've even read the book, but I've never actually played the game all the way through until today. I felt like it was appropriate to start with the N64 version as that was the original way to experience it, and then I learned that the PC version is actually vastly superior, but we'll get to that in a second. The novel itself opens up right at the end of Empire. The game actually opens during the Battle of Hoth. This is the game's protagonist, Dash Rendar. Just like Dark Forces, this game lets us go in the shoes of a new OC, witnessing iconic events of Star Wars and filling in his own role in them. Well, he's an old smuggler buddy of Han and Lando's with a vendetta against the Empire. He also just enjoys the adrenaline rush and decides to help out the rebels during their escape. So here we have a 3D recreation of the Battle of Hoth. Wow, what a step forward. How far we've progressed in over a decade. You get to shoot tow cables and trip up AT-ATs. What's really nifty here is you also have multiple perspectives. Using those tow cables though, definitely took a delicate touch. The controls of this game have aged quite a bit. Now when I did give the PC version another shot, wow. You have fully animated cutscenes opposed to the slideshow ones of the N64. It's also interesting too that these cutscenes give different perspectives on the same scenes. The N64 shows Han talking to Dash, whereas the animated one has Dash talking to Lebo about what Han told him. Now, I don't mind the slideshow cutscenes personally. It kind of reminded me of the Super Trilogy. Hell, you could slip this one in during a marathon of the Super games if you wanted to. The problem though was the controls. I found the game to be incredibly slippery with the N64 controller, whereas the PC one just took a little getting used to, but once I got the handle of it, I definitely preferred the PC version. I feel like I have so much more control of my character, and you also do get a lot more lore in the cutscenes with the PC version. Look, they even got Guri in here. It's really like a different experience. The music is also a lot cleaner, and you have more in-game voices as well. After the flight section, we have an on-foot stage in the Echo base. There's no real lock-on for enemies, you kind of just have to aim yourself towards them, or you can actually use the aim button, but it's still a little janky. When I played against the first boss on the N64, I was having a time, mostly because I wasn't prepared and I was still learning how the game functions, but he definitely was beating my ass. When I played it on PC though, popped a few Seekers at him, and he was down for the count. Look at the asteroid field. This game is full of so much stuff. It's so fun. The story moves into the second part, after some of the events of the novel's narrative. Luke and Dash are now looking for Boba Fett post-Empire Strikes Back, before Boba Fett can make his way to Jabba. The novel introduces Shizor, pretty damn interesting villain, and I hope I pronounced it right. This dude is like the wealthiest guy in the galaxy, making him the third most powerful person under Vader and the Emperor. And so he wants to get his hands on Luke before Vader to impress Palpatine. And he also has this human robot replicant named Guri who looks more like she belongs in Star Trek. The game brings us into Dash's perspective on Or Mantel, a junk planet. This level is irksome. IG-88 boss fight though. Get back here, you little bastard. Apparently every bounty hunter wants to get their hands on Han. Boba Fett's just having a hell of a time. Boba Fett was certainly more of a challenge in this game than Dark Forces. Look at his goofy ass. That jetpack never did anything good for him. And now we have to fight his ship. This boss sucked on the N64. My shots just kept going through the ship. Where was the hitbox? I had an absolute nightmare of a time. Now the PC version, what the hell? Now I thought originally that this was just supposed to be a race section, which made this unbearable. Then I learned you're supposed to actually kill these enemies, and it makes it a lot easier and fun to get through this level. After more novel events, such as Leia ending up in Shizor's captivity, Dash goes underground, the Imperial City, which is the renamed Coruscant. The game ends with Dash battling Shizor's 3-stage boss, the Gladiator, in his palace. Then a big old space battle, which results in Shizor getting blowed up. And everyone thinks that Dash died as well, but he actually took the opportunity to escape. I would say even today, Shadows might be one of the greatest Star Wars games ever made. From one of the most exciting times to be a Star Wars fan. But man, those controls pissed me off on the N64 version. My biggest struggle wasn't the enemies or bosses, it was the goddamn controls. Even still, I think Shadows is one of the coolest side projects ever in Star Wars, and I would really love to see this game get a remaster. A good one, please, a good one. Now moving on to 1997, we only have a couple more years left before entering the prequel era. Dark Forces II, now titled under the Jedi Knight series. Unlike the previous game, this one was PC only. Now thankfully it's not DOS anymore, but it still seems to have some compatibility problems. Interestingly enough also, this game had online multiplayer. So this game actually takes place after Return of the Jedi. There's this sort of prototype Imperial Inquisitor group of Sith, Dark Jedi, trying to find this ancient Jedi location, Valley of the Jedi. How many times can I say Jedi in a sentence? And look at that, live action cutscenes like Rebel Assault 2. Oof. I could imagine this partly being an issue in trying to remaster the game.
The dark side? I've been there. Do your worst.
I think we missed a bit of context between games. There's quite a bit of lore and novels outside of these games. I guess that they just kind of expected you to have already soaked them in. And that is some close FOV on this game. Adjusting to that, the game does run really smooth. The sprites of the previous game have been replaced with 3D models, and I think I like the sprites a bit better. It had a really nice look to it, but these are pretty cool too. The missions in this game are significantly longer, and that's because they went for a far more expansive narrative. This game actually took me a whole night to beat. And that's another important note. Some of those older games, I could knock out even a couple of them in a day. But since we got to the X-Wing series, these games have been taking a lot longer to get through. And that's not necessarily a bad thing either. That's just something to make note of. So after a little bit of lore digging, basically Kyle has always been force sensitive, and his dad was killed by the game's big bad Jarek. So he goes on a journey to find the valley, returning to his old home, and he gains a lightsaber. It really makes you feel indestructible in this game. The jumping, however, gives me immense anxiety. And you can also change your perspective if you want. Throughout the game, you'll end up fighting Dark Jedi while hunting the droid who has the map that we need. The first is Yun, who kind of looks like a Season 1 Buffy character, or Smallville. Now since Kyle is a cool guy and a Jedi, he doesn't kill Yun in cold blood. The chase leads to fighting against remnants of the Imperial Army. See, I like that kind of stuff. The era of the Empire novels, there's no pressure if it's canon or not. Hell, in my head, Star Wars ended with the Emperor dying. Everything after that was just for fun. And seeing the remains of the Empire trying to scurry around and reclaim power, it's pretty neat. It's different from the first game, being set during the original trilogy, and the game itself had that sort of classic feel to it. But the sequel definitely feels progressive and appropriate for moving on from the originals into a new era. We fight several more Dark Jedi and... what the hell? Why he ain't got no legs? This asshole pushes Kyle to kill him. Something interesting here is that the game actually branches depending on if you have more light side or dark side abilities. We'll stick with the canonical ending for now. Jarek has kidnapped Jan in hopes to push Kyle to the dark side. You face off against Saris now, using the deceased Yun's lightsaber. This bouncy bastard. Finally we face off against the big bad. Shh, Shut up. Kyle then kills him honorably in battle, saving Jan, and that's it. So the alternate ending is pretty crazy. Kind of reminds me of the Revenge of the Sith alternate ending. Kyle kills Jan, that breaks my heart, and then decides that he wants to be the big bad himself, eventually becoming a new emperor with only Saris alive. Wonder why. Yeah, Dark Forces 2 is insane. I think with this bigger narrative, it's better than the first. There's definitely an argument to be made about which one is better. Implementing Force powers while still being this separate character from the Skywalker family, I feel like that doesn't take away too much of the appeal of being this average guy. I guess in Star Wars, like Dash. The story is way more fleshed out, and it's still a little quirky and hasn't aged the best. I kind of like the live-action cutscenes. I think more so in this than the Rebel Assault 2. Dark Forces 2 is a really badass game. Now, it did get an expansion. I'm not forgetting it. However, it didn't come out till a year later, and it's pretty big, so we'll come back to it. The next game is for the PS1. Star Wars... I've been dreading this one. Masters of Teras Kasai? I don't know. I remember Teras being mentioned in Shadows of the Empire novel as this sort of martial arts hand-to-hand combat style. Because what was Star Wars missing? A Tekken clone. Yeah, I know this game is not looked on favorably, but we gotta play them all. Gotta play them all. Those sure are words on the screen I do not care about. What an interesting lineup. We got Han, the game's OC Arden Lin, who vaguely reminds me of someone else, but I can't put my finger on it. Chewie. Thok, oh hell yeah. Whore? It's not even, that's how they pronounce it in the game. Whore. Can you imagine being a kid in the 90s, you're playing this game, and the parent comes in and says, "Oh, what are you doing, kiddo?" I'm just playing whore. Who approved the name whore? Well, then again, they have a music style called Jizz in this series, so why not? Luke, Boba Fett, and Leia. Yeah, let's play Leia, why not? So, immediately, this game should not be playing at this high of a frame rate. This game is quite an unbalanced mess. Lots of times the hits don't connect when they should, some enemies have major range advantage over you. I love fighting games, but not so much this one. I do think this game falls under more mediocre than absolute dog ass. The game doesn't even include combos for characters, and I don't have the manual, so, I don't know how to do my specials. Oh wait, hold on now. We got something going on here. Okay, yeah, well, alright. The game's a bit better now. It's still very problematic fighter, though. Yeah, there's Darth Vader. Darth Vader just put up his dukes to me. Oh, come on, that's bullshit. His lightsaber won't even let me get close to him. Oh, he killed himself. And the game is over. I didn't even unlock Vader? Apparently you have to win as Luke to get Vader. Alright, well, that was a journey. Where is Vader? Oh. I'm supposed to do it on Jedi difficulty without continues? Nah, we put enough time in this one. Next up is Star Wars Monopoly. Well, which one? I've got a couple myself. Hell, I haven't even opened this one yet. This is Star Wars Monopoly for PC. Unfortunately, I couldn't really get it to work either. The images look pretty cool. It's this 3D space playing Monopoly with Star Wars characters. I guess I'm just stuck with the old practical then. Next up is X-Wing vs TIE Fighter. Yet another entry in the X-Wing series, although when it originally released, it didn't have a story or a campaign. And that actually upset a lot of people. They did release an expansion to add a story though, but having the main story mode as DLC, it's kinda lackluster. But that's also because the main thing about this game was multiplayer. It also isn't running on DOS, thank God, and plays a lot smoother. Even my controller is more responsive with this one. You can play as the Imperial or the Rebels, allowing several possible different ships to choose from. Gameplay wise, there's a lot of tweaks done here. I can imagine online is where this game's really at. Unfortunately, I can't really experience that. I can only imagine how fun it is to finally get to play these games against your friends. These big online lobbies, I mean, online gameplay wasn't great back then. But still, I imagine that's the true way to experience this game. Especially because the story mode isn't really that special. While it is a great step forward on a technical note, I think I still like TIE Fighter the most so far. The next one is quite an oddball. Star Wars Yoda Stories released for the PC in 1997. This entry is meant to cover Luke's return to Yoda post-Empire to finish his training. And there's no modern PC support, so Fingers crossed that this will work. Alright, it does. It's a very small window, but it does. My face is pressed to the screen just to read the damn thing. So we walk around for a bit trying to find Yoda, who tells us to help a hidden rebel base. Yoda is telling us to go help a... Okay, sure, whatever. Thanks for the keycard, I guess. This game is pretty unique. It's got hours of content and all these different worlds you can explore and whatnot. But it's kind of meant to be on par with Solitaire or Minesweeper, those early Windows PC games. It's a simple game that you can kill time with. It's not as high octane as all these other games, but I can imagine, you know, for a bored kid in the late 90s, or even a parent learning on the computer, it's a cute little game. It's got puzzles. It's a weirder one, for sure. It's not really as bad as Rebel Assault 1, so it's somewhere in the middle. Let's try out the Game Boy version. Okay, this one is actually awful. This is horrible. This was actually considered to be one of the worst Star Wars games ever made. Yeah, this is complete dog shit compared to the PC version. I'm sorry to the people who probably had this game growing up and maybe have favorable memories of it. This is not a good game. It looks and sounds like piss, and not to mention it plays like ass as well. The controls are awful. I've had migraines that have been more fun than this piece of shit. There's a lot of praise that could be said for the PC version. The Game Boy one, I have none. This was not a good experience for me. If Yoda's true trial was to test your patience, and succeeded he did. 1998 brings us to the big expansion pack for Dark Forces 2. This expansion is such a big deal, it's kind of its own game. It's a little too short to be its own release compared to the base game. The big thing here was that this was the in-game debut of Mara Jade. Now those who've only seen the Star Wars canonical movies are probably asking, who the hell is that? Mara Jade is one of the most famous expanded universe characters in Star Wars. She was created by Timothy Zahn, part of his Thrawn trilogy. Originally a secret apprentice of Palpatine who eventually became a Jedi Master alongside her future husband, Luke Skywalker. Now George Lucas himself doesn't care much for this idea as, in his words, Jedi don't get married.
As the creator of Mara Jade,
Wait! I am not the creator of Mara Jade, and I want you to get out of this office right now.
Ted, I got your voucher.
Out!
George aside, Star Wars nerds love this character, and this game is her on-screen debut, I believe? I'm sure I'll be corrected in the comments if I'm wrong on that. This game picks up not long after the main title, with Kyle training Mara in the Jedi arts. Weird, I thought she was already a higher level, but sure, yeah. During which, the Empire attacks. There's still a lot of those guys left after the Rebels destroyed them. This leads Kyle to a damn asteroid where he discovers an odd planet that calls to him, leaving Mara to help out the Rebels. The Rebels have two separate missions for Mara broken into several levels. The first has her going to see Kappa, the Hutt, to get supplies for the Rebels. It goes about as well as you'd expect. I actually really like the level where you're imprisoned by Kappa's rival, and you have to go without your weapons for a bit. And then you fight a damn Rancor, who definitely can eat you in one hit. The next section is, Pirates stole a Jedi holocron and you gotta get it back. That one didn't interest me as much. Finally, you go to find Kyle at Dromund Kaas, where Kyle's mind has been warped by the dark side, in the Dark Forces Temple. Roll credits? After an annoying labyrinth of a level, you fight Kyle and defeat him, not by using brawn. I gotta say, I really enjoyed playing Mara. She's a fun character and had that Star Wars wit to her. There's a lot of nice gameplay and graphical tweaks, but overall it's not vastly different from the main game. The big difference is there's no live action cutscenes in this one. Apparently there's also a hidden level where you can play as Luke on Bespin, but to unlock it, you have to go into the game's files. I couldn't get it to work, but it looks interesting. I won't say that this is as investing as the main game, but as far as DLC goes, this is really badass. Mara was a great addition to this game's narrative. If you're picking up Dark Forces 2, make sure you grab this one as well. The next game is Star Wars Rebellion on PC. I've never heard of this one before. Wait, actually I have seen this before. Did my dad play this game? This one is a real-time strategy game. Kinda like Empire at War, Galactic Battlegrounds, but not as fun. Sorry, I didn't mean to offend fans of this game. It's an old-time strategy game. You gotta use points to build your armies and your weaponry, your vehicles. pick your planets to take over, and, well, try to run the galaxy. As the Empire, at least. When playing as the Rebels, you want to beat the Empire. The game is actually pretty damn complex, at least if you want to be good at it. Honestly, I would have loved the shit out of this game back in the day. You can really waste your life away on this one. They even have encyclopedias for the planets and all the information. This is a real Star Wars nerd's dream. It takes place after A New Hope, but don't stress too much on the canon because you're in control with this game. Playing it will be very time consuming. Really consuming, but in a good way. It makes you feel like this game was worth the 50 cents I paid for it. But also, this is pretty much it. I don't really know how to make this entertaining to view. I mean, this is the game. I like this game for what it is. It's a really intricate beast, chock full of so much content for really not that many screens. The next game is Star Wars Droidworks, released for PC by Lucas Learning. Educational game. And it has no modern support, so we'll give it a shot. I couldn't even get the damn thing to come up. It wouldn't even let me install it. Well, this game has you playing as a rebel disguised as a Jawa. You build droids. Cute, I guess. I feel like there should be a rule or special condition for educational games. Not really sure if they should even really qualify or not, but I guess they're worth taking a peek at. Alright, let's go. We are back on the N64 with Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Oh, yes! I haven't played this one before, but the sequel on the GameCube, just you wait till we get to that one. Well, let's check out the original. This game did also come out on PC, and I thought about trying the PC version first because of Shadows, but the reviews seemed a little less favorable on the porting for this. So, just went with the N64 version. This was one of the earliest games to use the expansion pack, and it shows. This game looks, well, it just looks a lot better than Shadows, and it even controls better. Obviously, the Hoth section in Shadows played a huge role in inspiring this. This is very much a simpler flight simulator compared to the X-Wing series. The missions can get a little tricky though, especially when you have to protect ships and forget about them. You play as Luke mostly and Wedge, who have formed a new flight squadron, Rogue Squadron, following the destruction of the first Death Star. You start off fighting against the Empire and protecting others from Imperials. Then, an Imperial officer tries to join the Rebels, causing the Empire to retaliate aggressively. The first few missions have you flying X-Wings and A-Wings. Hell, there's even a Naboo Starfighter there. Yeah, they really thought that ship was gonna be a hot shit before the movie dropped. And some missions even have you on the speeders like the ones from Hoth. The second chapter also has an Imperial defector, one who is a native of Alderaan. Using her information, the Rebels launched several attacks on Imperial locations. I found this particular mission quite annoying. You had to destroy these satellites before getting detected by the Imperials. Then this big-ass AT-AT destroys your allies, leaving you defenseless. There's also a two-parter where you have to free a bunch of rebels, including Wedge, who have been imprisoned by the Imperials on Kessel. You know, like the Run. After saving our allies, the rebels move their attention to a particular Imperial officer who is quite a thorn in their side. Moff Sirdan. Sirdan. Leading to several interesting levels that resort to protecting a lot of different stuff that sometimes I didn't realize I was supposed to be saving until after I blew them up. The mission with the back tanks was especially troublesome for me, not after going through all this effort to protect them and not dying from these annoying missiles, so that I save enough ships for the boss battle with Sirdan. There are lots of cool missions like this one where you have to blow up Imperial canisters, or tedious ones where you have to protect these stolen Imperial walkers, which means you have to play through the mission with a specific route. All of these lead to the climactic finale, playing as Wedge against the World Destroyer. This level actually takes place after Return of the Jedi. Kind of weird finale, you just destroy 3 of these guys and some of whatever variant of TIE fighters these are. Of course, a big thing with the game is the medal system. You go from bronze to gold based on several factors of your gameplay. Trying to get gold on all missions adds replayability, and I think after beating the missions, you're allowed to choose whatever craft you want. Here I used the Naboo Starfighter on the first mission for gold. Collecting all the medals, or just using cheat codes, will unlock special secret missions like this one at Beggar's Canyon, where you race against the others. I thread the needle! I get that reference, like from the radio drama. Or the big one, the Trench Run, which will famously be the opening of the sequel. Yeah, it's still got some ways to go. While mildly stressful, I adored this game. I definitely think it's one of the best N64 games for sure. It was definitely one of the best selling. The controls, while not perfect, were miles ahead of Shadows of the Empire. This game is awesome and definitely worth checking out. It even got me more excited to revisit the sequel. Closing off 1998 was Star Wars: The Trilogy Arcade. Now, I unfortunately do not have $8,000 to spend on the arcade cabinet for this one. And it was exclusively an arcade game with no ports. And because of that, trying to get the thing to work on an emulator was not a fun process. But eventually, I did finally get it to work, and oh, this is incredible. In all fairness, even with the emulation, I feel like this game is still meant to be experienced on the arcade cabinet. The graphics, the sound design, everything is just perfect. It explores several different famous moments from the films, from the attack on the Death Star to the Battle of Hoth, both with flight and on-foot sections. But most of the game takes place on Return of the Jedi. You've got a Boba Fett boss, the speeder sequence, and then on-foot section, Darth Vader boss, and the second Death Star. This is undoubtedly my favorite arcade game, and really this might be one of my favorite Star Wars games ever made. It only takes about 20 minutes to beat it, and there's a lot of replayability. There's higher difficulties you can keep challenging yourself with and trying to get the highest scores, trying to do no damage, and it's just insanely fun and addicting. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, I played this thing about 6 or 7 times again after recording it for this video. It's so much fun. It is so much fun and it's so addicting. I gotta play it again. I gotta play it again. Now I want to end the first part of this journey with stopping right before the prequel era, since those games in that era really deserve its own video, and this one's getting pretty long already. There is one game that came out in 1999 though, before Phantom Menace, and that is Star Wars X-Wing Alliance. While this is technically the 4th game, fans treat it as the true sequel to TIE Fighter. The story follows Ace as Amin, a part of a family of traitors who join the Rebels. Pretty lengthy opening cutscene. This actually brings in a pretty interesting dynamic in the campaign, with Ace balancing his allegiance to his family and to the Rebel Alliance. Let's check the game out. And it crashed. Turns out this game doesn't like to be recorded. Go figure. Well, I wanted to play every game close to their original formats, at least a little bit, before looking at the remasters, but this one does not want to cooperate. So I had to put on this really popular mod patch, and considering the damn thing was 10 gigabytes, it better be... Oh, this is glorious. So not only is this game beautiful with or without the mods, I think this is my favorite of the X-Wing entries, and I know TIE Fighter is the fan favorite, but the gameplay in this one is just so much more high octane than the previous. The dogfights are more intense and fun, and the controls feel a little bit more responsive. And the story, I think, is the most compelling of the 4. There are 7 arcs and a prologue and an interlude, which has Ace joining the Rebel Alliance after they assist the rebels on Hoth. This game covers the events of Empire Strikes Back, Shadows of the Empire with Dash Rendar, and ultimately ending on the Battle of the Second Death Star, which actually has you playing Lando on the Falcon. Again, it's kind of hard to judge this with the mod patch because this is just so phenomenal. The game looks so amazing, and it still does play like the previous X-Wings in terms of controls. I think the UI is a little bit better on this one, so not much is really lost, I think. From what I gather, many praise this patch as the ultimate way to experience this game. I wish all of them had these awesome patches. Well, TIE Fighter kind of does. This was just... I was awestruck. I was just floating in space taking in the sights. I almost felt like a kid playing this. With my headphones on, I was jerking my head around. TIE fighters flying overhead, trying to dodge them in real life. I was moving my whole body with the controller. Sound quality in this game was next level. The music was triumphant and appropriate. The dialogue was fun and snappy. X-Wing Alliance is an awesome game. I think one of the coolest Star Wars experiences I've ever had. And what an appropriate way to end the first part of the series, closing off the X-Wing series as we're moving on to the first of the prequel games. This felt like an appropriate send-off to the Classics era, blowing up the second Death Star and closing the original trilogy.
What the hell is an aluminum falcon?
Phantom Menace was one of the most hyped times to be a Star Wars fan, with the first film since 1983 coming out, and people hadn't even considered the possibility that it might not be good.
What if the movie sucks?
Ever since Phantom Menace, a new level of anxiety existed within Star Wars fans, always living with the possibility that maybe, just maybe, the next project won't be as good as they hoped. Phantom Menace did divide the fandom, but you can't deny the fact that merchandising was next level. There was Jar Jar everything, books, toys, Legos, and of course, video games. The Phantom Menace had several video games released on it alone. The first being Phantom Menace, released on the PS1 and Windows, meant to retell the entire events of the film from start to finish. And this game is pretty infamous. This title is a tank-controlled beast, and it's not as fluent as Resident Evil. I played this game a few times in my youth, but I only beat it once before, so let's give it another shot. It opens at the beginning of the film with the opening crawl, and decent CG cutscenes for the time. You start as Obi-Wan, and this game is indeed famous for the fact that you can kill anything, and anyone. No one is safe.
Help me! Please! Someone! Help me!
The controls are pretty clunky, but the real difficulty comes in the combat. It's not great. It feels like you're just swinging the lightsaber around like a madman hoping to get a kill. You also have little in your defense. The first few stages are pretty linear. You go around looking for heals and weapons, and then you'll be on the swamps of Naboo still playing Obi-Wan. This level kinda sucks. Jar Jar. Yes, I know, we all hate Jar Jar. Let's just tough this out. And, wait, Jar Jar, I don't think that's a good... Holy shit! We make it to the Gungan city and enter Gungan slaughter mode. Is that Cleveland Brown Jr.?
Boss Nasa talking with the Outlanders, but Jar Jar waits here.
This mission is also pretty linear and compact. It still somehow feels very tedious. And just in case I haven't made this apparent, this game isn't great, but I am loving it. I'm having a great time with it right now. That might be a little bit of the bourbon, but I'm having a great time with this game. It's still very impressive how much of the movie is actually recreated in these cutscenes, especially when the movie hadn't even come out yet and the developers had limited assets of the film to work with. Theed sucks. You have to navigate the city with several aggressive clankers after you in every corner. And tanks. There's this really bizarre side mission where this woman asks you to find her son. Thankfully, he's right next to her. I'm gonna kill him. And there's no consequences for this. There is no consequence for this whatsoever. This game is diabolical. Obi-Wan has had enough of this shit. Getting to the hangar is terrifying. Now luckily you can save at any point in the mission, and I was reloading that save quite a bit just trying to get lucky shots in here because I was at 1 HP. Once we make it to Tatooine, we play as Qui-Gon, and right off the bat we're attacked by Tusken Raiders. We travel Mos Espa, walk around a bit asking to find Watto. This leads to actually meeting Anakin and his mother first. Anakin brings us to Watto, who, like the movie, won't sell us the ship parts we need. So, guess what? Time to go trading. Yeah, there's some RNG involved here too from my research, because I was bumbling around on this section. Watto gives you a random part by trade, which results in changing up how you get the other parts. During this time, you meet this distraught mom whose son has been put to slave labor. Let's go free the little rascal. Oh, what the hell is that? It's like a Wookiee slept with a bantha. You can actually cheese this boss by standing on the cages or stairs, until he chases you. After freeing the kid, we get some of the parts we need, and do more annoying trading. Once we have everything, we give it to Anakin, and we meet this Twi'lek lady of Jabba's who tells us he's willing to invest in our bet for the pod race. Well, that sounds mighty generous. How is it we always end up in a pit with this slug? Jabba's champion here is a unfair beast, but I learned you can actually just trap him in the entrance. Yeah, take that. Going to give Anakin a pep talk leads us to a wild goose chase with this asshole who stole whatever part it was that Anakin needed for his pod racer. Eventually leading us to a boss fight that we pretty much solved this like the NES Empire game. Now it's time for the pod race. Sorry kids, if you want to do that part of the game, you gotta go buy the N64 or Dreamcast pod racer game. Instead we get this.
Hurry, Master Anakin!
Skywalker pulls free, so Boba has crashed!
Skywalker wins!
Nifty. Now you probably think the next stage is going to have us back at Theed. We are actually playing Panaka trying to save the queen from these kidnappers on Coruscant. My game also bugged out here. The queen was supposed to be kidnapped, but instead she just kept following me down this pit. I thought maybe the chain of events would fix themselves, but no, I had to restart the whole damn level over again. We do get a little exploration of underground Coruscant, which is a pretty cool idea. We save the Queen, do this weird puzzle, and meet up with Palpatine as if nothing happened. Now back to Theed. The last two stages really wanted to emulate the film by having the player alternate between Obi-Wan and Padme. And no, we don't see Anakin's adventures here. Now for the first part of this, Panaka and the other Naboo are completely useless. I actually had to restart the level because they lost too much health and Panaka kept dying. Thanks. The Obi-Wan sections have you fighting against Maul. It's not as exciting as Dark Forces 2. Pretty much just smacking and hoping he doesn't kill you first. Bam, 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 bam.
The choice is yours, my Padawan learner.
The choice is mine? Alright, I'll take him then. Yeah, of course. The last level, Panaka, is a lot more useful, in fact does most of the work for me this time. It's pretty linear in the palace, you just have to grab some pass cards. They aren't too hard to find. Eventually you make it to the throne room with Nute Gunray, who sounds...
Have you finally decided to sign the treaty?
At least it's not as offensive as the movie. Oh, that was underwhelming. The Obi-Wan section was a jumping nightmare. I was making a save damn near every jump, and it's much more of a labyrinth here than it is in the palace, that's for sure. We finally catch up with Qui-Gon and... oh, there it is. Now for the infamous Darth Maul boss. I've heard you can just force push him to send him down the pit, but he's not budging for me. The Maul boss would be a nightmare if it weren't for having some health packs here. Oh, I guess someone's not getting a return in Clone Wars. And that's it. Ending cutscene. The game is still clunky as hell, incredibly linear, but somehow still felt like a maze, and I enjoyed every damn second of it. I really love this game. It's not perfect by any means, and objectively it's not very good. It's the enjoyable kind of bad for me. Plus, it's just really funny. You can still play this bad boy on modern PlayStation consoles. I recommend checking it out if you see it for sale or something. Oh yeah, there's this cool music video too. The quality is not great, but it's got some behind the scenes, movie clips, and Duel of Fates, so that's awesome. Next up is Star Wars Racer, which released originally on the N64 the same day as the film, but was eventually released on PC and Sega Dreamcast. The N64 version is incredible, especially with the expansion pack that allows you to play at a higher resolution, just like Rogue Squadron. Although this version won't be giving you all the content, but it did have this neat feature where you could use a code to use 2 controllers at once to steer. I guess that's a flex. And it also had split screen, which PC didn't. The PC and Dreamcast version had slightly better visuals, but the biggest addition was the pre-rendered cutscenes. There's an incredibly impressive opening sequence reminiscent of the famous Boonta Eve race from the film, which will technically be the opening and ending of the game. It's actually impressive that every planet that has a track on here gets its own special CG intro. The game was eventually remastered and re-released for all modern systems, with the Switch actually having motion controls available to it. We'll be playing this mostly on the PS5 as there's not much difference outside of some clearer visuals and audio. Plus it gives me reason to go for Plat. There's several game modes available, but the tournament mode is the big one. Here you start with 3 tournaments, each with having 7 races. You can pick several characters from the start, many familiar faces from Phantom Menace, and more will be unlocked upon completing stages. The opening race is Tatooine. It faithfully recreates the environment from the film, but not as much as the later one. The controls are simple. You got your acceleration, your brakes, your boost. That can blow up your pod race if you overdo it. You can also tilt using the right stick. The races have different difficulties, and I learned that a little bit too late, resulting in me having to start over to get a trophy. You can set it to the hardest difficulty for the highest reward. You see, there's an upgrade feature where you can buy parts from Watto. Unfortunately, the game doesn't give you an abundance of money, so you gotta be kind of strategic if you want to get Plat, which requires you to get the best of every upgrade. The first step is to max out your pit droids. Look at them go, little guys. After completing several races, we can start getting some discounts from Watto's junkyard. Saving money to get the best parts from Watto's junkyard and letting the droids repair them is a very efficient strategy. I had maxed out my racer before even finishing the 3rd tournament, and after you win all of the races, you unlock 4 additional ones. These can be a little tricky, especially this one where it's insanely easy to fall off the main track and you lose your position. This was the only one I had to actually reset twice. Upon beating the final race, you finally unlock Sebulba, and you get a 10-minute credit section. And to my knowledge, I could not skip it. The last couple trophies are related to Sebulba having you play around with his cheating pod, which shoots flames out that I guess does damage? I don't know, but we got Plat. Racer is still insanely fun today and a great party game. Now, while most of the ports weren't very different, There was one that certainly stands out. The Game Boy Color version of Racer with Rumble, and it sure does work. This is a top-view racing game, pretty generic for Nintendo. You go against one other racer on several planets from the main game, each with different stages. And, yeah, it's Game Boy. Next up is Gungan Frontier from Lucas Learning. The next several video games are all educational, which means I don't really know if they qualify or if they should qualify. And also, many of them don't work on modern computers or have modern support. Case in point with this one. Now, I did get this one to work, Yoda's Challenge Activity Center. This game has a bunch of different mini-games based off Phantom Menace properties. I certainly was playing this game a little tipsy with some friends, and we were having a time. You got shape matching to make characters, or ships, choosing the right path for racing with Padme and Jar Jar, teaching C-3PO how to talk, oh my god. This rhythm game, and another rhythm game that has lyrics? Oh boy. And this one. There is something immensely nostalgic about the style of this game. It reminds me greatly of those early learning games from this era, but this is not how I imagined my mid-20s. There are a lot of these types of games. Another similar one is Jar Jar's Activity Book, this Pit Droids game, which apparently was actually popular enough that it had an iOS port for some time. Another one of these with Anakin. It gets overwhelming. I think you get the general idea though. A lot of this is just part of Phantom Menace's gluttonous marketing. Well, in 2000, we did finally get another actual video game. Star Wars Jedi Power Battles. From a time when Mace Windu had a blue lightsaber, later fixed in the remaster actually. I vaguely remember playing this on the PS1 in my youth, and I remember it having a pretty mixed reception on release. But it seems fans have come back to this with a much more positive mindset, especially since the remaster. So let's see how this game holds up. So this title kinda covers Phantom Menace in a more arcade style. You get to choose one of several Jedi, Qui-Gon, Obi-Wan, Mace Windu, Plo Koon, and Adi in the original PlayStation 1, with more available on the Dreamcast. Keep in mind this game came out when we only saw 2 of these characters in action. I will say that the character select was a lot cooler on the original, but since the remaster added more characters, they had to change it up. Now with Padme, Panaka, Ki-Adi-Mundi, Battle Droid? This game does seem to have been made with co-op in mind, which is good. Fortunately, my girlfriend hates platformers, so I couldn't really get to do co-op on this one. The levels are all different stages based on events from the film, opening with the Trade Federation ship. The gameplay isn't too clunky, although the attacks seem to stutter a bit, and sometimes the button combinations don't really register. And that's not a big deal. There's only 3 attack buttons and a jump button, and you can mix and match for combos. The more you play a character, the more you unlock combos for them. You also have a guard button which lets you reflect enemy blast and force abilities, which are okay. And the characters aren't just reskins either, they actually have pretty noticeable differences in their combos and fighting styles. It's kind of a mixture of side-scrollers incorporating platforming and hack and slash, beat 'em up aspects. You go around slicing up some clankers, do some jumps here and there, fight a boss, and then another boss. I love how the droids just straight up punch you in the face. The jumping in this game can be pretty temperamental. There are times when I was sure I made a jump, but did not. And vice versa. You get used to it though, and we'll find the later sections to be pretty easier once you adapt to the gameplay. I thought this game followed its own story, but it actually does follow the film. As I said before, all the stages are based off of moments from Phantom Menace, but also told in the same order as the movie. You escape the Trade Federation ship, go to the swamps of Naboo where you save Jar Jar, and then you go to Theed where you have to save Padme's handmaidens and drive a tank. This thing is indestructible. This almost feels like cheating. You then have to find Padme in the throne room, which took significantly less time than I thought it would. Afterwards, we're with Anakin post-pod race, bringing him to the Queen's ship. Even when playing as a different character, it seems we're meant to hear Qui-Gon's voice here.
Anakin, run! Tell them to take off!
Which makes sense, since this would be his moment of the film, after all. Darth Maul time! Well, it's better than the Phantom Menace game, at least. Time for Coruscant. Well, we can't just have a level on politics, can we? Nah, we gotta fight this guy while bouncing on the tops of the city. Seriously, what is this guy's deal? Does he want to kidnap Padme? Probably. Now back to Naboo. Yeah, that'll get the Gungans to join our cause. Kick their asses. The next couple missions leading up to the finale are pretty unique. There's this one where you speed through Theed on a speeder. Then there's this platformer level to reach the finale, which has you facing off against, you guessed it, Darth Maul. Now Maul was kicking my ass at first until I learned the ultimate strat to beat him. Spam him with a neutral attack. Looks like no spin-off for you on this one either. There are several minigame style missions available post-game. These missions originally were unlocked with special conditions, but the remaster decided to just let you have everything from the get-go. This game does have insane replayability with all of its characters and play modes, even got a versus mode. Jedi Power Battles is actually really cool, and I'm ashamed that I slept on this one. There was a Game Boy Advance Game Boy Advance port. Really surprised it's not Game Boy Color. Well, let's check it out. This is very faithful, actually. You get 3 playable characters this time at start, Obi-Wan, Qui-Gon, and Mace, Darth Maul being the unlockable. Honestly, this makes a pretty decent portable Phantom Menace game. I mean that in Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith all had Game Boy games, and this is pretty much your Phantom Menace equivalent. You play through the same stages of the original. Obviously the controls have been simplified for the 2 buttons of the Game Boy, but it's very competent. Really cool Game Boy conversion, and I've definitely seen worse. The next game is Star Wars Force Commander, which very surprisingly does not have any sort of modern support. This is a real-time strategy game, kind of like Rebellion, but this time with more focus on the set narrative. A really damn interesting one too, I might add. I was concerned I wouldn't be able to get this game to run, but luckily there's a good fan base for this game. Unfortunately, the cutscenes don't seem to work very well. The menu music does go pretty hard here. We got a heavy rendition of the Imperial March. Oh, that's right, it's 2000 now. Well, let's open up the game. The main campaign has you playing as Ben Tantor, a young Imperial officer who commands troops. If you know these types of games, this should look pretty familiar to you. It actually looks really good for the time. I'm not sure if any outside work was done with this version I'm using or not. I don't think so though. The opening stage has you leading a group of sand troopers sent to Tatooine in the opening of A New Hope. It takes about 10 minutes for this guy to explain the camera controls to you as well as the basic controls. The music in this game is something else. This has got to be one of my favorite soundtracks so far. Walking the desert had me bumping.
Look, sir. Droids.
Look, a penny!
As the game progresses, it gets into the real meat, calling in pieces of your base as well as troops and walkers. You gotta be smart with your resources or you'll just be getting wasted. I definitely spent way too much time on some of these levels. As you play further in the game, it becomes more fun with the stuff you unlock, calling in TIE fighters, walkers. You start to really feel indestructible and it's so much fun. Although the game doesn't go easy on you. I was pulling some hairs on this one. The story focuses on 2 brothers in the Empire. You spend most of the game commanding the younger brother on the ground, until the younger brother learns that the Empire, well, killed their parents, or their dad. This leads to his imprisonment and Bran eventually switching sides to the rebels. It's actually rather clever how the game has you playing through the film's events while enjoying several battles between the famous moments. The game gets really interesting when you actually capture Luke Skywalker. After being asked to kill at a refugee camp, Bran refuses and is court-martialed. This leads to a pretty interesting escape mission. We are officially on the side of the rebels. The Alliance campaign has you mostly redeeming Bran's sins by going to previous maps again, but eventually it does end up on Endor leading the main gang, Luke, Leia, Han, and even C-3PO and R2. And after the film events from Return of the Jedi, we go to Coruscant to liberate it from the Empire by taking over the Imperial Palace. This game is awesome. I adored it from start to finish and put an unhealthy amount of hours into it. I really cannot believe that this game has not had any sort of modern re-release. I could imagine it doing pretty damn well. This is a gem and deserves to be checked out. After Force Commander, there are even more learning games. Jabba Math. Jabba Math. Alright, well that was an experience.
It'll take more than that to beat Boba.
The game following is quite needed after all of these educational games. Star Wars Demolition. Ah yes, 2000. I've heard about this game quite a bit, but this is my first time playing it. The game is as the title promises. You pick a character and you blow shit up. That's essentially it. That's the core of the game. Even the game developers said that they just wanted to make something that was fun. It also feels like a party game, though not as much fun playing by yourself. You could pick from characters and vehicles with a decent range of maps, and yeah, Gauntlet. You got battles, tournaments, hunt a droid. It's a fun game for sure, but that's pretty much it. Next up is Obi-Wan's Adventure for the Game Boy Color. Oh boy. This game covers Phantom Menace from Obi-Wan's perspective. So, like what, 20 minutes of the movie? It's certainly Game Boy Color. It looks decent and plays decent. You got a lightsaber, a blaster, as well as the Force, which... why does his arm look like that? Boy, look at those Game Boyified stills from the movie. The game takes less than an hour to beat. You play a couple stages on the Trade Federation ship, the swamps of Naboo, Coruscant stage again, and back to Naboo, and then Darth Maul. And all of the enemies are not threatening. You can just smack them with your saber and go through linear paths to beat the game. Yeah, it's harmless, I guess. It's not as bad as Yoda Stories by any means, but it's not really anything to write home about. It's not as good as the Game Boy port of Jedi Power Battles, but that's also because that was for Game Boy Advance. But this is a competent enough game for Game Boy Color, I think. Decent enough for some short road trips. And we have yet another Phantom Menace based game, except this one brings us back to the N64. From the same team that brought you Rogue Squadron brings you Rogue Squadron Phantom Menace Edition. I mean, Battle for Naboo. So basically, imagine Rogue Squadron on the N64, but restricted exclusively to the Phantom Menace film. Yeah, I know, I'm confused too. The game opens with the invasion of Theed. You play as this Lieutenant Sykes as he fights against the Trade Federation's occupation. This actually has us playing the opening of the game on land with these speeders and tanks, going through the streets of Theed, blasting against droid tanks and stabs. Eventually, we finally get the police version of a Naboo starfighter. Okay. Here we go, there's the real thing. The game's story mode is basically just go around, blow stuff up, and save the Naboo from the droid's invasion. That includes blowing up this thing in space, kind of annoying level, liberating prison camps, and protecting civvies. During which we save Borvo the Hutt, who is just chilling in Naboo doing his dirty side gigs, I guess. He offers some help. Wow, I bet he totally won't betray us in the end. And he killed our captain. We beat Borvo and move back onto the Trade Federation. I suppose this is an interesting perspective to get, to actually see what was going on in Naboo during all the main character stuff in the film. The film made it seem like there was a lot less rebellion actually going on. Eventually it does catch up to the end battle present in the film. This includes participating in the final space battle. Basically doing shenanigans while Anakin blows up the Trade Federation ship and takes all the credit. As is tradition with Factor 5 games, there are several bonus missions and vehicles. And this one actually introduced audio commentary for missions, which is kind of neat. One of those bonus missions includes chasing Darth Maul down the streets of Coruscant and blowing him up. Or you can actually play as Maul and a Sith infiltrator and go around killing the Naboo. I gotta be entirely honest, I didn't enjoy this one as much as the first Rogue Squadron. And it's not to say that it's a bad game, because it's not a bad game. It's a very good game, but it just feels more limited compared to everything that we got in the first Rogue Squadron. The vehicle catalog wasn't super interesting, and truthfully I'm not a huge fan of the land sections. That said, it is impressive that they were able to make a whole game off of that. Just the Naboo side of Phantom Menace. That is really damn cool that they could do that. Now the next game is, well, the same thing, Star Wars Starfighter. This game was released on the new fancy smancy PS2, being the first Star Wars game of the 6th generation of consoles. This game eventually did get released on the Xbox called the Special Edition. I think this is actually a good time to point out that LucasArts was certainly showing more love towards Microsoft in this era. While the PS2 and GameCube did have a few exclusives, Xbox had probably the best catalog of Star Wars games. Now, I didn't have an OG Xbox growing up, and I was pretty jealous of that, but luckily enough, I did get to play some of these on PC growing up. I'll detail this more as we go into specific games, but we can see it here in Starfighter 2, being the first game of the system, and already being sold as the superior version. I had played this one on PC originally myself, and this is my first time ever playing the Xbox version, which states to have bonus levels, better 2-player modes, and Xbox optimized graphics. And let's go ahead and pop this bad boy into the R2 360. And damn it. Okay. Like Battle for Naboo, this game is centered on Naboo pilots, at least in the beginning, during the Trade Federation's invasion. But it is much more fleshed out. The story follows 3 characters. The first is Reese, a fresh Naboo pilot. After his teacher is killed during an attack by the Trade Federation during a meeting with Queen Amidala, Reese is injured and left behind and found by Reddy. The story moves on to Vanna, who is helping the Trade Federation test some new weaponry, when her droid picks up a transmission about invading Naboo, which then makes her a target. During her escape, she discovers a droid factory. This information saves her from Nim, the third protagonist. This character is a pirate who isn't exactly a fan of the Trade Federation. So already we have 3 pretty different and pretty interesting characters. The main campaign alternates between all 3 of them with their own ships that have their own unique abilities. My personal favorite is Nim's. It sure packs a hell of a punch. Nim experiences some personal disdain after his friend is killed by the Trade Federation. With all 3 having a shared hatred, they team up, first destroying the droid factory, then moving on back to Naboo to help the Resistance. These missions are actually pretty interesting, ranging from blowing stuff up and protecting stuff. I suppose that's all the flight sims we've played so far, but at least the characters are fun and interesting. The CG cutscenes aren't super beautiful today, but considering the advancements in tech that we're seeing with what we've been playing beforehand, I think they're pretty impressive. They aren't overly long, but are good enough to give us that narrative, something for us to care about. The game ends in the climactic space battle at the end of Phantom Menace, where Reese faces off against the mercenary who killed his master. This is the only mission in the game that pissed me off. It starts off incredibly simple, blowing up these communication dishes and then fighting some droids. Then the boss himself shows up and he sucks. He has these tracking missiles that no matter where you go will go right in front of you and blow up. And they hurt. Not to mention all the droids trying to kill you while you're dodging. This was the only true stressful part of the game, but it was pretty satisfying when I finally beat it. The game itself is mildly stressful, but incredibly enjoyable. I'm gonna be honest, I'm surprised how much I enjoyed this game. I thought that I wasn't gonna be that into it. The bonus missions were really cool too. I don't know if enough to warrant a whole console just to get a couple extra ones, but it's nice additional replayability to it. Although I feel the main story is already pretty replayable on its own. With a decently linked story mode and bonus objectives to increase your challenge, to my surprise, a damn good game. Next up is another Phantom Menace game. Sorta. Star Wars Super Bombad Racing for the PS2. This game was actually developed by Lucas Learning and was meant to be a cute Mario Kart clone. So this is technically educational? I don't know where this one falls in the line. You got characters with these big head models. Anyone else get reminded of those old Star Wars McDonald's toys? Yeah, this is Phantom Menace Mario Kart. I don't know what to say about this one. It's playable, I guess. It's definitely not Racer. Not nearly as good as Racer, but it's also meant for a younger audience, so it does its job. The music's really fun. I'm sure there's someone out there who's made a 10-hour-long documentary about why this is the greatest Phantom Menace game ever made. I myself can't say that much about it. It has lots of modes and maps to race, and yeah, neat. Next up is Galactic Battlegrounds. I've been excitedly anticipating this one. This is another real-time strategy game like Force Commander, this time with prequels content, as well as original trilogy. And this game uses the Genie engine, famously used for the Age of Empires series. So that's basically what this is, Age of Empires Star Wars. The game has several campaigns going through the original trilogy and Phantom Menace, as well as an expansion that we'll talk about later. The base game opens with a tutorial campaign. Here, Qui-Gon berates me, as he teaches me how to run a Wookiee labor camp. Pretty peaceful, actually. The first campaign has us playing as the Trade Federation invading Naboo. Yeah, nice change of pace to actually be the bad guys this time. You go around, command some droids, and blow some stuff up. You even get to use Darth Maul to slaughter some Gungans.
Forgotten me. What is you? Some kind of devil thing?
Damn. The first stage is pretty limited to what you can do. Not that much construction or anything cool like that yet. The gameplay overall is dependent on resources, unlike Force Commander, where you can create workers to go out and get resources for your civs while you have your troops out fighting or defending. After conquering the Gungans, the next campaign lets us play the Gungan side.
Many years in the misty past, Misa ancestor Gallo was boss of a small, peaceful village called Otto Sanctuary.
Shit, I don't want to do this. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's get into the OG trilogy stuff. First, we have the Empire. Vader is pissed off about the destruction of the Death Star, and is now on a hell-bent mission for revenge. I love these horribly photoshopped images. After venting out some anger on the rebels for a few missions, we move on to the Battle of Hoth, which is technically the end of the Imperial campaign outside of some bonus missions. My favorite is the Forest Moon of Endor. This time, we're on the defense. You know what? I don't think we have enough here. I think we could use some extra firepower. How about the Death Star? Boom. And the Empire wins. Thanks for narrating, Mara Jade, I assume. Let's try out the Rebels side. So Leia's campaign kinda just feels like one of those expanded universe novels. She meets up with this old Jedi Master who's gonna pop up in the expansion. He's looking for this old Jedi artifact. And then Vader kills him. Years later, Luke and Leia team up to get the shards of that artifact, and I don't know, this campaign just didn't really grip me that much. Now you do get to play some famous moments like Hoth and Endor. The last campaign is Chewie's, where he returns home to Kashyyyk after Return of the Jedi. Oh, they actually made a level for the holiday special.
You're like family to me.
The campaign has you guiding Han and Chewie as they fight to liberate Kashyyyk from the remnants of the Empire and Todarians. As I briefly mentioned before, there was also a major expansion pack released a year later called Clone Campaigns. This adds elements from Attack of the Clones into the game, as well as 2 whole campaigns from both sides of the war. The Republic shows the early days of the war, starting on Geonosis, and then following Jedi Ichu, who is in Leia's campaign, and the Separatist side has you playing as Severance, under Dooku's command, pretty much at odds with Ichu and his fall to the dark side. The addition of the Clone Army was a huge deal, even more so than the story modes added in. It was a new concept at the canon at this point. We knew what the Clone Wars was from a single line in A New Hope, but now we have something tangible to latch onto. Outside of the main story, you have several play modes that will give you hours of gameplay. I would especially be interested in multiplayer, but setting this up is a bitch and a half. I don't necessarily know if I like this game as much as Force Commander, which is weird considering how much I was looking forward to this one. And it's not a bad game by any means, don't get me wrong. It's a really damn good one, especially for people who like these types of Civ, Age of Empire type games. These would be right up your alley. I definitely dumped a lot of hours into this myself, but even more so, playing these games really got me excited to play Empire at War. But we've got a little bit of time before that one. Alright, it's finally time. One of my favorite video games ever made, not just Star Wars games, my favorite video games ever made. Star Wars Rogue Squadron II Rogue Leader for the GameCube. I have deeply personal connections with this game, not to force a nostalgia trip after a particular storm in the Gulf Coast destroyed my home and town. During the reconstruction, there wasn't much to do and living conditions weren't incredible. I still don't know how to this day my parents were able to get me a GameCube, and I had 3 games for it. Lego Star Wars, Mario Party 7, and this one. The amount of hours I poured into this game during that time. This game means a lot to me. I am very excited to revisit it because truthfully, I haven't played this game in a couple of years. The game was essentially a launch title for the GameCube, and really meant to showcase the gaming power that it had. And what a showcase it was. Compared to Factor 5's previous games, the graphics are just... I still think it looks phenomenal to this day. And the gameplay is smooth as butter. Especially with the GameCube controller. Yeah, we're playing this one on the official hardware. It opens with a training level on Tatooine. It's pretty neat. Mostly just flying around, looking for references, getting a handle of the controls. The real opening of the game is the Death Star attack. Once you enter the level, you can walk around the hangar and look at all the relevant crafts, which is really cool. The opening level of the Death Star run is still, I think, the definitive video game experience for it. And we played this several times now through different games. But this one, this is just it. I still remember this level like the back of my hand. And getting that gold is still a pain in the ass. Ooh. On its own, it's not a very difficult level, but it does start the game pretty damn strong. Afterwards, the story has us escorting the rebels to a new safe haven. This introduces the vehicle switch mechanic in game. This was incorporated from Battle of Naboo as well. And then we get the Battle of Hoth as the third level, another amazing recreation. From playing as the speeders, blowing up AT-STs and wrapping the legs around the AT-ATs, having to protect all of the escaping transports off the planet. The rest of the game from this point is mostly from Wedge's perspective, pulling off several different missions against the Empire. Using a Y-Wing as a bomber to save rebels from an Imperial prison, attacking a whole Star Destroyer, which I was very fond of this level personally. And then after knocking out the Star Destroyer, you have to go to land to help the rebels enter the Crash Destroyer. There's a mission where you infiltrate an Imperial base stealthily, and a mission on Bespin protecting tanks, so yeah, I'm starting to see similarities here from the first game. If you recall, many of the missions from the first game were very similar to these. They're kind of like soft remakes, really. Some new additions include the finale of the game, a 2-part attack on the second Death Star. From the opening space battle, that's a lot of ships. In the final run, playing as Wedge protecting Lando, then finally blowing up the big bastard again. Then we get to see the special edition ending sequence with additional planets added. As is tradition, there's also bonus missions. You unlock these by earning gold medals. This time, it works in a point system where you can pick the bonus missions you want to unlock. First is from A New Hope, where the gang is escaping the Death Star, and you gotta mow down some TIE fighters. There's another with the Falcon flying through the asteroid field like the famous sequence from Empire Strikes Back. And then the real fun ones. We get to play as Vader himself. This cape looks a little rough though. Play Vader's perspective on the Death Star run. This is pretty diabolical. You can kill off the rebels and prevent their attack on the Death Star. I love it so much. It's so much fun to be the bad guys in these games. The next mission has you killing the rebels on Yavin. Talk about brutal. Outside of that, there's several great ships to choose from. The Falcon, the Slave One, the convertibles. This game proves to hold up today and still to be one of the best Star Wars games ever made. I can't really say the same for the next. Star Wars Obi-Wan for Xbox. I've heard not great things about this one, which also makes me interested in it. Now after all these years, I can finally try it out. God damn it. Turns out this game is actually a nightmare to emulate. When I did eventually get the game to work, it lags like crazy, so that really put a damper on my experience for this one. Star Wars Obi-Wan is kind of like an advanced version of that Game Boy game we played, Obi-Wan Adventures, except significantly better and more fleshed out. The title opens with Obi-Wan right before Phantom Menace, going after this gang for the Jedi Council. As I was playing the game, I was concerned as to why none of these buttons attacked. Then I learned that in order to use your lightsaber, you have to use the right analog stick. Now I was quite taken aback by this at first, but you know what? It actually kind of started to get fun for me. It grew on me, it really did. You can intermingle the Force with combos, reflect, block, parry, throw the damn thing. Look at it go! It's definitely not great, but it's functioning. The opening of the story has us going after this criminal gang, which ends up leading to a more threatening one. I do like the concept of this game, and I was actually thinking about that when I was reading the Phantom Menace novel. I really do want to see more stuff with Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan. Making a game of Phantom Menace just from Obi-Wan's perspective isn't the strongest idea to work with unless you add some extra layers to it, like this. The quest sends Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan to go save Plo Koon and Eth Koth, fighting against Jinha, who are using these special ores to build weapons strong enough to go up against lightsabers. Then these ores will come up again and again and again in later games. After many levels, we finally beat these guys and escape. It's cool to see characters like Plo Koon being involved, since they haven't really been utilized in the canon yet. After certain stages, you'll get these duel sections where you face off against different Jedi Masters. Unfortunately, really showcases how bland lightsaber dueling is in this game. Now, Chapter 3 of the story has us on the Trade Federation ship from the opening of Phantom Menace. It's a pretty wild step up from this. You basically follow Qui-Gon for several stages until finally stowing yourself into one of the landing craft to Naboo. The game skips all of the Jar Jar and Gungan stuff, going straight to Naboo in search for the Queen. Now after saving the Queen, the story shifts to Qui-Gon and his adventures on Tatooine. So, what does Obi-Wan do here? Because we don't get to play Qui-Gon in this game has the Queen's double being kidnapped by Tusken Raiders. So Obi-Wan has to go infiltrate an entire Tusken village and then duel with their chief. Ugh. He must have been covered in grease or something, because you get lit on fire pretty damn easy over here.
I have defeated your war chief. Allow me to return to my ship safely with the Queen.
Okay. Afterwards, we return to Naboo for the attack against the Trade Federation, ending up on, yep, Darth Maul. Oh, it just goes right to here. Alright. Yikes! So, Obi-Wan is not a great game, but I didn't think it was that bad as I've always heard it being. I actually found some of it to be rather enjoyable. My experience is pretty ruined by the awful lag though. Playing it on the actual hardware is the best way to experience this game. The combat was pretty simple even with the additional weapons you can pick up, and it can get pretty boring fast. Missions can be tedious, and it might have been a stage or two too long. Platforming and the camera aren't ideal. It's got a lot of flaws, it really does, but it's far from being the worst game we've played so far. Next up is our last sorta Phantom Menace based game, Star Wars Racer Revenge. That's right, Racer got a sequel. I've never played this one before, so I'm excited to check it out. The title Revenge refers to Sebulba, who is pretty scorned about losing to Anakin. It takes place 8 years later as the two reunite for more competition. Anakin now older and a Jedi Padawan. I remember a series of books from my youth that covered Anakin's Padawan training between Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, and one of those had him pod racing again. I'm not sure if that had any influence on this, and I cannot for the life of me remember the names of those books. This game is very similar to the first Racer. You've got quite an assortment of characters to choose from, many from the first game as well as plenty of new ones. And there's a lot of new stages available and new planets, which can be explored in the 4 tournaments available in the game. The controls and graphics obviously have been changed up a bit here, but the core is still there. You got your boost and temperature gauges to worry about, 3-lap races. The big difference here is that the game encourages you to knock out your opponents. You can actually crash out their racers. I didn't focus on this too much, but it is a pretty fun addition. That said, you only get 1 life this time on these races. Unlike the previous game, Watto's shop has also been greatly simplified. Here you can upgrade based on these sliders instead of going to the shop and picking out parts. Another fun addition is the added race commentary. Tom Kane making announcements during your race is pretty cool. I gotta say though, for a game based on Sebulba's revenge, it's kinda interesting how he's the final unlockable. You'd think he'd be the protag this time around. I will say a complaint I do have for this game is that it is far more simplified than the first one. While the changes for crashing out opponents is neat, the races themselves are a lot more simple. The stages aren't that intense, and you can't even really tilt your pod for any cool moves or obstacles. It's really a shame actually, it's very linear compared to the previous. This era had a lot of really cool racing games, and I think this one just doesn't stand out too much compared to those. It also only took a little over an hour to beat all of the main tournaments. Anakin meeting Jabba like this is very bizarre. Well, outside of the tournament, there are battle modes and different racers to use for replayability, but I don't know, this one just didn't feel as rewarding to play as the first. And again, it's not a bad game, it's still a very fun racer, it just doesn't stand out as much as the first one to me. Now, before moving on to all of the Attack of the Clones games in 2002, we've got one title in between, the continuation of a series from the Classics era, Star Wars Jedi Knight 2 Jedi Outcast, from the Dark Forces series, for the Xbox, PC, and GameCube. I actually had this one on GameCube growing up, but didn't play it too much. I'm excited to finally sit down and play this one all the way through, especially after finally playing the first 2 Dark Forces. We will be looking at the PC version. The game opens 2 years after the previous. Kyle has given up the ways of the Force and chosen to continue his life as a mercenary, now in a relationship with Jan under the recruitment of Mon Mothma and the New Republic. This leads the duo to investigate an Imperial secret base where they learn of some experiments trying to contain the powers of the Force. The gameplay is a much more advanced take of the first game, and I did use some mods to put the game in widescreen, but what you're seeing here are the native textures. It's still a very beautiful game. I love the movement animation of the characters, and it makes mowing down stormtroopers feel more realistic. The aiming is kinda doo-doo though, but I feel like that's intentional. And I love all the little dialogues you can hear when you're sneaking around.
My last day on this ship. Oh yeah, where you moving? Sector 7 had an opening, so I applied. Not bad. Should be a quiet last day.
You could choose to be stealthy, or you could play like me and just go crazy. The maps in this game are huge though. It took an hour for me just to clear both stages of this level. All the doors and the hallways, it's immensely impressive. Damn, why they got them cheeked up like that? Their next mission leads them to this Imperial mining colony where the duo liberate all the prisoners, during which they run into 2 Sith.
Ah, Sith spit.
I really did not read that as Sith spit. Alright, Blaster vs. Saber. Yeah, this should go good. That's a little excessive, bud.
Kyle!
Dad!
Oh, hell no. I'm about to go to the dark side right now. Kyle's anger at Jan's death causes him to seek out Force powers. After a talk with the Force ghost of his dad, he goes to get some help from a familiar face, first time seen in this series. I really appreciate the tension between Kyle and Luke. It really makes me wonder more about their history. So Kyle needs his lightsaber, but Luke wants to see if Kyle is worthy to still wield it. Meaning we've got to do a level that teaches us how to use the Force powers in this game. We can see Luke's new Academy of Jedi learners. A new generation of Jedi. This is the stuff I want to see. This is so cool. Where's Mara though? We learn from Luke that this Dasan guy was once a student who turned evil. Well, he grew up being treated poorly for his Force abilities, so he always kind of had that brewing in him. After getting our lightsaber, the gameplay is already miles ahead of the previous game. We go to Nar Shaddaa to track down this guy who sold Dasan his ship. And yes, I have the realistic lightsaber effects turned on. Oh, this is why you play the game on PC. I don't actually know if you can turn this on the console version. I don't think so, but this is crazy right here. After all these years, we finally have a lightsaber that feels like a lightsaber. We don't quite get the information we need, but we do run into another familiar face, Lando, and he's actually voiced by Billy D. Williams. We save Lando and then move to Bespin. While on Bespin, we face off against our first lightsaber-wielding opponents. It seems realistic lightsaber makes these fights, well, realistic. Eventually, we face off against Dasan's apprentice, who informs us that Jan is still alive. Thank God. Fighting this boss was a mixed bag because at random points, I would just lose limbs. But on one reset, I killed her in 2 hits, so it seems a little inconsistent. Cutscene-wise, Kyle spares her, and Luke and Kyle team up to go against Dasan's asteroid base, where they discover that Dasan is building his own Jedi fighting army. Luke faces off against Dasan and gets separated from Kyle, now stuck in Dasan's ship, the Doom Giver. Aboard the Doom Giver, Kyle calls Rogue Squadron for help and warns them of Dasan's plan to attack the Jedi Academy. While we also save Jan. No. Before escaping, Kyle wants to lower the shield so Rogue Squadron can blow up the ship, during which we encounter not Thrawn, just some Imperial asshole Iron Man who wants to be the next Emperor. Yeah, right, jackass. Now back to Yavin 4. The final stage of the game has us traveling through Yavin to the final boss with Dasan, which isn't very difficult at all. The game ends with Luke and Kyle on good terms, and Kyle hinting at the possibility of being a Jedi. Jedi Outcast is regarded as one of the best Star Wars games ever made, and I totally get it. The game was incredible. I still think Dark Forces 2 had a bit more of an investing story. I didn't care much about the villains in this one, but I did care more for Kyle and his journey. His determination to save Jan and being this morally gray Jedi is just really interesting. Getting to fight with Luke and Lando. This game really is a dream for Star Wars nerds. The gameplay is the best it's ever been for the series, and some of the best lightsaber gameplay we've ever seen in the franchise. I cannot believe this game came out in 2002 because it's so next level. But then again, 2002 was a really good year for gaming. If you haven't already, you've got to try this one out. It also had a multiplayer mode, which looks pretty cool, and there's loads of mods to keep this game alive with its own community. Alright, time for the Attack of the Clones games. Interestingly enough, generally considered to be the worst of the prequel trilogy, had some of the coolest games. First up is Star Wars Jedi Starfighter. This game is a sequel to Starfighter. It serves as an opening chapter to the film, with its focus being the film's new fancy ship, the Jedi Starfighters, the Delta 7s.
Ah, Count Dooku.
Count Dooku? What? This is the game's villain, Toth, a Trade Federation cooperative working with Dooku, experimenting some new weapon, whatever. We play as Adi, a wild choice, but I greatly respect it. Windu tasks Adi with meeting with Nim from the previous title. Doing so has us meeting with Reddy, also from the previous title, first to find Nim. The gameplay here is very, very similar to the first, but we are using a cooler craft this time. I don't care, I said it. The Delta 7s are way cooler than the Naboo Starfighters. And there are quite a bit of additions. We have these sort of holograms of the characters speaking, facing us. And there's also more use for the D-pad now that the ships have multiple secondary weapons. The Starfighter, for example, has Force abilities. Force Field, Force Lightning, slowing down time. Nim isn't so keen on working with a Jedi, so Adi has to prove herself by assisting the Resistance against the Trade Federation. This makes for a good chunk of the missions. Lots of similar structures to the previous games. Blow up enemies and protect allies. Now, what's really interesting is that Act 3 moves us to Geonosis. The game is now interweaving the main conflict onto the first battle of the Clone Wars, having us protect Yoda's cruiser and some gunships on the surface, getting a good look at all the new toys for the CIS. Afterwards, the game concludes with Adi facing off against Toth and his fleet, eventually ending on a 1v1 like the previous game's boss, significantly easier. I don't really have much to say about this one. If you liked the first Starfighter, I'm sure you'd probably like this one too. I did. It has a decent story and not too much has changed. The cinematics do look better. And there's a lot of nice additions, so you can't just call it a clone of the previous game. There's loads of fun bonus stuff like these little animations, lots of extra levels. It's a cool game and worth checking out if you want some extra lore prior to Attack of the Clones. Our next game is the only Attack of the Clones movie-based game for the Game Boy Advance. That's right, this one did not get a full-scale console game. I guess I can kinda understand why. It's still very fascinating though. I actually did have this game growing up. This game is somewhat impressive. I think it's a good reminder of how powerful the Game Boy Advance really was. The general gameplay is simple. A side-scroller where you whack enemies with your lightsaber. Combos are done by what direction you're holding on the D-pad. Now the second stage has a vehicle section, which again may not look super great to you, pretty impressive for the time, given the hardware. Kinda reminds me of the Spider-Man swinging sections from the 2002 game. The story is actually told to us through cutscene slideshows with images from the films. Better quality than we've seen before. Next we play as Obi-Wan on Commando, and yes, the characters play the same. I can't complain too much, it's Game Boy, you know? This turns into a space section reminiscent of those classic NES and SNES games with a simple POV shooter approach. And yes, in case you're wondering, you do get to slaughter the Tusken Raiders. Geonosis is where things get kind of annoying. You've got rocks falling on you and platforming. You do get to play as Windu in the arena, and I love how nonchalant the boss with Jango is. The final stages have you going after Dooku. The final boss is in 2 stages. You fight Dooku once as Obi-Wan, then again as Anakin. And that's it. Game over. It's competent enough. It's not the best Game Boy game or the best Game Boy Star Wars game, but it passes the time. The levels do feel a bit too long at times, especially with the repetitive gameplay, but it looks nice and it sounds nice. It's just kind of bizarre. This is the only real Attack of the Clones game out there. That said, the next game does continue the film, and I am very nostalgic for this one, and I know a lot of people are too. Star Wars: The Clone Wars. I remember fondly playing this game on the GameCube. I'm sure many of you remember the Tetris combo pack with Xbox. It was actually harder for me to find a solo copy of the game without the Tetris combo. That said, we'll be playing the PS5 re-release, which is mostly just a port. This is essentially a vehicle-based game with some on-foot sections. It opens on Geonosis, kind of feels like a companion to Jedi Starfighter actually. We play as Mace alongside Luminara, making our way to the arena where Anakin, Padme, and Obi-Wan are being held captive. It's cool to see the infiltration process from the Republic's perspective. And we're also in a tank. Welcome basically to the whole game. I've said before, I'm personally not a huge fan of these types of vehicle games, but Clone Wars I think is actually a lot of fun. You steer vehicles that auto-lock into nearby enemies, each vehicle with its own special missiles or secondary weapons. The first stage is mostly to familiarize yourself with the vehicle controls, destroying these cannons so that the clone and Jedi forces can land. The last one requires Mace to go on foot. The on-foot controls aren't super great. You can swing your lightsaber or throw it, which I'm sure most of you will be doing. It is immensely fun knocking down the enemies with a saber throw. The second stage familiarizes us with protecting allies, as we must protect this convoy from the Droid Army. All these stages have these bonus conditions as well, like the Starfighter games. which will unlock neat little bonus features. After movie events, we get some gunship gameplay which has cool secondary firing all these lasers at targeted enemies. After clearing the Separatist core ships, the story progresses a couple weeks into the war. Anakin and Obi-Wan have to help Republic forces escape from Renvar. I think this is our first time seeing the planet, which has been taken over by the Separatists. Afterwards, the Jedi sense something odd happening at Rexus Prime, and as usual, send Anakin and Obi-Wan to investigate. This mission reminds me of the Tatooine stage in Shadow of the Empire. It's technically a race, but really you're just supposed to knock out all the enemies. While the missions were going successfully, Obi-Wan senses that things were a bit too easy. And then Dooku shows up, which triggers Anakin.
Count Dooku. He's here.
Anakin, wait!
Obi-Wan destroys this big-ass thing, but Anakin has been taken by Dooku. During Anakin's imprisonment, he befriends Great Bera, who he works with to liberate Wookiees, and learns about this ancient Sith weapon. We spend some missions on these things, and finally the Republic shows up, informing the Council of the weapon, which is actually used to gather energy for an even greater weapon. The Council makes the executive decision to go make Obi-Wan and Anakin fix it. Returning to Renvar, Anakin speaks with the spirit of this Jedi who was really popular in comics and outside lore. It must have been really cool for fans of him to see him finally have a voice here. Final set of missions have the Republic leading a large barrage against the Dark Reaper on this planet called Thule. Anakin, as always, rushes in and faces the final boss with the weapon on his own. You know, as a kid, I always loved to pop in the old Clone Wars DVD after finishing this game. It felt like a cool lead-in. I don't know if anyone else ever did that. Anyway, yeah, this game holds up greatly. I appreciate this game for establishing more with the lore, the mythos, connecting to the comics and all this outside stuff. Hearing about the Sith War had me reeling as a kid. And this was our first major scale game with the Clone Wars, not counting the expansion for Galactic Battlegrounds. So that's really damn cool. The game, even more than its story, had great multiplayer features, online and split screen. Loads of game modes to go through. So much fun. It's still so much fun today. Now the next one is a game that I'm nostalgic for, even though I have not played it very much prior to this. Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Interestingly, one of the few Star Wars games that didn't come out on Xbox. I also remember playing this one a little bit on GameCube, but not really enough to say that I played it. The game released at the end of 2002, being a prequel to Attack of the Clones. But unlike Jedi Starfighter, this one is set 10 years before the film, giving us some insight on Jango Fett and how he got involved with Dooku and the Clone Army. I've really been wanting to play this one for a while, especially since the remaster came out. And say what you will, but these remasters have been really damn clean lately. I don't think I've come across a bad one yet. The cutscenes in this game are incredible, and this was due to a huge collaborative effort with 3 different studios. This really enhances the narrative experience of this game. The story opens with Sidious telling Dooku that they need to take care of this gang or cult called the Bando Gora, which is being led by a Sith apprentice. He also mentions that they still need a host for their clones. We switch to Jango doing what he does best, bounty hunting, alongside his informant Roz, played by Lucille Bliss, best known for being the original Smurfette, opening up on this arena fighting that thing. The opening mission showcases many of his gadgets, torches for opening up gates, scanner for finding optional bounties, and rope for capturing them, all references to the film too. Finding these bounties are what's going to take up most of your time, by the way. Pretty much all I have left to do to get plat is to find the rest of them. Primarily, Jango is hunting this guy called Miko. During this whole process, we get to see stuff like how Jango got his jetpack that conveniently matches his armor. After going through all this and finishing the job, Dooku hires Jango and this guy, who got a whole cutscene so you know he's a big deal, voiced by Clancy Brown, to find the leader of the Bando for 5 million credits. Now to find this leader, he must first get some information from a death stick seller. Who would have thought that this meme from the movie would have turned into a whole plot point for this damn game? I really enjoyed Chapter 2 just for getting a better look at the underground Coruscant. This has always been something that fascinates me. After a battle with this guy, a very easy battle I might add, we chase after a senator in his high-rise apartment. Is now really the time to be dancing?
Release him, now!
As you wish.
No, please!
God, I love Star Wars. The next chapter leads Jango to a prison infiltration. The story gets really interesting when Jango runs into Zam. Getting to see their first encounter is a really cool narrative point too. You're telling me Zam was also a character? That's crazy. And this is how he gets the Slave One? This game's cool. Jango decides to keep Zam around for his plans as they travel to Malastare. Montross shows up again, making references to Mandalorian lore that you have to read comic books to learn more about. And then this boss fight. Would you believe me if I told you we're going back to Tatooine? We shoot up the streets like an average Wednesday in Mos Espa, finding a bounty to get info from Jabba, who leads to another hut. Zam gets captured and sells out Jango, causing him to fight this thing. Afterwards, he leaves Zam in a timeout, and Montross tortures Roz. Roz dies in a rather heart-wrenching moment. Now it's time to clear things up on Kolma. Finally time to end things with Montross. Oh cool, there's actually a cutscene if you lose. Things don't go well for Jango after winning though, because Vossa captures him. Weirdly enough, Zam is here. Yeah, sure. Oh, those look familiar. The final boss is... well, it happened. Afterwards, Dooku kills Zam and offers Jango a special job at Kamino. Now, you see, this is a good game. It's fun, well made, but its narrative serves a stronger purpose, to expand on a character for an overall larger story point. I frankly just did not give a damn about Jango Fett before this game, but I really grew to like the character, since I actually got to learn a little bit about him, and to see him with all that fun Star Wars wit.
That'll be a sour batch.
I doubt this game could be considered canon, but it's fun to pretend. It's actually a rather lengthy story mode, but since there aren't really any other play modes, it's good to have a long story. I still got some trophies I need to get after the fact, so I'll definitely be returning to this game later. But for now, we gotta move on. Our last Attack of the Clones game, New Droid Army for the GBA. This game takes place just a little bit after the film, so I guess in between the previous Clone Wars game. The Council receives a strange distress call, and decide to send Anakin to Tatooine to check it out. Yeah, I'm sure he'll love that. That is his favorite planet after all. This game actually has cutscenes, and it's pretty impressive. More so than the previous Game Boy game. Damn, we even got maps on here? This one is isometric, unlike the side-scroller. It's more so akin to the GBA port for Jedi Power Battles. You got your lightsaber attacks, which use up energy that I assume is the Force, as well as Force abilities, such as speed or push. Anakin fights Womp Rats, Tusken Raiders, running into some familiar faces. He learns that the Republic's contact has been taken by Jabba, leading us to fight Aura Singh? I mean, how you doing? Yeah, that's the chosen one right there. Anakin ends up conveniently in prison with the contact, rescuing her and Jabba's prisoners. Then ends up facing yet another female dual-wielding Sith apprentice. Dooku sure has a type. Obi-Wan informs Anakin that Coruscant is under attack? A little early for that, isn't it? Underground, Anakin runs into Queen Offie herself. Crawling through the streets of Coruscant, we run into good old Dexter also. We head back to the Jedi Temple and run into Dooku. What a haunting stare. The game ultimately ends on this droid factory, and after some bosses, we fight Dooku himself and kill him. Anakin kills Dooku in this game. They later write this off as being a fake Dooku, but no. In this game, Anakin, they had Dooku be killed by Anakin. That is crazy work. Screw it, why not just have Anakin become a master at the end of the game? I don't know what this game was thinking, and frankly, I didn't like this one too much. I know this game does have its fan base. I found the levels getting pretty tiresome, the combat really clunky and inconsistent, and overall it was more of a tedious experience than a fun one for me. But I can respect the game for what it is. There's a lot of neat things here in its presentation. Well, now that we've finished 2002, it's time to open 2003 with one of the best Star Wars games ever made, Knights of the Old Republic. Oh boy, my heart skipped a beat. This is a big one, the big one. Many consider this to be one of the greatest games ever made. Not just Star Wars, but one of the greatest RPGs ever. Knights of the Old Republic, or KOTOR for short, is the first major Star Wars RPG, set nearly 4,000 years before A New Hope, which already has my interest. I love learning more about the history of the Jedi and the Sith Wars. Honestly, that's way more interesting to me than anything post-Death Star 2. And I haven't played this one much at all, but I did play a little bit of 2 back in the day. This was originally released on Xbox and PC. It has since been remastered for the Switch, although I haven't played it, as I've heard mixed receptions on the remaster. We'll be playing the PC version with some mods to help support it better on modern systems. After all that craziness of setting that up, we get to a character creation scene, and it's pretty limited, but I can't complain too much for the time and what the narrative ends up being. You can pick a class. I chose smugglers because they're pretty cool. And a portrait. Let's pick a name. A hardcore Star Wars name. Something really cool. That'll work. The game opens on the ship being attacked by the Sith. The protagonist is woken up by this guy telling us we gotta go save Bastilla, which is one of the only characters I actually know about this game. We get some gameplay, mechanic introductions, and the combat. It's basically a pretty simple turn-based combat. Interesting to see the Sith using these swords. Got a kind of a medieval feel going on with this armor here. Now Bastilla escapes on a pod, and we link up with Karth and escape to Teras. Let me just go ahead and say it here. This is a huge game. Humongous. The biggest game we played so far on this list, especially in its lore, and I'm sure a lot of you are already familiar with it by this point. It's a very popular title, a very popular game, so this is going to be abridged greatly. The length of this video would be tripled if I detailed every single side mission and scavenging part of this game, so I implore your understanding in this. Seriously, this game is huge. But then again, these are the same developers of the original Baldur's Gate and Mass Effect, so, you know, that actually checks out a lot. So Karth and I spend our time talking to people, doing side quests, and trying to find Bastilla. This is a very, very long introduction planet. I like this one where we go to this party, and everyone's dead. We buy a droid, and it's dead. We watch some dancing Twi'leks, and eventually we meet up with these two, Mission and our Wookiee buddy Zalbar. They end up joining our crusade after Zalbar states he owes us a life debt. Taking advantage of a turf war, we learn Bastilla is being used as a prize for these races. So our hero decides to save her by winning her. It's a pretty simple section. You just hit these boosts until you reach the end. Finally, we got a Jedi on our team. Bastilla suspects that the protag may be force sensitive, but assures us that we'll deal with that later. First, we have to escape the planet by stealing a ship from some mobster guy. During this time, the big bad of the game is introduced, Darth Malak. And what better way to introduce a villain by having them destroy an entire city? All in all, the opening planet took me about 4 hours. We get a fun little turret section here in space, and then we're on Dantooine. I remember when Leia mentioned that planet that one time. Apparently there's a side Jedi Council here who gives our protag a little training montage. We go through some trials and build our own lightsaber. All the while, the Jedi Masters... man, there's a Yoda for every generation, huh? They play hella matchmaker with Bastilla and the protag, setting them up together for this whole journey. Investigating some ruins, they find a star map, which opens the main plot of the game. We have to find the rest of these pieces of the map so that we can find out what Malak's ultimate evil Sith plan is. So we have to travel to several different planets, some of those familiar to us, like Tatooine. We can never escape this damn planet. Here we meet Bastilla's mom and help them out in their little family drama, also increasing our own bond with her, which eventually turns very romantic. As usual for Tatooine, we gotta slaughter some Tusken Raiders to ultimately achieve our goal. The next stop is the Wookiee planet Kashyyyk, or Kashyyyk as it's pronounced in some of these early games. Even 4,000 years later, they're still subject to slavery. Poor guys. As you would expect, this brings in some drama with our own Wookiee friend, whose brother portrayed his family to fall in with slavers. It should be noted by this point that I am doing a light side playthrough, so I choose to save their father and help bring an end to this treachery. And the Wookiees have their own little rebellion. I found the star map with the help of this old grumpy Jedi hermit, and then I rizzed up Bastilla afterwards, I think. It's kind of blacked out on me. What's going on here? Next is this aquatic planet where we have to play Fish Law and Order? I'm about 11 hours into the game, by the way. After getting the fourth map, Malak's Leviathan picks us up. And here we actually face off against the Darth, who informs us that we are actually the big Sith Lord Revan. Turns out the Jedi reprogrammed our mind after we were defeated in the prologue. That is a wild twist right there. Bastilla sacrifices herself so we can survive. I assume since this is a light side playthrough, everyone is keen on sticking with us, even after learning about our identity. The last planet we go to holds the Sith Academy, right into the heart of the enemy. Looks quite imperial, doesn't it? We have to do several tasks here to earn the respect of the headmaster, whose own apprentice wants to kill him, and take over the academy because, you know, Sith. Eventually we find the last star map and fight against the headmaster and the apprentice. After completing the map, we make our way to the finale. But first, our ship is shot down on this planet, where there's more fish people drama. While here, we run into Bastilla, who has been turned to the dark side, making some really Really tempting offers, but this is a light side playthrough, so we can't cave. Basilla runs off and we go to the Starforge. It's a pretty linear finale. You mostly just have to fight a lot of enemies. We also get to turn Basilla back to the light side using the power of love. Cue Huey Lewis. And then we face off against Malik, or Malik, where I used all the grenades I had been saving from my playthrough to blow his ass up. And there we get the light side ending. About 20 hours in my first playthrough. This is undoubtedly the longest Star Wars game we've played. But it is an RPG, and a damn good one. And I can understand why this is considered one of the best Star Wars games ever made. I loved it from start to finish. I got a little obsessed with it and its lore. But on the other hand, I can also see why it might be a little irritable for some. The turn-based combat is good, but not the best, and it is a lot of running around back and forth with little to no fast travel. And don't get me wrong here, after all, I'm the guy who 100% the original Witcher twice. I have little issue with this. My only problem was that I was marathoning several games, and trying to speedrun this one is not the optimal way to enjoy it. And there are several more playthroughs for me to explore coming back to this, different endings per your foresight affiliation, your gender, romantic options. There's still a lot to explore here. And like I said, I haven't played the Switch version, which is the most modern way to play the game, but I do think there's still merit on owning this on PC. It takes a little bit of modding to get it to work proper, but yeah, KOTOR is one of the top dogs for sure, and I cannot wait for the sequel. Next up is the last of the Dark Forces series, Jedi Academy. This was originally going to be Jedi Knight 3 with the conclusion of Kyle's story, but was actually scrapped for a more kinda RPG approach. Here you play a new character, Jaden, with whose appearance you can determine. So Jaden is a student of the Jedi Academy, which just so happens to be attacked on their arrival day.
Ever wonder if your master is holding you back?
I can already tell this guy's gonna be a problem. Jaden proves himself to be pretty capable, and yes, this game also has realistic lightsaber effects. We are placed under the tutelage of Kyle Katarn. The game controls very similar to previous titles with some refinements in the combat, and the visuals are a lot nicer this go around with the new engine. The story structure, however, is very different in this game. There is a main narrative focused on the Sith cult led by Tavion from the previous game. They're trying to resurrect or steal the power of this ancient Sith guy, whatever. Jaden is sent on several different missions revolving around the cult. Not too many film characters in this one, but we do see Chewie. After completing enough missions, you get to go back to the main narrative. Oh hell yeah, Tauntaun gameplay. After dueling Great Alile, Luke promotes us, and we get to change up our lightsaber. This is when the game gets really fun. Me personally, I like dual wielding. Oh yeah. Just like before, we have 5 more missions to do before returning to the main narrative. I really like this stage traveling Darth Vader's castle. That was really freaking cool. Our buddy here unfortunately gets seduced by the dark side. That's a problem we'll fix later. First, we gotta fight Boba Fett? Alright. The final act has us choosing if we want to be on the light side or the dark side. Although it feels kind of forced to push our protag's anger. The canon light side ending has you beating Great Alile, and our buddy losing his arm. Better than his life. And then we fight an army of Sith at the Sith Temple before the final boss, which isn't really difficult given the realistic lightsaber combat. And we save the galaxy, I guess. The story in this one is not nearly as investing as Jedi Outcast, and I think the separation from Kyle kinda hurts it in the story department. I mean, Jan isn't even in this one. And where's Mara at? It is cool to have your own character, even if it's not really an RPG like KOTOR. The gameplay, however, is much better this go around, and it is so much fun swinging your lightsaber around. I can definitely understand why this one would be a favorite for many, especially in the gameplay department. I personally lean more towards Jedi Outcast. But I think the real highlight here is that all the games of this series are awesome, and that's a rarity. It really is. I've enjoyed the entirety of Dark Forces. I hope 2 can get some kind of remaster so that the entire collection is available to people no matter what system they play. It'd be great if everyone could experience these games in their entirety. Now, our last console game of 2003 is also the last, a lot of those this year, huh? Of the Rogue Squadron trilogy. Well, quad if we count Battle for Naboo. Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike. This one I haven't played as much, and I didn't own it back in the day, but I do remember the cover quite vividly, and I used to rent it quite a bit. given how much I loved 2 growing up, I'm not quite sure why 3 never ended up in my collection. Factor 5 had returned to give us one last go at playing Luke and Wedge in their space military battles. Now in the tutorial mission here, you will immediately notice a major difference. We are on foot now. We have on foot, land vehicles, and air gameplay. I gotta say, it's pretty cool traveling Luke's old home. This one opens up right after blowing up the Death Star. Now we gotta help the rebels escape Yavin from the Empire, which is truthfully something I was always curious to see, so it's pretty cool to play that. I can't imagine the Empire would take their major space station blowing up without being really PO'd. The previous game let us play Vader's perspective in a very aggressive manner. As you can see, this game isn't very different from the previous, both visually and in gameplay. It's pretty much the same, but they did only throw this one out just a year later. The biggest difference is these on-foot sections. And the fixed camera approach was certainly a choice. Well, I was not expecting that. After the opening mission, the game splits into 2 campaigns, one for Luke and one for Wedge. I will say that these missions feel more intricate with the land sections added on. This game sure does utilize more movie footage. Okay, yeah, this is cool. This is fun. They crammed a lot into this GameCube disc. They even put Luke's Dagobah training in here, on a flight simulator game. What the hell's going on? Platforming? What the hell? Oh, this sucks. This sucks so much. What? Mission failed? What? That's what's supposed to happen in the movie! What do you mean? I literally did it! Turns out, I was pressing the button too fast. Anyway, Luke's campaign ends here on the Sarlacc pit. Yeah, because they needed to include Leia in the bikini in-game, I guess. Thank you. The last 2 missions of Luke's campaign were platformers, and also took less than an hour to beat. You know what? Let's just see if we can get gold. Huh. Second try. Let's play Wedge now. Geonosis? Wow, Attack of the Clones mentioned. Okay, I never thought I'd be playing Wedge fighting against battle droids. Or a gunship. You know, funny enough, this is the most prequels content we've seen in 2003 so far. Okay, that's awesome. The music stops for the sonic blast. That is so cool. There's a lot of really cool level designs in Wedge's campaign. Please, 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 please. Oh. After completing Wedge's campaign, there's 2 additional finale levels, both Moon of Endor based. The first is the famous speeder chase scene. This made my ass itch. The final mission has us playing as Chewie on the AT-ST. Then it switches to Han on foot to plant the charges. Oh yeah, this guy got mad because he wasn't getting enough attention, so he turned to the Empire, I guess. There are a lot of extra goodies in this title. Of course, you've got the bonus missions, such as the Death Star escape, with more movie clips if you needed them. It's a pretty neat level. You get to explore the Death Star on foot. It's a cute scene recreation, I guess. Pretty lengthy for a bonus mission too. I personally like the one where you play the A-Wing pilot going against Vader's ship. I tried to be lore accurate here. Outside of bonus missions, the new big thing here is multiplayer. Yeah, there are several different play modes available. The big one is cooperative. Here you play the story missions of Rogue Squadron II in 2-player. The story mode of 2 is also in this game. That is crazy. I tried it out with my girlfriend here and, well, it works. And there are loads of other play modes online too, like dogfights and racing. And lastly, there's the arcade mode, which I briefly mentioned before in the previous video, but yes, you can play the old arcade games here. Rogue Squadron 3 is a lot. There's certainly quite a bit of odd choices made here, but since the previous game was somewhat rushed, it feels as if 2 and 3 make one complete package. It's harsh to call 3 more of an expansion, when really it just feels like the other half. 2 pieces to make a full experience. I almost forgot this one from 2003. I remember the cover art fondly of this game, but I never actually played it. Star Wars Flight of the Falcon, a Game Boy game. Yeah, we're not going to spend a lot of time on this. This is a flight simulator for the Game Boy focused on the original trilogy. And yeah, this is pretty much it. I think it looks great actually, but we have to consider that we're looking at an emulation and not the real deal. It's 14 long repetitive stages that don't really play that great and frankly give me a headache. It got a lot of really negative reviews on release. Personally, I think it's just okay. Now there was one more big game that came out in 2003, but unfortunately, I cannot play it. Star Wars Galaxies. Galaxies was the first Star Wars MMO, and MMOs were really growing in popularity these days. Star Wars wanted to throw its hat in. All I can really do is look at this fondly from a distance. I vaguely remember playing it once back in the day, but it was a $15 monthly subscription, and to me it wasn't that good. It's a really cool and ambitious idea, and I bet people have a lot of fond memories of it too, so be sure to let me know if you have any if you played this back in the day. The MMO also had several expansions, most of which released alongside Revenge of the Sith. Galaxies did last for a while. It actually wasn't shut down until 2011. Now this video is focused on console and portable console games. I won't really be looking at mobile or web browser games. Most of them aren't available anymore, but I did want to make an acknowledgement to them. Especially in 2003, we were starting to see a real rise in web browser games as the internet was starting to really take shape. I'm especially nostalgic for this one based on the old Clone Wars cartoon from 2003. Well, we've only got 2 more years left of the prequels era, and 2004 only had 3 games. We start off with the beast itself, Star Wars Battlefront. The shooter craze was really starting to develop here. You had Battlefield, Halo, Call of Duty. Ah yes, the game that finally let you experience the war in Star Wars as the common foot soldier, with all the death and glory it has to offer. There's 2 campaigns to choose from, prequels or original trilogy, all of which have film footage cutscenes, sorta. The prequel campaign opens on Naboo. Here you play as the Trade Federation attacking the Gungans. It's a pretty straightforward Battlefield clone. You have your third and first person, primary and secondary weapons, as well as some grenades or explosives, several different classes to choose from. Your standard trooper, your sniper, heavy armory, technician, which fixes broken battle items, or marksman, which I spend most of my time playing. You can also use vehicles in the area. The maps and textures in this game are still beautiful. I'm not using any mods, nor am I playing the remaster. This is the base game as it was. The maps are full in size and loaded with references and familiar sights for fans. The prequels campaign continues to Theed, again a beautiful map. At this point we unlock another class, a special type, in this case, Droids. And then we go to Kashyyyk with Dooku on our side. This game has special characters that pop up but are not playable. Afterwards, we finally get to the Clone Wars on Geonosis, with gunships and walkers. Yeah, it's starting to really feel like a war now. And this is where the game really gets fun. And this is where you actually have to start trying. The rest has us going through random planets as well. And you know, Revenge of the Sith wasn't out yet. It includes Renvar, Kashyyyk in the daytime. And we celebrate because we won. Sorta. And then of course there's the original trilogy, which opens on A New Hope. We play the Empire attacking Tatooine, both the Dune Sea, a very fun map. Anyone else just jump into Sarlacc for fun when they were younger? And the streets of Mos Eisley, where Vader joins interestingly enough. Oh, bro's hunched worse than me. We get another Renvar map and a Yavin one before the game switches us to the Rebel side, as they celebrate their major victory against the Empire. Then going through movie relevant locations like Hoth, Bespin. The city was one of my favorite maps, the Carbonite Chamber. Of course, the game ends on Endor with a deciding victory for the Rebellion. There's lots of play modes. The best one is Galactic Conquest. Here you have several campaigns based on team affiliate, clones, rebels, CIS, or Empire. You conquer planets for overall domination. Battlefront II really expanded on it. Of course, the big thing here is multiplayer, which is kind of a pain in the ass to do with the classic games. They did remaster this with updated multiplayer, but apparently it's really bad, so I've avoided it. I think the remaster is more worthwhile for consoles though, given that the PC version isn't much different graphically, and is still great today. There are some problems. The AI is absolutely useless, the vehicles are awful. Overall, it's still a great game, and I had a lot of fun revisiting this one. The next game released the same day as Battlefront. This is a GBA game. Star Wars Trilogy, Apprentice of the Force. Another one I remember the cover of, but never played myself. This is a GBA game that covers all 3 films of the original trilogy, by Ubisoft. Ah, shit. This is a side-scroller from entirely the perspective of Luke, with cutscenes told in these types of stills. At first, the game is pretty simple. You do some platforming, shoot some sand people, whatever. It seems like a harmless game, and then it turns into a tedious, frustrating experience. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, enemies that used to die in 1 to 2 hits take longer to kill, and they whittle you down like crazy. It's not that big of a deal with unlimited continues, but when you have to start all the way back at the beginning of a screen, that sucks, as some screens are pretty short, and some are very, very long. And those levels drag on. And then you have escort missions with R2, who only gets 3 lives. At least Leia gets a whole health bar, and a gun. This kicks ass right here. The Death Star attack was atrocious. It starts off like this derby with 30 TIE fighters. 30. If you die, that counter resets. Ugh, God. The trench run is then a sort of obstacle course with TIEs behind you. At least the game gets a little better once you get your lightsaber. You train with Yoda, and it actually gets more interesting as you learn more Force abilities. Double jumping alone is a godsend. Still though, this game was... As the game promised, it does cover all the way through Jedi. It looks great, wonderful animations, incredible sound, but man, this game pisses me off. The last game of 2004 is KOTOR 2. I am both excited and terrified for this. The game was handed over to different developers. Oh boy, Obsidian this time. This game also only came out a year after the first, so how much could be changed? So apparently we play as the Last Jedi, after the end of the major Sith and Jedi War. And while this is an RPG allowing you to somewhat pick your character, there is a canon version. We start on Revan's ship, the Ebon Hawk, having been blasted. We have this tutorial section with our droid, and we go into this asteroid mining facility. Here we meet Kreia, this spooky old Jedi lady, and Aton, who really got it down bad for us. We also get our introduction to Freddy Krueger here. In terms of gameplay, it remains very similar to the predecessor. There are obvious UI enhancements, as well as some enhancements to the QOL, but in essence, it's still very much like the first. After finally escaping the facility, we arrive on Telos, where the welcoming party arrests us. Great. During our comfortable imprisonment, we learn of some of the diplomatic issues on the planet, basically choosing between light and dark side here, with whoever we help. And for this run, I'm doing the canonical light side playthrough. So we have to do some missions for these guys in order to find out where our ship is. After a series of tasks and optional side missions, we can take a shuttle to find our ship. Oh hey Karth. The shuttle, of course, crashes, and we run into someone from the Protag's past during her Jedi War days. We go through a dungeon and get another shuttle, which has also shot down. But we conveniently landed in front of Great Isle. We should have did a Great Isle counter. We get more insight on our Protag's past, exiled from the Jedi Council for joining Revan's war, making her status as Jedi questionable. Now we're on a journey to find the last of the Jedi Masters and bring them together. By this point, we can also craft a new lightsaber if you've got all the parts, because you have to build it yourself this time. Our first stop brings us to this jungle with Mandalorians. The leader is kind enough to help us out after we prove our worth. That includes going into the jungle, killing wildlife, and this thing that looks like Anguirus mixed with Baragon. Now on Onderon, there's another political dispute between the Queen and some guy we can't get involved with if we choose the dark side. In order to get to the Jedi we're looking for, we have to solve a murder mystery. At least now we can finally get some answers. God damn it. To the next stop, I guess. Now to Nar. Who the hell is this on my ship? Oh, come on. I don't even have a lightsaber yet.
I yield, Master. It is as I heard through the Force.
Oh hey, it's Kelly Hu. At Nar Shaddaa, we find ourselves trying to get the attention of a group called the Exchange. There's also a hut here who we can try to utilize. I feel violated. I get to keep this outfit though? After dealing with the gangs and such, the big dog wants to talk to us, which results in this bounty hunter joining us, allowing us to meet up with the Jedi Master. Unfortunately, our main character is captured, so we had to spend some time as the other party members to get her back. This was the most tedious part of the game. After all that, we can finally talk with the Jedi. Once we finish Nar Shaddaa, we make our first lightsaber, and then head on to Dantooine. Here, we travel the ruins of the Jedi Temple where Revan trained in the previous game. We find Rook, and the grumpy old Ed Asner isn't happy that we saved him in the way that, well, we operate. After we save Dantooine from these mercenaries, Ed Asner informs us the remaining Jedi will reunite in Dantooine once they learn more about the Sith. Time to go into the heart of Sith territory. Korriban, where we will find the last Jedi Master. Oh man, I almost forgot about this guy. For that note, we are at the end of the game, and I still haven't seen Nihilus. Looks like he killed the Jedi we're looking for. We also visit this spooky ass cave for some sort of trials. Hey Malik. Well, since we basically did everything we could at this point, time to see if the heat has gone down in Onderon. We take care of the whole political situation here, and enter the finale of the game. Looks like the Jedi have been doing some reconstruction. After bringing all those guys together, they inform us that we were exiled because we were too powerful with the Force. Bunch of bitches. And they want to cut us off from the Force completely. Oh! Well, thanks, Kreia. Atris seems to want to kill Kreia, which means we would die with our Force bond. And the Sith are doing their evil stuff at Telos, so yeah, final act. We beat Atris first, who has gone to the dark side. Where's my lightsaber at? Oh, there's Nihilus. Finally shows up at the end of the game. Still one of the coolest character designs in all of Star Wars. Through a tough battle, we beat Nihilus, and Kelly Hu is freed from his control. Our escape leads to talking with Karth, only to learn that Revan is missing. And then he recaps the first game to our new protag. And then we get a clue about Kreia. Yay! Another crash landing. Well, this is spooky. Warm welcoming party, at least. We battle Scion, who is Force Immortal or something. Gotta tucker him out. But finally, we have freed him from his... Oh, he's dead. Kreia time. Or Darth Tria. What the hell? But Kreia just kind of kills over and we escape. And that's it. Huh. Yeah, I definitely lean more towards the first game, both in story and characters. I felt like the crew was more memorable and charismatic in that one. On the other hand, KOTOR 2 brought in a lot of refinements to the gameplay and the overall look of the game, and still has a great story too. I think they both go great together, and yeah, definitely some of the coolest Star Wars experiences I've ever had. I'm still thinking about them well after playing them, and I'm ready to revisit them again, check out all the different paths and endings. But for now, we put about 40 hours in both of these games combined, so it's time to move on. Finally, 2005, the end of the prequel era, the release of Revenge of the Sith, and what we thought was going to be the end of Star Wars. I cannot express to you the excitement of this time. The first movie I saw in theaters was Revenge of the Sith. All the merchandise is incredibly nostalgic, especially the games. And the first was Republic Commando. Oh, yes. The game is set between Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, meant to bridge the films. But this time from the clones' perspective. Keep in mind that at this time, clones weren't super fleshed out characters yet like we got in the canon 2008 series. All we really had to go off were novels, comics, and the 2003 cartoon, which even still didn't give the clones that much to work on. This is the first time I can recall really getting to share their experience and to see them as characters. This title was originally released on Xbox and PC. For this video, we will be playing the remaster on PS5. In this game, we don't just play any clones, we play the leader of Delta Squad, the Commando unit, top dogs, sent in to do the special missions that require a more talented approach, trained by Mandalorians. And these guys are canon with their one-scene appearance in Clone Wars. And they also have the coolest helmet designs. The opening mission is on Geonosis. The Commando is tasked with killing an important Geonosis separatist. We go boots on the ground to battle that changed the galaxy. And this is the first time ever that we really felt the intensity of being a soldier in Star Wars, way more than Battlefront. This is Band of Brothers Star Wars right here. Look at those droids. They're like Deadites with those eyes. And the sound design, the grungy look. This is war. Speaking of sound design, they went really next level with the Foley artists who had actually worked on Star Wars, Private Ryan, and a lot of other high quality stuff. Something I always thought was cool is that you could stab enemies and see their blood and guts, or oil, on your visor, which has its own wiping mechanism. We meet up with some of our crew and are introduced to one of the most famous aspects of the game, the Ally AI, which is incredible. This may not seem like much to modern players, but back then, oh man, AI that was actually helpful in a game was a rarity. You command the troops according to their unique abilities to help out in situations. The opening stages have you meeting up with the crew until finally meeting your target. Yeah, this game makes you feel like an elite. Unfortunately, their job isn't done yet. They've also got to go and destroy a droid factory and one of these core ships. Look at Seth tackle this droideka. What a beast. The game escapes Geonosis, and the story progresses a little over a year into the war. The next campaign has the Deltas investigating an assault ship that's gone dark. The first stages are kinda spooky actually, having you separated from the gang and going through the ghost ship alone. Star Wars Outside Lore has some fun horror stories with such concepts. Turns out the ship was overtaken by slavers. These guys want to sell the ship to the Separatists so that they can buy their own droids. Well, Delta ain't gonna let that slide. After getting the crew back, we have to clear the ship of all the slavers. But then the damn Separatists show up and things get really tense. We have to hold them off until reinforcements arrive. But at least we get to use a walker. The final hold and position here gets really intense, having to slice 3 computers that take a minute long each while not dying. The final campaign brings us to Kashyyyk. This serves as a great prelude into Revenge of the Sith, since Kashyyyk does play a big role in it. To get a little more insight on the whole Wookiee dilemma going on here, the gang have to save Tarful. During our infiltration, we run into a new person of interest. Recognize that ship? I actually believe this is our first time seeing Grievous's ship. Grievous was already growing in popularity as a character by this point. All we had really seen from him was the 2003 cartoon, where he was an absolute menace. That was my first introduction to the character, and I was ecstatic to see what he could do in the film. Getting this little glimpse of him in the game was so exciting. I think this was the first time we saw Grievous's guards too. The rest of the campaign had us going around blowing up droids and trying to ambush their invasion any way we can. Eventually the gang splits up to mount turrets against the Separatist ship. Sadly, Sev is killed in action, we assume, and they are ordered by Yoda himself to evac, because Yoda is mounting a full-scale attack against the droids to protect the Wookiees. Here the squad learns the harsh reality that their brotherhood doesn't go above their duty, not to the Jedi at least. All part of their little nods of disdain that they give towards the Jedi here, which is an interesting lead-in for Order 66. And then the game ends with a nice little foreboding teaser for Episode 3. The ending credits also feature the first licensed song used in a Star Wars game called Clones by Star Wars fanboy band Ash. Music video included in the bonus features. Yeah, this game still kicks ass. This potentially could be the best Star Wars shooter, with its competition coming up at the end of this video. The squad all carry their own fun personalities and witty dialogue. The missions are intense enough to make you feel like an elite, and to get that little extra insight of a clone's perspective, which was really needed since they aren't really much in the movies by themselves. And that ending hurt my heart the first time I played the game. Felt like I lost a brother. I want to play it again. But next up is one of my favorite video games ever made. LEGO Star Wars. We finally got here. This is a huge one for me. Similar to the story I told about with Rogue Squadron II, this was one of the few games I had during that tough time, and I've played the hell out of it. These missions are burned into my genetic memory. And I don't mean LEGO Star Wars The Complete Saga, I mean the first, the OG. This one is purely the prequel trilogy. This is not the first LEGO-based video game, but it is the first to be like this, retelling the events of a license-based property in the LEGO fashion that we're familiar with today. Video games that anyone could pick up, child or adult, and have fun with. This is the bad boy that started it all. There's 2 notable versions, the console PC versions, which are virtually the same all around, I know, because throughout my life I've owned all 3 console versions. And then there's the Game Boy version, which is its own thing we'll look at after this. As stated before, this game retells the 3 films of the prequel trilogy, and what's really interesting is that this game came out in March. Revenge of the Sith came out in May. So, yeah, there's still a lot of time before the film released, and when this game dropped, it was the first exposure of that storyline for the public. Dexter's Diner, the first hub world. This is where you can go to the shop and pick your story. Not much to do at the beginning except play the first film. We all know how this works. You smash stuff, use the Force to get studs, so you can buy characters and extras. There's no money multipliers in this game though, so you really gotta work for this one. Collecting the most money on a stage will earn you true Jedi. There's also the collectibles called mini kits, a staple of this franchise of games. Each mission has 10, which creates a special viewable item in the gallery room. Story mode has you play through the film's events in LEGO fashion. These games are meant to be 2-player co-op with drop-in and drop-out functions, so each mission has at least 2 characters available. The opening is a Trade Federation ship with Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. Episode 1 and 3 have 6 levels, while 2 has 5, and I'll explain when we get to it. Since these games are non-dialogue and told through mostly pantomiming, Each mission opens with a crawl to explain what's going on. After completing the first mission, you do unlock access to the other films, but let's just stick chronologically. The second stage brings us to the swamps of Naboo, where we bring in Jar Jar. You can swap characters of anyone in your party, many of which have unique abilities. Protocol or astromech droids can open their respective doors, and Jar Jar can jump higher than other characters. The missions themselves aren't very long, most can be finished in under 10 minutes if you're playing them normally without grabbing anything. The game spices things up by bringing us to Theed and having us play as Padme and Panaka. No lightsabers or force powers here, but we got blasters and grapples. It's pretty fun watching Padme pull out the blicky in her queen garb. Let's see if I still remember this old trick. Yep, still got it. The next stage is perhaps the most infamous, the pod race. The old vehicle missions in the original game are pretty rough, especially for a young child. You see, if you lose here, you have to start the section over again, and it's pretty easy to crash your pod. It doesn't maneuver very good. The real trick are these timed sections. There's little room for error. There's no free play vehicles in this game either, so you can get all the collectibles on your first playthrough. The last two stages are very condensed takes on the final act of the film, the first being the main gang retaking the palace. I love how Kid Anakin still has his pod racing goggles on. And the last stage has us facing off against Darth Maul. There was another stage with Anakin flying the Naboo Starfighter that was cut during development, although it will make its appearance in a bonus in Complete Saga. There's actually quite a lot of fascinating stuff that was cut, and there's some pretty cool videos on it out there. Ah, there it is! And like that, you got to play through all of Phantom Menace in under an hour. God, I love it. Attack of the Clones only has 5 stages. There was a first stage chasing Zam, but that was cut. And I can't remember if that was during development or if it even made it that far, but it is added back in the Complete Saga. But for now, this episode opens all the way up to Commando, which I think is about 40 minutes into the movie. We run into Jango. Why you look at him like that? Yeah, I didn't forget. The chase with Jango ends up on a boss fight, both against Jango and Boba on the Slave One. You could use R4 to turn on these turrets to distract Boba, or you could just dodge them. Obi-Wan makes his way to Geonosis and gets caught. Then we cut to Anakin and Padme, who are just cruising in space. Nothing about Tatooine or any of the, tensions between those two. Nah, they just chilling until they get the call. Now we infiltrate the droid factory, fighting against Geonosians and the droids. After saving Obi-Wan, the gang gets captured again, and we move to the famous arena scene, playing as Mace himself. It's incredible how the game didn't make that many alternate versions for the characters. Obi-Wan still has his headset on, Anakin still has his pod racer helmet, yet they made sure to include Padme's clawed design. It was nice of them to notice the detail of Anakin having a green lightsaber here. The next stage is this episode's vehicle mission, which is a little tricky, although I'd argue that this is much less tedious than how they redid it in Complete Saga. Anyway, here's how you clear the core ship with no issue. The final stage is as you'd expect, the battle with Dooku. After Anakin gets his arm chopped off, Yoda pops up and we get some hoppy gameplay. And then the episode closes on one of the most famous memes from the franchise. Now for Revenge of the Sith, like I said before, the film hadn't been released yet, and it definitely shows. The first two were very faithful while still being condensed, but Revenge of the Sith seems to fall a little short in the middle. The music for most scenes also isn't correct, because again, they didn't have access to that. The opening, however, majestic. The battle over Coruscant is one of the most fun and perfect levels in the game. A fun on-rail section leading up to Grievous's ship, the Invisible Hand. The next stage has us inside that ship. The first half has you traveling the ship as you look for Papa Palpy. Look how cold this Dooku kill is. No mercy, no do it. He just killed him. The second half of the level has you going to the bridge of the ship, with iconic moments like the elevator and the ship flipping on its side. The third stage goes straight into the duel with Obi-Wan and Grievous, and it's an odd stage. It's basically the landing pad, kinda, with Obi-Wan and Cody chasing Grievous around and getting some smacks in. Cody just kinda dies and Obi-Wan blasts Grievous's head off. We don't really see Anakin's perspective of what's going on in Coruscant. Understandable, as it might be a bit too gruesome for younger players, even though we do see Anakin slice Shaak Ti into pieces. Instead, we see Order 66 from Yoda's perspective on Kashyyyk, which I imagine must have been confusing for those experiencing the story for the first time here. There's not a whole lot of context, so now you gotta fight droids and clones on the beaches of Kashyyyk. Yoda escapes and meets with Obi-Wan at the now destroyed Jedi Temple. This level actually has a segment based off of a deleted scene from the film. It is really cool to get to travel the Jedi Temple. The final stage is Anakin vs Obi-Wan. What's interesting is that they make up both players for the level, having them fight during cutscenes but help each other during gameplay. The stage does end with you fighting your friend on the melting rock. Look at that, Anakin's lightsaber turned red. Luke and Leia are born, and Anakin gets his Darth Vader apparatus, and the prequels come to a close. Of course, the replayability comes in the free play. You can buy characters and use any that you wish in free play. With that, you are able to get the rest of the collectibles. Once you do that, you unlock a bonus mission, which is a sort of teaser for the next game. The cutscene is the same, but the level itself is different. It's the opening of A New Hope from Vader's perspective. It's a fun little teaser for the upcoming sequel. I mean, what more can I say that hasn't already been said about LEGO Star Wars? It's timeless fun for everybody. The first one's a little rough around the edges when you look at it comparatively, the later installments, but the charm is still there for sure. Ah yes, and then there's the Game Boy port. What an intriguing beast that is. This version is isometric with one playable character on screen at a time. The basic beats are the same, but the level designs are all different. You get a little more exploration here, and there are some scenes covered in this game that aren't in the movie. Episode 2 starts off with Anakin and Padme stuff that we didn't see, and goes straight into Tatooine, which was completely cut from the console game. And this is basically how the cutscenes go in this version. Something really odd is that, I guess because of the limitations, they didn't update the respective version of the characters for the films. Here we have Padawan Anakin in episode 3. It's still a fascinating port. I don't necessarily know if that's a compliment, but it's pretty neat. And you do get to experience all 3 prequel films, so that's cool. And the music is also great. Next up is episode 3, The Game. I love this one. I actually did a 100% on this on my gaming channel not that long ago. This came out about a week before the film, which is crazy to think about. It actually uses real footage from the film as cutscenes too. This is a sorta hack and slash type game with a major focus on the lightsaber combat, which was done by the choreographers of the film. The lightsaber combat in the game is so fun and so addicting. You play as Anakin and Obi-Wan throughout the events of the film. The first is a sort of introductory to learn the mechanics. The general gameplay is simple. You beat up bad guys and go to the destination. You can use force abilities in combat and to interact with the environment. You also want to get your combo up as high as you can. This will maximize the points you get for upgrading your abilities at the end of each level. The second level is actually based off of a deleted scene from the film, which has you going to the lower levels of Grievous's ship. Get our first duel with Dooku, and this used to kick my ass when I was a kid. I like how Anakin just skewers him. After Dooku, we make our way to the bridge, fighting lots of droids. And the guards. The game then shifts primarily to Obi-Wan's perspective on Utapau chasing Grievous. Anakin and Obi-Wan do have very distinctly different fight styles. I personally like Anakin's fight style a little more. The Utapau stages are fun. You fight crab droids and these other assholes that Grievous throw at you until finally battling him. The Grievous boss is pretty iconic. After beating Grievous, we get a boss battle with Mace Windu, which can actually be a little tricky. It's wild to see them absolutely duking it out instead of just chopping his hand off. Brutal. We then get some stages of Order 66 with Anakin attacking the temple. He kills the old librarian Jedi and then a bunch of Padawans and Jedi Knights. He also fights Sin and his Padawan Sarah. Sin is played by the film's stunt coordinator in the movie version. We then spend some time with Obi-Wan escaping Utapau and surviving Order 66. The game ends on Mustafar with Anakin hunting down the remaining Separatist leaders, and Obi-Wan and Yoda at the Jedi Temple trying to reset the trap Vader had set for remaining Jedi. Finally, you fight Vader as Obi-Wan in a very fun and decently length boss battle. You might think that would be the end of the game, but no, there's an extra mission now from Anakin's perspective, and in this version, you get an alternate ending where Anakin wins. Assuming Padme still dies here, Anakin kills Obi-Wan and then Palpatine. This was so crazy to see back in the day. There's also loads of bonus missions like this one with Ben fighting Vader. This is how kids in the 70s thought it was like. You can also play other characters like Yoda and Grievous. There's a multiplayer setting with verses and a decent assortment of characters, cooperative missions. Episode 3 is still one of my favorite Star Wars games and definitely my favorite movie-based one. Sorry, Super Trilogy. It's coded in that early 2000s edge, but it's still immensely fun with great level structure and addicting gameplay. There were a couple portable versions as well on Game Boy and DS. The Game Boy and DS ports are pretty much the same, the difference being is that the Game Boy had some extra missions for 2-player, and the DS had some space missions. I love the visual style of this port. It's a beat-em-up side-scroller like Attack of the Clones, except that it looks, plays, sounds, and feels better. I really love this port. It's got a fun, simple gameplay, and you experience all the beats of the film. Look, they even show Vader force-choking Padme. Damn! And the space sections were pretty fun too. Honestly, this might be my favorite GBA Star Wars game. Now, there were a lot of Flash games and mobile stuff, sort of continuation from Republic Commando, but as I said, I don't really qualify those for this list. But just know that there was a lot of stuff coming out in 2005. But the last game that we're going to talk about is Battlefront II. Battlefront, now with Revenge of the Sith focus. Yeah, we all know this one, and we all love this one. One of the most enjoyed Star Wars games ever made. I have friends that don't even like Star Wars that love this game. I myself have quite the amount of hours in it, so let's start with the story. There's a tutorial set on Geonosis that shows you the new features as well as basic gameplay. There's a lot of nice additions now. You can change your class without dying, that's great, by going to the command point. You can also sprint, which is huge. Oh, and the big one, you can play as the special characters now, Jedi, Sith, or more. This was a huge addition. But basically, you get more points, you have the option to play special characters relevant to your team and your map location. Here on Geonosis, we have Windu. They each have unique abilities and a unique health bar. It depletes over time and goes down faster the more you get hit. But you can increase it by getting more kills. That's the Jedi way right there. The story mode is more of a narrative this time. We see the perspective of a 501st soldier in a rather harrowing war veteran style retelling of the end of the Clone Wars. We see the battles mentioned in Revenge of the Sith, Megiddo with Ki-Adi-Mundi, the space battle over Coruscant. Oh yeah, there's space battles now. You fly into space and try to destroy the enemy's command ship or deplete their numbers. You can do this from the exterior or go in and take them out from the inside. And there's lots of fun StarCrafts to choose from too. We go to Felucia, fight some Acklys, and then play as Aayla Secura. The implication in this game is interesting too. No inhibited chips here. These guys just knew what they were going to end up doing later. We go back to the beaches of Kashyyyk and fight on Utapau. We actually get to fight Grievous with Obi-Wan here. I screeched the first time because he jump scared my ass. And notice these are all the new maps for the game as well. Spectacular ones, I might add. Especially Coruscant, where it's time for us to execute Order 66. You get to play Anakin and mow down some Padawan Knights and Masters. Not as fun as the Episode 3 game, but it's still really cool. So we get to witness the end days of the war and the rise of the Empire.
What I remember about the rise of the Empire is how quiet it was.
And that's not the end of the game. We get a decent amount of Imperial missions too. We go to Naboo and kill the new queen, who just so happens to look like Padme. And then some more missions cleaning up the rest of the CIS. I love the Mustafar map. Or going to Commando and taking care of the rest of the clones. And then we jump into A New Hope. We've got the Death Star with the plans being stolen by the Rebels, another one of my favorite maps of this game. And the Tantive 4, with Vader killing some Rebels. You do some stuff on Yavin, and the game ends on Hoth. What's really great about this story mode is, unlike the previous game, where you just have to win, there's actually objectives for you to complete, showcasing the different game modes, like capture the flag for example, finding items and bringing them in certain areas, space battles, hero battles. There's lots of great additions here. And again, my personal favorite is the Galactic Conquest, which is so much better in this game. You've got this cool map here after picking your side. You fight for domination over the planets and ultimately the galaxy using points to get upgrades along the way. Easily the most fun game mode here. I also really enjoyed the Hero Assault on Mos Eisley, which lets you play any of the special characters and have a big battle royale. Now Xbox players were the cool ones because they actually got DLC for this game, although on PC you can add it with a mod. The DLC brought back 4 maps from the game, including Bespin, and 2 new special characters to play from the 2003 Micro Series, Shirtless Kit Fisto and Asajj Ventress. Awesome additions. This is another case of what more can I say about one of the most beloved Star Wars games. Battlefront 2 is a near perfect experience and is best enjoyed with friends. Now it did get a PSP port, which is pretty wild to think about, and it's actually really good. You aim with the X, O, square, and triangle buttons, and it takes a little getting used to, but other than that, it's awesome. There is some cut content because of the hardware, most notably is the story mode being absent. But we got Galactic Conquest. Star Wars Empire at War. This is a real-time tactics game, which we played a couple of those before, and the developers of this particular entry considered those old ones to be mediocre and wanted to make the ultimate RTT Star Wars experience. Little to no prequels content, I guess. And what's really neat is that this game still gets support and maintenance patches. That's pretty wild. The game, both in quality and quantity, is certainly superior to what we've seen before. Who am I kidding? This game is still awesome! Sure, you may not have the diplomacy of Rebellion, but this game is so cool! You choose between playing the Empire or the Rebel Alliance. And of course, we're going to play the Empire first. Like previous strategy games, we go to a planet and control troop, and tell them where to go and what to kill. Immediately, we get to use Vader. Oh, those poor rebels. And yes, there are story modes in this title. After the first planet is conquered, we get our galaxy map. This is where we do all the work. We have planets already dominated, as well as gray ones that are up for grabs, and then red ones that are already owned by the Rebellion. We can build ground and space forces on planets to protect them from random attacks by the rebels, as well as building our own invasion fleet. There are also space battles too, which are okay. So for the Empire campaign, Vader is tasked with hunting down the rebels, but the construction of the Death Star is underway, and Tarkin has us going to certain planets like Geonosis, there's a little bit of prequels content there, to get resources. All the while, we can planet hop to increase our overall control over the galaxy, during which we get to see cool stuff like Veers introduce the first AT-AT. But then we move into A New Hope as Leia steals the Death Star plans, and we have to capture her. This is the first mission I truly struggled on because my singular Star Destroyer was too slow to keep up with her. So I had to go back and upgrade my space fleet by building about 5 of them. There we go. Canon be damned, because Palpatine is pissed and sends us to use the Death Star. Oh, they let you pull the switch. Palpy sends us to blow up several planets, including Hoth. I'll make a pit stop at Dagobah. Oops. Sorry, Yoda.
Small and green he was. Make that mistake, anyone can.
Finally, we go to Yavin, and we win. Glory for the Empire, baby. Alright, let's check out the Rebels side. We open roughly the same time as the Empire's campaign, playing as Captain Antilles. Mothma sends us out to do a bunch of errands to tackle the Empire and kick some ass. Playing the Rebels really makes you appreciate how unfair it is to be the Empire. With all their cool toys and destructive power, even on easier difficulties, being the Rebels can be a pain in the ass. There are some cool moments here, like teaming up with Han Solo, kinda teaming up. We see the Rebels' perspective of the Kashyyyk mission, and occasionally recruit them for some stuff. You got C-3PO and R2-D2 available also for stealing schematics from the Empire. Unfortunately, as the game moves into A New Hope, Antilles is killed, and we temporarily lose access to the droids. We do, however, get Admiral Akbar, and his ship is a beast. Most of the Rebels campaign really just feels like space battles, especially towards the end. It gets to the final Death Star battle so fast, I really didn't even get to play with my new ships that much. But yeah, you get Luke right at the very end and blow up the Death Star, and that's it. I think it would have been cooler if we could have played at the start of the first Death Star battle and gone up to Endor, and actually got to use more of those movie characters. Outside of the main campaigns, you have Galactic Conquest, with set galaxy maps that you can conquer, or Skirmish, where you can just do single battles. There is another story campaign as well. You see, Empire at War got an expansion the same year, called Forces of Corruption, this time allowing you to play the pirates. This is a cool pirate guy who opens with escaping an Imperial prison thanks to Han's help. He has this cool ability where he can bribe people to ally with him. So Tiber wants to be the big boy gangster to rule the galaxy through corruption, having enemies like Jabba and just about anyone else against him. So after the destruction of the first Death Star, Tiber scavenges from the scraps, finding a bunch of schematics for weapons. This leads to a huge skirmish with the Rebels, the Empire, and the Hutts. We have several ways of utilizing planets instead of just attacking them. We can corrupt them, blackmail them, all of these different underground means of control. During our campaign against the Hutts, we get control of droidekas from the Clone Wars. Those things are destructive. Next we have to go to Dathomir, great addition to the game, to find some powerful allies. There we save and create a strained partnership with Sulri, who has a pet Rancor and a light whip. Tiber found the Sith holocron but doesn't have a clue and needs Sulri to unlock its secrets, although she isn't very keen on being truthful. Meanwhile, we piss off Thrawn. There he is. And Shizor? I love the references in this game. We actually set up Shizor, and then Vader and the Emperor execute him for it. Tiber is an oddball, but he's got a lot of charisma that makes him a very fun, original character.
These are actions that you will set in motion. Lie to me, betray me, withhold information from me again, and all of these things will come to pass. Am I as clear as I can possibly be?
I understand.
Splendid.
We do get to fight Thrawn also, but he just runs away. And it's never really resolved. The game ends with us breaking into Palpatine's personal vault. Getting into his personal museum was awesome. I've always wondered about this since it was mentioned in books. And I love when we get to see more of Coruscant when it was under Palpatine's rule. There's so many cool references here too. They got all 3 forms of the Dark Troopers. After that, the events of Return of the Jedi happen. The second Death Star is destroyed and the Emperor is killed. And Tiber uses this opportunity to steal their in-construction ship, which I guess was supposed to be a baby Death Star. It has one of those super lasers on it. Here we kill Han Solo. Whoa, wow. But we do win, and Tiber has enough money to have a lot of influence in this new age of the Republic. Meanwhile, Suri uses the Sith holocron to find this area that has all these Sith that have been frozen in carbonite. Well, we won't get a resolution to that. Yeah, this is still my favorite Star Wars strategy game. It's so much fun, even today. The mechanics are still great. The fact that it's still getting modern support, the visuals, the lore, and just playing with Star Wars history is so much fun. And there's loads of mods as well with a very strong community that keep this game alive. I highly recommend checking this one out if you haven't. Alright, the next game of 2006 is a beloved classic by, I'm sure, most of you. LEGO Star Wars II, the original trilogy. It goes without saying that the original was an absolute hit, so making a sequel based on the next set of films just made sense. It released the same time as the DVDs of the original trilogy, which was a huge deal. I still have my copies here with the Xbox demo for the game. So LEGO Star Wars 2 released on multiple platforms, all the major consoles of course, but interestingly also the new Xbox 360, which is the only native HD way to play the game outside of PC. 360 also had achievements, being the only version of the game to do so. There were also several portable ports of the game that we'll talk about afterwards. So LEGO Star Wars 2 made a lot of additions that overall just made a much better gaming experience over the first title. Using vehicles, actually building things, hats, melee attacks, many of which are unique to specific characters. For example, Chewie can rip off the arms of enemies. You can even create your own characters too. And the overall textures and animations look a bit cleaner, which is really nice for being released just a year after the predecessor. And of course the big one. This game is based off of the original trilogy, which, sorry to say to prequel fans, but generally the prequel trilogy is the most beloved of Star Wars. So that already makes the game a bit more appealing to audiences. This is my first time playing the 360 version as well. I grew up with the GameCube version. Now I have played this game many times in my life, so I gave myself a personal challenge with this one. To get all achievements, you basically have to beat the game without dying. You have to beat each level without dying once, and no extras. Yeah, that sounds fun. Sure, let's do that. If you recall, the first game had a bonus mission featuring this opening cutscene. That mission, however, had you playing from Vader's perspective. This one has us playing as Leia and Antilles, looking for the droids on the Tantive 4. Immediately, we can see how much more cinematic the cutscenes are in this game. The levels are also a lot more intricate and lengthy. The first section has us traveling to Tantive and giving R2 the Death Star plans, before Leia goes off to get captured while the rebels assist the droids to the escape pods. Again, these cutscenes do a beautiful job recreating the famous moments of the film in a fun, family-friendly fashion. Also being the most detailed cutscene recreations we've seen so far of these films in video game form. As is tradition, each film has 6 levels, all with minikit collectibles to find and replay. But first we gotta go through story mode. The second level has us playing as Luke Skywalker looking for R2 and C-3PO, who has been droid napped just like the old classic New Hope games. I love the cutscene of the Jawas going in and stealing the droids, little goobers. And since these games have to stay with 2 players for co-op, the order of events are changed a bit here as Old Ben is already joining up with Luke to find the droids. We travel the Dune Sea and fight Tusken Raiders together until coming across a Sandcrawler. Again, seeing more influence from the older games, but a lot less tedious this time. The second half has us making our way to Old Ben's home, where I had my first death, unfortunately. That's when I decided not to worry too much about the true Jedis while going for no deaths, because then I'll just go insane. The third level is Mos Eisley, Imperials at every corner infinitely spawning and blasting you. You've got the land speeder, but these damn Jawas keep trying to steal it. But look, you can actually sell it off. Afterwards, we hit a roadblock, and the best solution is to build a whole damn ATST. I greatly underestimated how annoying this no death challenge would be. Well, we made it to the cantina. Oh, Greedo definitely didn't shoot first there. I love the droids in the background trying to disguise themselves because droids aren't allowed in the cantina. Now we play as Han getting the Falcon, with a boss fight against the Imperial spy who narcs on them. Oh, my heart was racing on this one. So much bullet dodging. I like how Han does a little Quagmire thing with his neck.
Alright.
Now it's time for the Death Star. The Death Star is broken into 2 levels. The first is rescuing Leia. This is where the gang dresses up like stormtroopers and infiltrates the space station. It's a cool little stage that lets you camouflage, introducing the hat mechanic. That lets you wear stormtrooper helmets and kinda blend in. Although the stormtroopers here are a lot more suspicious than the movie, and will freak out over anything. After getting Leia, we end up in a trash compactor with a fun cutscene. Then the game recreates the famous escape, which originally had the gang splitting up in the film, but here they stick together, although we do get to see both sides of the iconic moments. As we bring the Falcon up to escape, we watch Obi-Wan's tragic end. And now for the Death Star attack. Again, I love how accurate and yet fast they can recreate these famous moments from the film. Well, this is no Rogue Squadron II, but it's still pretty damn fun. As you can see, the flight missions are much more sophisticated in this game. Here we start off on the Death Star's surface. The X-Wing can hold proton torpedoes, 3 at a time. There are specific markers that you have to destroy with these to take down the ray shields. After doing this for 3 sections, we move on to the trench run, which isn't too difficult. You just go straight to blasting all the turrets and taking out Vader's entourage. And then you blow the big boy up.
Oh!
And with that, I finished A New Hope with no deaths. Ooh. After beating the first movie, we can actually look around now for some other stuff. One thing I want to acknowledge, if you're playing this game on the PS2, GameCube, or Xbox Original, and you have a save from the first LEGO game, you can use an extra to unlock all of those old characters. However, for the 360, you have to buy it as DLC. Now it is only $1, but still, that's kind of weird. Now with this DLC, you should be able to have everything you need for free play. Well, besides a Stormtrooper and Imperial ship. In free play, you have to get both True Jedi and all the mini kits, as well as these red bricks which unlock extras for you to buy in the shop and use. The mini kit ship of the Star Destroyer on the first mission is very nostalgic for me, so I actually had one just like that when I was younger. After doing all that, there's also these bonus missions in this room here. The first is Super Story, which is basically speedrunning through the entire campaign in one go. As well as these other missions where you pick characters to try and earn 1,000,000 studs, and this vehicle one where you actually get to use the mini kit vehicles you unlock. Now for Empire. My favorite Star Wars movie. This game goes through the opening of the film in one nice cutscene showing the Wampa attack, which could have been a cool level with Luke and Han, but we move straight on to the speeders. No, mustache guy. I'm not overly fond of this mission because of the tow cable mechanic. You have to tow these bombs to hit certain explosives, and they are a pain in the ass to maneuver, especially with these probe droids that keep trying to steal them from you. They don't even want it, they just don't want you to have it. The level ends on a huge battle where you have to basically destroy every type of enemy. And then we move on to Han and Leia at Echo Base. This mission can be pretty tricky with no deaths because of those damn turrets that blast you. I'd be really careful with those. I always really liked this mission as a kid. I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe the level design was just really appealing to me. That and building the Falcon. Speaking of, we actually get 2 flight missions in this one. Here we have the famous asteroid escape from the film. Moving on to Dagobah, where this entire section of the film is done in one level. The first has us playing as Luke in his pilot outfit trying to find Yoda. And when we do find him, he smashes us with a damn rock. Afterwards, we move on to Luke's Jedi training. And I really like how they incorporated the whole Yoda on Luke's back thing. Luke at first cannot use the Force properly, so he needs Yoda to ride on his back to learn. After mastering the Force pretty quickly, we do the whole cave section with the fake Darth Vader, although they didn't really explain it well. And the timeline gets a little muddied here with the next 2 stages. The next level is Luke versus Vader, which happens here before Han gets frozen. Now this could be a little jarring for those who don't have the context of the film. Regardless, this is a nice stage here with a long fight against Vader, going through these iconic moments of the fight in all these different stages, making this feel like a fun and worthy boss against Vader himself. A lot easier than the older games. The ending cutscene is pretty funny too, although I wonder who took that photo of Anakin and pregnant Padme. Now Luke has to hang there for a while we do the entirety of the next mission. I love this little hand kiss that Lando does to Leia. I also love how you can just kill civilians here for hearts if you need them. We chase Boba Fett for a little bit here, have a little boss fight with him before he runs away. And then we escape Cloud City, get in the Falcon, and saving Luke. And with that, we beat Empire with no death. And before moving on to Jedi, let's clean up and get all the extras. Now to close off the saga with the last film. Jedi. We open back on Tatooine as the droids enter Jabba's palace, and Leia and Chewie begin their infiltration. They greatly reduce how convoluted this whole scheme in the movie was by just having the characters kind of meet up with each other in the castle, until finally saving Han, which results in a boss fight with the Rancor. This boss fight is a little sadistic. You have to feed him Gamorrean guards so you can hit him while he's distracted eating them. Eek. Lego Bikini Leia. The second level, the Great Pit of Carkoon, which has the final showdown on Jabba's sail barge. Oh, I have to do this with no deaths. Dear God. Here we have Luke and Lando reuniting with Han and Chewie, skiff hopping, until the boss fight with Boba. Oh, come on. Urgh. Yes, I didn't forget. What a doozy that mission was. The ending cutscene is a very faithful recreation of the film too, on the destruction of the sail barge. Now to Endor. I don't care much for Endor in the films, nor do I really in this game either. These are my least favorite levels in the whole game. We have the famous speeder chase here. It's not really much of a flight stage though, and it does have Luke and Leia taking down an AT-AT post during what was supposed to be a covert operation. You kind of get to drive an AT-AT though, which is cool. The next level covers the rest of Endor, to the Ewok village, to taking down the shield generator. After that, we have Luke leaving Endor with Vader, which most certainly happened before all of that. It's pretty condensed here too. Luke and Vader don't even fight at all. He just has a change of heart, which turns into this large boss fight against Papa Palpy. Just bounces around like crazy, going from one end of the room to the other. Heartful passing of Vader. Kinda. And the final level the game has us playing as Lando and Wedge on the attack of the second Death Star. This mission almost broke me. Trying to get this with no deaths felt impossible. I almost gave up, I'll be honest. The first section is whatever. You have to destroy 4 Star Destroyers. The problem is you have to get torpedoes from TIE bombers who pop up at random. The real challenge is once you get in the Death Star. TIE fighters spawn non-stop, and sometimes there are far too many of them. It's a tight space and hard to avoid their blasters. I damn near broke my controller on this one. You have the first section where you open these gates, and then you have to blow up these turrets from hell. Afterwards, we're in the main generator room, and these things keep zapping your ship, leaving it stunned so enemies can hit you and kill you. The final section of the escape is pretty easy. You just keep blasting and going straight, you'll be fine. But yeah, that was a nightmare. But yeah, that's the main story, and sure enough, it still holds up. Some levels could be a little long, but I would consider this a near perfect game, from gameplay mechanics to its storytelling. After you unlock 60 gold bricks, you can build this Lego City room here, where you have to destroy everything to get 1,000,000 studs. And unfortunately, you do not get to keep this money. Spend about 200k studs to get the rest of the gold bricks from the store, and do all of these bounty hunter extra missions, which are pretty cool. There are 10 bounty hunter missions given to you by Jabba, in which you basically play hide and seek to find characters. Each one earns you a gold brick. Once we have all 99 of those, we can build a fountain that gives us never-ending spitting money. Thanks to that fountain, we're able to get the rest we need and got 100%. And I know I said I wasn't going to do this. I wasn't going to go 100% for these games, but come on, it's Lego Star Wars. I put too much time in this one. I know I did. I definitely did. I'm sorry. But this is such a near perfect game, and it's so hard not to just have a blast revisiting this one. And of course, there were quite a bit of odd ports made for this as well. There was the Game Boy Advance version, which I still have my copy of. This one's pretty similar to the first Game Boy game in style, but it plays a lot better and much closer to the console version. You have a world hub now, no checkpoints, you just respawn where you die. 2 characters on screen with seamless switching, and they even incorporated True Jedi and mini-kits. The cutscenes are in-game now, which can be pretty tedious at times, but it's also because of how condensed the game is. Each film has 5 levels now, For example, all of Tatooine is one level, from the droids being droid nabbed to Mos Eisley. I like the question mark over Alderaan before it blows up, and then it cuts straight to us already being in the Death Star. And this one does have flight levels, which the first didn't. They're pretty bare bones though. I mean, look at the asteroid field. It takes 30 seconds to beat. And we don't even see Dagobah here except for a cutscene. Still, it's a pretty solid gameplay experience. I had a lot of fun playing this one as a kid. Too much for me going back to it as an adult, but I think it's better than the first one, at least. But the real one to talk about here is the DS game. The DS port is something else. I also had this one as a youth. I think I got it by trading another DS game, which is something we used to do as kids. We used to trade them like cards. This game starts promising. You have a very low scale version of the hub world. Pretty faithful. You can check the bar and unlock stuff. There's cheat codes. You can get all the extras from the start with cheat codes. Let's check out the story. Ooh, this is something else. The characters look good and even play like the console counterparts, but the AI is utterly useless, both for enemies and allies. The level designs are bizarre. Look at the cutscene of Leia distracting Vader. What? Something interesting is that you can actually do the fight with Ben and Darth Vader here. That's different. Damn. And then Luke just leaves. I love how unhinged these cutscenes are. It's getting a bit of following on that aspect alone of how bizarre these cutscenes are. And after you beat A New Hope, it actually sends you straight into Empire. No going back to Hub World or anything like that. No, you're just going right into it. Yeah, that's enough of that. There's also the PSP version, which was a very solid release. It most certainly is the same exact game, just scaled down. One big difference though is that there are no bounty hunter missions. Instead, you can replay boss battles from the first game, since it wasn't on PSP, I guess. This is a really great port, since you can literally play the entire game on the go. That's awesome. But the really weird thing is, this is the version that they put on PS5. They didn't use the PS2 version or the native HD versions. They used the PSP version. Weird pull, but alright. I think most people would have preferred complete Saga being on there over that anyway. And I don't mean that streaming crap through PlayStation Plus. I mean the actual game there for download and play. And the last game of 2006 is actually a portable only game for the PSP and DS. I've never played this one before, but I remember hearing about it. I didn't even know there was a DS version either. This game has us playing as Rihanna? Huh. A mercenary Twi'lek hired by Kyle Katarn, now voiced by Jiraiya. This game takes place before A New Hope, but that's not how Kyle looked in Dark Forces. Huh. Now, unfortunately, this game doesn't emulate very well. The cutscenes don't really work. It's like they're on hyperspeed. And whenever you get hit, this flash overwhelms the screen until you reset or go to the next level. The gameplay is simple but fun. You can alternate between blaster and blade depending on your distance from enemies. The blaster has different shot types. You can do special takedowns with the blades. You have this parkour button that allows you to do certain dodges. Lots of parkour in this game. Eventually you link up with this droid who becomes your little buddy for the journey. We can use him for tag team attacks as well as hacking devices and going into small spaces. The story has us infiltrating a Black Sun warehouse. That's the same criminal organization Shizor runs. Completing a set of missions ends with an escape sequence reminiscent of Attack of the Clones. After a job well done, we meet up with Princess Leia, who assigns us another task. First, we go to Alderaan to investigate some Imperial stuff and fight this guy. We track down this drug production on Mustafar, and then we finally fight some Imperials. The escape has this flight section shooting fighters down, and it kinda sucks. You have to alternate between healing and cooling your guns, which is neat, but it would have been better if there was some crosshair, some actual way to aim your shots. There are times where it feels like I hit something dead on and nothing happened, and vice versa. Fun section overall, but it can get really tedious. While tracking the game's big bad, we get shot down by Boba Fett on Tatooine, always Tatooine, where we have to fight a whole friggin' Rancor. Rihanna then gets captured, not really given much of a fight here. We have to escape the imprisonment and learn about the Death Star, which we sneak onto. And we learn about the destructive power of the Death Star and are hired to find the plans for the battle station and warning Leia. So, Leia already knew it could blow up planets? According to this game? We have to go to Danuta.
Danuta!
And then fight the big bad and get the Death Star plans. I definitely don't remember this being how it went down on Dark Forces. This game does have a somber ending as our droid companion dies, but at least it was for a noble cause. This is a really cool game, actually. It has a fun story, cool characters, all just for a portable exclusive. Because it is a portable exclusive, the gameplay can get pretty repetitive, but it does have fun level designs and mechanics for the hardware that keep it from becoming too dull. I really did enjoy playing this on the official hardware. Oh yeah, there's a DS version too. The DS version is actually rather impressive. It obviously is lesser in the graphics department, but it does a great job recreating the game in that hardware. There are some changes made to work with the DS and its control scheme, but overall, W from Nintendo on this port. A really cool game. I think in some regards it holds up nicely. I like the new character and her droid. They're a lot of fun, and I know a lot of people are really fond of this game who had it growing up. This is a cool one. We've got 2 games for 2007, and one of them is, well, potentially the best Star Wars game ever made. LEGO Star Wars: The Complete Saga. I remember vividly the trailer for this game and the excitement I felt. Here we have LEGO Star Wars 1 and 2 combined for the new generation of consoles, PS3, 360, and the Wii. Sorry to those who bought LEGO Star Wars 2 on the 360 because here's the superior version. The Complete Saga isn't just here's 1 and 2 on one disc. They went through and revitalized LEGO Star Wars 1 to match the changes made in 2. And put all of it together for a complete package. Really, you don't need 1 and 2 if you have the Complete Saga, because while they are different games, this is just better in every way. Now, I won't detail the story mode here because I already have for both games. And I do already have a 100% save file here, so I'll just detail some of the major changes. 1. There's a much bigger roster, which also makes for a very fun character creator. They even got Ventress in here. There's some new features in the story mode. Older missions now have buildable items, power-ups, and the game just looks and runs better. There's a new 2-player duel mode. The hub world is the cantina again, but it's changed quite a bit for all the movies to fit in here. And the bonus room. This room is cool. Using gold bricks, you can unlock several different bonus levels. This includes the original vehicle mission from LEGO Star Wars 1, which reminds me, they changed up the vehicle missions. Mostly the pod race, which is a bit smoother and easier, but the gunship level is very different. Now the camera is different compared to the original, and they incorporated this damn tow mechanic. I've said it before, but yeah, I do prefer the original gunship level. Speaking of differences in episode 2, there's a whole new level. The opening chase with Zam on Coruscant. Now the start doesn't feel as rough as the original. We have an actual opening stage here. Some of the cooler bonus missions here is Anakin's flight. This was a mission that was not completed and scrapped from the original game. Having this here is really nice and does add something to the story. There's also the bonus level from LEGO Star Wars 1 and LEGO Star Wars 2, as well as a new LEGO City Destruction level for this game. And of course, the trailer for the next big LEGO game, LEGO Indiana Jones. And yes, he is playable in this title. I can't wait to talk about other LEGO games at some point. But for now, that teaser is all we'll get. The last major thing I noticed was the new blue mini-kit mode. This actually came from the PSP version of LEGO Star Wars 2, but now incorporated into also the prequel trilogy. This is an extra challenge mode where you have to go around finding all these hidden blue mini-kits which completes the level. Oh, and they did fix the music for Revenge of the Sith. If you liked LEGO Star Wars 1 and 2, this is just the perfect experience. I know I didn't spend as much time as you'd expect, but what more can I say that hasn't already been said? Plus, I've already talked about the first 2 in detail. This game still holds up and is one of the best Star Wars experiences ever. There wasn't a PSP port for this one, interestingly enough, but there was a DS version for this game, and I do remember it quite fondly. Immediately, the cantina looks very impressive. The character models look right, and everything feels like it should gameplay-wise. And now you can finally enjoy the prequel trilogy on the go, close to the console version. It's not an exact replica, but it's very close. It's immensely impressive how familiar these levels feel. Kinda wild that the PSP never got a port when the DS did give us such a faithful on-the-go version. Like previous portable versions, there's only 5 missions per movie, but we do have vehicle missions this time. The pod race is awful. You have to use both screens to top, allowing you to see what's coming while also dodging everything on your present bottom screen. The top view is pretty much what the vehicle missions are in this title. For what it's worth, this is a great port. It's not super ideal with an emulator, but with its mini games and faithfulness to the original version, I definitely recommend this one for your DS collection. Star Wars Battlefront, Renegade Squadron. We never got 3, but we got this. So this was made by different developers meant to design a game specifically for the PSP redesign of 2007. Well, let's check it out. Now, unlike the PSP port for Battlefront 2, this one actually has a story mode, as I would hope since it's only on this system. It kinda sorta picks up after Battlefront 2, playing the Rebels' perspective right after the destruction of the Death Star. We play as Cole Serra, who's the leader of a special Rebel squadron, so cool that they conveniently aren't historically documented. What's really neat about this game is its customization. You can choose what weapons you want as well as specials off of a point system. Other than that, this will feel very familiar to Battlefront fans. Unfortunately, it's still kinda clunky given the hardware, but the game itself performs very well. The second stage moves us to the original plot. Organa has this important holocron, and Renegade Squadron assists Han Solo in capturing it. This leads to the first space battle. It's pretty simple, but I had fun with it. We lock onto enemy ships for dogfights and even have a boss fight with Boba Fett.
Solo might not shoot first when it comes to bounty hunters.
Wow, they really memed it on here too. This is a very episodic story mode. Pretty much something happened to this relevant Star Wars character, so go play Battlefront. Like this one where you had to save Admiral Akbar. At least they actually gave him an in-game model. That reminds me, the cutscenes are pretty neat in this. They kind of remind me of the first Witcher game. Some of them are nice artwork and others are filters over movie scenes. Always Tatooine. The game eventually does end up on the Battle of Endor. Look at all those dancing Ewoks. We didn't even win yet. Cocky little buggers. Renegade Squadron I think is a good portable game. Not too much to say about it. It's a very scaled down version of, well, Battlefront. It has multiplayer, which is cool, and Galactic Conquest. So if you were a big Battlefront fan back in the day, this would be a great game to have so you could play on the road or in school behind your textbook. It's certainly not Battlefront 3, but it's a nice addition to the franchise. Nothing drastically great, but it's not awful. Alright, here we go. 2008. This was an exciting year to be a Star Wars fan because we were getting Clone Wars. A new series that brought in a new wave of Star Wars merch and lore. I remember seeing the film in theaters. And while all those neckbeards were complaining about Ahsoka and throwing fits, I loved it, and I couldn't wait to watch the TV show air. And I did. For perhaps the first 3 seasons, I watched every episode on its air date. I was on that. Not only were we getting Clone Wars, but we were also getting a new multimedia project. Star Wars: The Force Unleashed. Yep, we're finally there. I love this game. I've loved it since I got my copy on Christmas, a year after its release because I got the Unleashed edition on PS3. This is the Xbox version I got a little later while collecting Star Wars games for the 360. So yeah, big multimedia project for the 7th gen of consoles, 6th gen of consoles, portables, novels, and Legos. This was a huge deal. It was a new chapter in Star Wars lore, kind of like Shadows of the Empire. But this absolutely could never be canon, because the protagonist is so busted. There's technically 2 major versions of this game, the new gen and the old gen version, which I've never played all the way through until today. We're going to start with the new gen version, that's the one I'm familiar with, and that's kind of how they wanted the game to be experienced. Although the old gen version definitely holds an argument on being damn good on its own. A big deal about this game was its graphics and physics, which we'll look at as we play through. And I do have some videos for this already on my gaming channel with all collectible runs and the hardest difficulties. Force Unleashed opens right after Revenge of the Sith. Darth Vader arrives on Kashyyyk with the Imperials trying to conquer, but his mission is something different. The cinematics show some age, and I think it looks good still, for what it is. I shat my pants playing it for the first time when I was a kid. So Vader is the introduction of the controls. Now you'll notice I'm using the Force Choke a lot. That's because I'm farming for kills for achievements. Force abilities are a big thing in this game. You have the Force Kamehameha, Force Grab, Lightsaber throws, all from the start. And I love that Vader can kill his own troops if he wants to. Vader finds a Jedi hiding on Kashyyyk and discovers that he had a child. Oh yeah, this game has QTEs in its boss fights. Now Vader should have killed both, but instead found interest in the youngling and decides to take him under his wing as a secret apprentice. Many years later, The youngling grows up to be Sam Witwer. Vader deems him ready to hunt down Jedi for him, so he sends Starkiller to find Jedi Coda, who survived Order 66 because he didn't trust clones already. Alongside Starkiller, there's his trusty training bot, Proxy, whose primary motive is to kill him. Proxy has a neat ability of hologramming other characters like Obi-Wan. Then there's also Juno, Starkiller's new pilot, who he is immediately enamored with. The first mission has us searching this Imperial station that's being invaded by Coda and his rebels. Starkiller is immensely fun to play, but more so after unlocking more of his abilities. It can feel a little bare bones at the start, but it's still a lot of fun. Throwing enemies around with a force grip or push. There's not too much to the combos, you can infuse them with lightning or force abilities. You have basic combos and Saber Fury, which is done with specific timing. I'm playing a completed save, so I already have a good bit unlocked here. Missions also have holocrons with unlockables hidden around that you can find for completion. You can unlock stuff like lightsaber colors or lightsaber bonuses. The boss fight with Coda is pretty straightforward. He'll get mad and start throwing stuff at you, but that's about it. The second level is on Raxus Prime. I hate this level. You unlock Force Lightning here though, so that's cool. You gotta do some platforming here, fight some Rodians and Force robot junk monsters. The boss here is absolute dookie butter on harder difficulties, Paratus. He's got crazy defense and does even crazier damage. It's really weird that the third boss is the hardest one in the entire game. After that, we're sent to Felucia to track down Shaak Ti. God damn. Because that character has not had enough deaths in this series, I suppose. There she is training an apprentice, Menace. There we fight a bunch of tribal aliens on Felucia, which is a really fun map. I think it's one of my favorite stages in the game. And then we have a boss fight with Shaak Ti, with a whole Sarlacc pit behind her. Once completed, Vader calls Starkiller to a ship that's under construction. He informs Starkiller that the Emperor has become aware of his presence, and thus, Vader must do this, to not get himself destroyed by Papa Palpy as well. Palpatine here is also voiced by Sam Witwer. But Vader's a big ol' softy, and he saves us from space. I hate when they do this. Afterwards, we save Juno, who Starkiller has grown quite fond of, and then they escape from that place. At this point, Starkiller is becoming more of a morally gray Jedi. He's starting to question what he's been trained and finally has some free will, although he's still working for Vader. Now he is gathering the Emperor's enemies by gaining their trust of the now newly forming Rebel Alliance. This is where we started to get some familiar faces. It's actually one of the better animated Carrie Fishers we've seen so far. Starkiller goes to Bespin to find General Coda, who survived their encounter, although not fully intact. Man, Starkiller switches fits more than Padme. I love this mission because Blind Coda just acts like a grumpy old man the whole time. You can even pick him up and spin him around. This is where we're really starting to see more variety in enemies. Special Troopers, Flame Troopers, Invisible Troopers, Dark Troopers? And they're a bitch in this game too. Coda and Starkiller's dynamic is one of my favorite aspects of the series. He tasks Starkiller with heading to Kashyyyk to find a contact. This is Galen's first time since being a child here and discovers his past. Pieces of it, at least. Starkiller goes to save Leia from this Imperial facility, expecting to find Bail Organa instead. This trophy room is awesome because it's got loads of references of different creatures from the franchise. Leia, being the good Samaritan she is, asks us to liberate the Wookiees before leaving. Doing so has us fight this Imperial hunter man who isn't really much of a boss. Now back to Felucia to save Bail. Using the film characters' likenesses from the actors really helps make this feel like a hidden chapter in the story. That's actually Jimmy Smits playing Bail there. I guess since we took out Shaak Ti, the Empire decided now was a good time to harvest the planet. So it's looking a little different here than before. Imperials and Felucians are on our ass. And they're also doing this to the Sarlacc. It feels wrong. Which results in us actually going inside of it. I can already tell you those Imperials are not getting paid enough to deal with that. This is a really cool section of the level. So this is what Boba Fett had to deal with.
Okay, give me a color.
Pink.
P-I-N-K. Okay, now give me a number.
3.
The mission ends on a boss fight with Menace and her pet Rancor. Menace is a pretty neat boss. She goes invisible, camouflage thing, and tries to get cheap shots. This move's awesome, where Starkiller takes Menace's blades and throws them back at her. What a badass. Menace's lightsabers are really neat too. They're these guard Shotos, which are like lightsaber tonfa. The plot is so bizarre, with Vader instructing Starkiller on ways to one-up the Empire just so he can take out the Emperor. Although Juno isn't very happy that Starkiller is still working for Vader. And I really do love Juno and Galen together, but we really needed more here to buff out their relationship. Comes off feeling a little forced. Then again, there's a novel to this, so maybe that fleshes things out more. While on Rax's Prime, Proxy decides now is the best time to attack. His boss is cool as it challenges you to fight easier versions of all the previous bosses until... You know, there's something really awesome about Sam Witwer fighting Darth Maul, since, you know, he's gonna take the mantle for the character. Alright, here it is, the moment you've all waited for. Starkiller uses the Force to pull down a Star Destroyer from the sky and crashes it to the ground. This is why he can't be canon. Absurdly powerful son of a bitch. Is this where they got the idea for that guy in the Rebels show? Actually, wait. Sam Witwer blinded him too. That's gotta be some kind of reference. So wait a minute. Palpatine takes Organa with the other rebels, and he knew about his involvement as well as their own. But Organa still got to be sorta safe in Alderaan until it blew up? Weird.
I lied.
Ah, he said it. Starkiller has to invade the under construction Death Star in order to save the rebel leaders. This cutscene still gives me chills. The beginning of this is a huge battle royale, which really can suck, so you can just jump down here to bypass it. Bringing us to the
Planet Blower Upper Gun.
I really love this, getting to explore the inner workings of the Death Star. This is so cool. After waves of enemies and the Emperor's personal guard, we make our way down the hallway to his throne room, where we face off against Vader. And never has Vader been so brutalized. He gets all kinds of messed up here. That's a really fun boss that could be challenging in higher difficulties. Now here, the game gives you a choice. You can either fight the Emperor, or you can fight Vader. The light side and the canon ending has you fighting Papa Palpy. And this boss kinda sucks. He just flings stuff around at you and uses his force lightning until you have openings to damage him. Galen has the opportunity to strike down Palpa, but he's a Jedi now and instead sacrifices himself to save the others. And yes, he dies. Poor Juno. But his death marks the birth of the rebellion. And apparently his family crest is the Rebel Alliance's symbol? Now there is an alternate ending that leads into the game's DLC missions. This is where you decide to fight Vader instead of Papa Palpy. The Vader fight isn't so different the second time, but his defense seems lowered as Starkiller embraces the dark side. Palpatine defeats Coda and the rest of the rebel leaders, and even throws Juno in the Rogue Shadow at Galen. This mutilates Starkiller, leading him to take on his own Darth Vader-like appearance, which is an unlockable costume and usable in the DLC we're about to talk about. That screaming is haunting. So yeah, Force Unleashed is still a beast of a game. It has loads of flaws and bugs, and physics can get pretty annoying, not a lot of recovery for enemy attacks, the jumping can be real slippery, but problems aside, it's still loads of fun, and I'm kinda surprised it hasn't gotten remastered in any fashion. Even the PC version for this game isn't that hot for modern systems. It's still locked at 30 FPS, which you can change with some modding, but it makes the game a little buggy. Still, I loved revisiting this one. It's a pretty short game too. It takes maybe 4 or 5 hours to beat. I do recommend playing at higher difficulties because easy and normal, you'll just steamroll right through. This game ought to have a little challenge to it. And it felt very rewarding beating this game on Sith Master. There's also loads of collectibles and costumes to find in the game and with DLC. There's a whole catalog of characters you can play with in-game models from different Star Wars media. You can even play as C-3PO. This rules. Before moving on, there are a couple DLC missions worth noting. The first is Jedi Temple, which is a sort of deleted scene, if you will, from the main campaign. Although available in the old gen version, I really like this one. Here we explore the ruined Jedi Temple so Galen can learn more about his past. There's cool sections here like this Jedi training room with all these spawning droids, or this room where you can crush enemies with a giant globe. After finding the holocron, Galen then must face his trials, which includes loads of platforming. Afterwards, we have to face off against the Sith version of ourselves. This is a really neat boss. He has this move that can revamp your controller, making your gameplay disoriented. You can also turn into the good version of Starkiller, which you cannot hit or you will lose health. You know, it is a shame that this level got cut because it does help the narrative of Galen's moral duplicity, but I can also understand how it would hurt the flow of the story. The other two DLC missions are what-if scenarios based on the Sith ending. Here we have a fragile hope. Ah, see what they did there? Vader's dead, so now Starkiller is in the spot of Vader, hunting down C-3PO and R2-D2 on Tatooine. This leads him to questioning Jabba at his palace. I really do like Starkiller's Sith design. He's got these Freddy Krueger fingers. We go around bullying Jawas and Tuskens, making our way to the palace. Since Starkiller is now evil Sith man, his Force Lightning is purple. At the palace, Jabba betrays us, and we had to fight his Rancor. Now, unlike Luke, Starkiller has already fought about 10 of these things. It is neat how they mix Tatooine elements from Return of the Jedi and A New Hope here. Look, we even get to play with the droid torture chamber, where we also run into Proxy?
Thank you, Proxy.
It was so good to work.
Why did that make me so sad? They have great moments of Starkiller's sadness sprinkled around here. Great performances from Sam Witwer. As we make our escape from the palace, we end up fighting Boba Fett, now voiced by D. Bradley Baker, who voices all of the clones in the Clone Wars and subsequent Star Wars projects. Now that's a familiar sight. Then we face off against Obi-Wan, for real this time, as the gang tries to escape Mos Eisley. Not only does Starkiller destroy Obi-Wan by throwing him into the Falcon, goodness, we then have to fight against his ghost and obliterate it. This is so stupid that it's awesome. And that's the end of the mission, with Starkiller putting a tracker on the Falcon. But it seems that the rest of the movie events still somehow play out, as we continue to Hoth with Empire Strikes Back equivalent. Death Star still got destroyed, and the rebels were tracked down to Hoth, where Starkiller is searching for Luke Skywalker. This is my favorite design in the game. The snow design of Sith Starkiller is awesome. It's on the cover of the Unleashed edition. I love it. The level overall is pretty fun. We start by going to these Wampa caves. Starkiller kills his advisor because he made a mistake, resulting in this annoying platforming section. Can't blame him. We break into Echo Base, kind of like the deleted scene of the movie where Wampas are breaking in. Here we face off against Luke Skywalker many times. Throughout the boss fight, we turn Luke into the dark side and completely rewrite Star Wars history. So with all that done, yes, this game still holds up. It's still awesome. Like I said, it has its flaws, but they do not outweigh the overall great experience for Star Wars fans that this game holds. Just an absurd example of what the Force can do in the most stretched of imagination. Now, I'm really excited to play the old gen version. As I said before, I've never played it all the way through. So this released for the Wii, and was ported onto the PS2 as well, and the PSP, and they all have their own little differences that we'll break down. First, we'll cover the main story. We'll do this by playing the remastered version on the Nintendo Switch, modeled after the Wii version. Except I will not be using motion controls, thank you. We open on Kashyyyk like the other versions, but now at nighttime, and instead of stormtroopers we have the 501st, which I like that since it connects closer to the timeline of when this happens. The graphics are not as realistic as the new gen version, but they still look great, undoubtedly. Sometimes, not so much, but overall, good design. The controls took a little bit of time for me to adjust to, since it's pretty much remapped from the other version. Thankfully, I can actually change the controls in the settings to make it feel like the other game. The general idea is the same: force push, lightsaber combos. The grip isn't as good as the new gen version for obvious reasons, but it still works. And it seems like they used a slightly different script for scenes too, although the same voice actors were used.
A son. A son.
Definitely not the better performance on that one. The boss fights are pretty cool. It feels like a bridge between Revenge of the Sith game and the new gen version. They have more of a dueling feel to them. The general story appears to be the same, more simplified versions of the cutscenes, but the narrative is virtually the same. And the actors must have been tired or something when they found out they had to record these scenes again, because the presence just isn't there.
You are one of Vader's spies. You don't need to know anything about my missions except where I'm going. Now I need to jump to Nar Shaddaa. Can you handle that?
Of course. You are one of Darth Vader's spies.
You don't need to know anything about my missions except where I'm going. Now I need to jump to Nar Shaddaa. Can you handle that?
Of course.
This one's not nearly as cinematic an experience, but it does put more of its focus on the actual gameplay. It's a little weird that Starkiller doesn't use his signature style, instead just holds his lightsaber normal, but that's also because it was meant for the Wii, so yeah. It very much feels like a more simplistic combat style. It's still fun, don't get me wrong. Unlike the other version, this one is lighter, so jumping and platforming works a bit better. This cutscene gives me Spider-Man vibes.
Ah! Tell me.
Why? I'm dead anyway. Okay, please just stop.
I can't tell you. He'd kill me.
What makes you think I won't?
The upgrade system is a bit different. You get points based on your combos and kills that you can use for force abilities and combo upgrades. But your max health and force have to be found through holocrons hidden in the maps. Oh man, Coda looks so tired. After beating Coda, we get something really different. We have this menu on the Rogue Shadow. Here you can check extras, customize your saber and costumes, and cheat codes. Well, there's no trophies on this game after all. The next stage is also different as we head into the Jedi Temple for more training? Already getting training from his Force Ghost dad, I guess. These sections end with boss fights of Sith, Ghosts, all of which are new characters that were not in the new gen version. Interesting. After that, we move to Rexus to fight Paratus. This level is structured incredibly different. The enemy types also feel very different. Another one of these types of cutscenes? It seems that no matter the version, this mission always will piss me off. I hate these junk enemies. And what an abysmal boss. And I definitely feel like these return visits to Coruscant make it hard to stay covert. Oh, hi, Kari Walgren.
The scent of your feet is intoxicating.
There's nice additions here, like the opening to the Felucia stage, where Juno and Starkiller bond more, and actually see her start to question the Empire a bit.
You can't hide your feelings from me, no matter how deeply you bury them.
Felucia. It reminds me of Kalos.
That's right, you were at the Battle of Kalos.
I led the Imperial forces at the Battle of Kalos. Kalos was like this. Overgrown, teeming with life. And we raised the planet. It's a dead world now.
I read the reports. You did the right thing. You followed your orders till the end.
Yes.
Something that the other version was desperately missing. Ah, damn, Shaak Ti. Felucia is pretty similar in terms of design and enemy types. Shaak Ti meets her fate the same, and we move on to the new stage. The entire medical prison escape level is just a cutscene here. However, this time we do get to go to Nar Shaddaa. This should be familiar to you Dark Forces fans. Playing some bops here too. So instead of Cloud City, we find Coda here, but other than that, it runs pretty similar. I think I actually might prefer this stage, truthfully. But why are we going back to the Jedi Temple again? We do get this cool boss fight with Galen's father, which does have a little bit more impact than this. I feel like this whole thing just still could have happened on Kashyyyk though. Oh hell yeah, I got Mara Jade! Anyway, time for Kashyyyk. Kashyyyk is immensely more simple in this game, very easy. It's also here that I realized that Leia is voiced by Catherine Tabor, who voices Padme in Clone Wars. I appreciate this game also for making Organa look like someone who's actually been held captive. But no Sarlacc pit? Huh. The fight with Menace is kind of annoying. She keeps interrupting the fight with these different enemies and Rancor. Damn! The Imperial Rex's Prime mission is by far my least favorite. It was tedious and repetitive. Proxy doesn't fight you in this game either, nor does he ever mention what his Prime Directive is. So it's just a Shadow Guard. After pulling down the Star Destroyer, which was just a cutscene, there is another additional level now here on Cloud City where we have to save Garm. Bounty Hunter Gungan?
Weren't prepared for that, were you?
What a goober. This mission is still going? This feels like filler. It really does. And another new boss? And another boss?
I lied.
This definitely does not hit the same. The Death Star mission is another bare bones version, pretty linear up to the boss fight with Vader. I do like how his armor gets damaged over the course of the battle though. Just like with the new gen version, you have to choose the light side or dark side ending, which means I have to play this level again. Palpatine fights with a lightsaber this time. This fight sucks. Not hard, but Palpatine keeps doing these clashes which just slow down the fight. The Sith ending is a bit goofy. You kill Vader and Palpatine throws a tantrum, and then it ends like the new gen version. Personally, I don't consider this the superior version, although I do find it a very interesting one, and I respect it on its own merits. I had fun playing it, definitely. One major highlight is all the bonus content, as well as a duel mode, which is completely unique to the Wii and Switch. The PS2 version is identical in story, but that's about it. The PSP, however, is a little unique. It's an identical port, which is impressive on its own, but it also has historic battles, which is really interesting. These recreate famous moments of the film in the game's engine. It's not the Revenge of the Sith game, but it's neat. You know, the fight on Mustafar actually makes for a good lead-in for the main story. Oh my... Oh... Obi-Wan just killed him in cold blood! Look at that stare! Yeah, they definitely weren't doing all that in the movie. The PSP version is awesome. And there's one last port to talk about before we move on to another game. Force Unleashed on the DS. Yeah, in this port, you have to use the touchscreen for every action. Lightsaber, force abilities, jumping, it's all with the touchscreen. Look, I give them an A for effort. It's Force Unleashed on the DS, and it's not the worst Star Wars game we've played on the go. It's cool on its own merits, however, it's not so great when you're emulating it, I'm afraid. Well, with Force Unleashed finished, that leaves us with a lot of Clone Wars stuff. This was a new big thing and marketing was crazy for it. I'm especially nostalgic for the commercials and Legos, and there were quite a few bit of games made as well. A lot of Flash web browser games, which again we won't be covering because they aren't really available anymore, and they're just a different classification, like mobile games. There were two games, however, that came out in 2008, both for Nintendo. The first was on the Wii, Clone Wars Lightsaber Duels. I've never played this one, and the responses I've heard from it back in the day were pretty lukewarm. It should be noted that this is the only Wii exclusive Star Wars game, as the other ones were just ports. With the exception of Force Unleashed, that's a whole special case. Well, I bought this game for $2, and it's probably the cheapest Wii game I own. Let's check it out. The main menu is a looped clip of Ahsoka fighting Grievous from an episode of the series. Yeah, that's it. So there's several play modes, quick play, free battle, challenge, but you know what we're here for. Let's check out the campaign. The story mode opens up like an episode of the show using clips from the movie, which in itself is 3 episodes stitched together basically. The training is through Ahsoka, which makes sense. Oh, what the hell. The gameplay is as you'd expect. It's a fighting game with focus on the Wii motion controls to move your lightsaber attacks. It's pretty responsive all things considered. It had a hard time reading the directions of my swings when trying to do fast combos though. But other than that, it works pretty well. It's not a super advanced fighter. You have clashes with motion QTEs, as well as force buffed moves and throwing stuff from the environment. Get ready to work those arms out. The story mode somewhat follows the plot of the film, with Anakin fighting Ventress during the Baby Hutt arc. I probably shouldn't have just jumped into the harder difficulties right out the gate. The AI definitely isn't just a dummy, rather aggressive actually. The second stage has us fighting Ventress again. I can sense a limited roster here. Anakin vs. Dooku from the film. He just hit me with pocket sand. Anakin threw Dooku in a Sarlacc pit. I don't remember that happening in the movie. After the fight, the campaign jumps into the R2 is missing arc. I'm not really sure how much of the show was actually out by the time this game dropped, but I can imagine it was still pretty fresh. Yeah, basically this game just covers different fights from different episodes.
You're nothing more than Count Dooku's bald bootlicker.
Jeez, Ahsoka? Might as well just call her a bitch at this point. After all the malevolent stuff, they kind of give us this random final stage against this droid guy. Kind of cool design. And, that's it. Sure, it's got loads of unlockables, but the gameplay is just unrefined and clunky. There's still fun to be found here. I'm sure, I probably would have loved it as a kid, The aesthetic of the show is totally there. The graphics are great for the hardware, the environments, the stages look incredible, the music, the sound design. It's all there. It's very competent for sure. And it's not much to write about, really. The last game of 2008 is a DS title, Clone Wars Jedi Alliance. This is one I had back in the day, and I still have it. From the opening, this already proves to be one of the better portable games. We have full in-game cutscenes telling an original story. This story focuses on Night Sisters, who I don't think were in the show quite yet, who are stealing these kyber crystals. So here we have an original story, full cutscenes, fully voice acted. Oh hell yeah! You can choose 2 Jedi from the roster at a time, making your own team combinations, which is a really cool idea. The entire gameplay is stylus based, but unlike Force Unleashed, the gameplay is on the same screen, so it functions a lot better. You tap to interact with the environment or to battle enemies. Now, unfortunately, when emulating, the touchscreen tends to lag games for some reason, so it's a bit of a challenge to play this game. I definitely recommend playing this one on the actual hardware. I'm sorry, but I can't even get this to do the QTEs properly. I'm doing the action, literally doing the action, and it's not reading it. Sorry, I had to play this one on the actual hardware, and I have no way to capture a DS other than the old-fashioned way. But it's a very simple game, it's very effective, and I think it's impressive on how it captures the look and the feel of the show, while letting you choose all these characters that required them to have their own lines for different scenarios, which is really cool. And it makes up for a short story by having a lot of replayability. Lots of characters from the show pop up, Padme, Ventress. I seriously think that this is a hidden gem that should be checked out by any Clone Wars fan, hell, even a DS fan. Relatively cheap game that I think is worth having in your collection. Now we move on to 2009, where we only have 2 Star Wars games, not counting the wave of Flash games and re-release complete packages. The first is a new Clone Wars game, Republic Heroes. People don't like this game, and I've never played it before. I've avoided it because it's had very, very negative response. And this game came out on every system. 360, PS2, PS3, PSP, PC, Wii, and the DS. Now I did hear it was a pretty popular 360 game for the express purpose of achievements. We'll look at the 360 for the general basis of the game. Let's see why everyone hates this one so much. Oh cool, there's a trailer for the Season 1 DVD. And my disc doesn't work. Awesome. Let's try the game, hopefully? Okay. Oh dear. Well, it's certainly the most cinematic Clone Wars game so far. It has a weird blend of looking really good and looking really, really ugly. Oh, it's this type of game. Yeah, this is another simple game reminiscent of Jedi Power Battles, but not quite as fun. You get platforming and hack and slash elements. There's some cool stuff like hijacking droid vehicles or the droids themselves. Unfortunately, after the first level, my game crashed again, so we're gonna switch to the PS3 version. The more I play, I realized, yeah, this is very similar to Jedi Power Battles, even the little vehicle section here. Eventually, this game does actually let you play the clones, which is a first for these Clone Wars games. The blaster isn't ideal, but throwing thermal detonators is fun. The campaign is pretty lengthy, actually, sporting its own original narrative, most of which is on Ryloth. It alternates from Jedi platforming to clone shooting. At this point, I wasn't quite seeing why the game was hated so much. I mean, it's not Force Unleashed for sure, but it's not the worst Star Wars game out there. Looks decent enough for capturing the early Clone Wars style, which on its own wasn't the best looking in its early days, but as I kept playing, then I realized, yeah, this gets tiresome real fast. The plot is whatever, it's really not enough to keep you invested. There's 4 campaigns with different sets of missions that interweave with another, like going from the middle of Ryloth to Obi-Wan on the Juma 9 with Plo Koon. And there's other characters like Windu and Fisto, Aayla Secura, Luminara, but the problem is that they all feel the same. And after a while you start to realize that, yeah, this is just kind of a dull game. I do notice that a lot of these Clone Wars games were geared towards a younger audience, which makes sense for obvious reasons.
But, you know, it's a film for 12-year-olds.
Anywho, this was becoming a real edgy time for gaming. With COD, Halo, GTA 4, gaming was really taking specific shape here as the standards were changing. So a bunch of adults complaining about a kid's game is a way you can look at it, but this was a time where gaming was becoming more interested in cars, guns, and prostitutes over light sticks. And I'm not speaking for me personally, because actually this was a time I was really starting to get into anime like intently. So my gaming shifted towards that as well. I was alternating COD with Naruto Storm games. So I can understand the perspective of the time, and I have no nostalgic lens for these games either, and they are just kinda dull. I'm sure with the right mindset or conditioning, these could be a lot of fun, and a lot of great memories for people that had them growing up, but it really doesn't do it for me personally. The PSP and PS2 version are pretty similar, just very scaled down, but the DS is an entirely new game. This is one that covers actually more of the movie and show, and serves as a prequel to the console version, which is really cool. That makes it more of a companion piece. They even got clips here. The gameplay is much more linear than that of Jedi Alliance. It's still stylus based, but a little bit more linear. The overall movement is improved though, and there's some cool parkour stuff. This is another great DS game that lets you play missions based on iconic episodes from the first season of the show. I still think Jedi Alliance is a little bit more impressive. Instead of in-game cutscenes here, we have clips from the show, which is cool to see on the DS itself, even if they are greatly compressed. Both of the DS games are worth owning in my opinion. The last game of 2009 is Star Wars Battlefront Elite Squadron. Many of you probably already know this, but there was going to be a Battlefront 3. Within the last few years, we've seen a lot of incomplete but impressive stuff from what it would have been, but we never got it. However, a good bit of what the story mode would have been is basically what we see in Elite Squadron. This was the same developers who did the previous Renegade Squadron, so there's a lot of similarities there. One big difference here is that there's also a DS version, which that is the one I had when it came out. So this will be my first time playing the PSP version. Like Renegade Squadron, it has its own unique story, but it's much more involved. Here we follow two special clones, X1 and X2, made from a unique classified donor. They are assigned under General Furoda during the Clone Wars. There's quite a bit of difference in gameplay and style here to not feel as much of a clone as the previous title. The gameplay feels fundamentally the same, but the UI and overall visual style has some noticeable changes to it. Another big thing is the land-to-space aspect, which was a big concept that was going to be in Battlefront 3. They were going to put major emphasis on this, being able to fight on land and space on the same maps. Although flying on this game is okay. The story starts deep into the Clone Wars on Tatooine. The cutscenes utilize different footage from movies with narration. The opening battle is on Tatooine, weird choice for the Clone Wars. And it's interesting how these guys don't wear helmets either, they just go out with their faces open for fire. Really showing their separation from the other clones, I suppose. After the opening stage, we jump right into battle over Coruscant, starting Revenge of the Sith. We spend some time fighting in space before assisting Mace Windu on the surface. We get to fight with Mace Windu against Grievous. These clones are something else. While on a mission on Cato Neimoidia, Order 66 is executed and we have to kill our Jedi General. This leads us into Act 2, the time of the Galactic Empire. We, however, do not fight the Empire. We join the Rebels and go to Dantooine to train under the Jedi whose DNA, X1 and X2, were cloned after. X1, on the other hand, stays on the dark side. Oh, an actual pre-rendered cutscene. X1 takes advantage of Grey's kindness and kills him in cold blood. The game then jumps ahead some more time. Now we're working with Coda from Force Unleashed. This mission is so bizarre. We have to go inside of the Death Star to free some rebel prisoners. I swear, these games make the Death Star just feel like not a secret whatsoever for the main narrative like it's supposed to be. This was also an incredibly tedious mission. After that, we go post the Death Star's destruction to help out the rebels escape on Yavin 4. Here we work with Col Sera from the previous game to destroy a Star Destroyer on our way out. We go to Hoth and we get bossed around by Luke for a little bit before facing off against our brother again with a boss fight. Ugh, this game is something. We then assist in efforts on Endor to defeat the Empire. And then after that's when it gets really interesting. X1 is still out being an evil Sith man and wants to be his own emperor, bringing us to the third act of the story. There's a few missions here. While chasing X1, we go to Vader's old castle to track down X1's location, which is a really neat stage. I really like this one. Oh, and we have a lightsaber now. The game concludes on Mustafar with the brothers having their final duel. Oh boy. Ugh. Wait, did we just get a girlfriend? The game does not convey its narrative very well, and that was the only thing that was really keeping me hooked with this game. I appreciate the changes and ambitious takes, but overall this game was a much bigger pain in the ass to play. The melee combat was scarce and pointless, hardly functioning. The missions got really tiresome and frankly boring. Thankfully, this game is still full of content like Galactic Conquest and Instant Campaign. But overall, the map designs weren't nearly as investing, and this one just didn't do it for me. And the game feels older than it should. We're in the Clone Wars era now, but it feels like this game is still somewhere in between Revenge of the Sith era fan fiction type games. Somehow this game feels like it's before its time, both in visuals and narrative. I'm sure there's a lot of fond memories for those who played this online on their PSPs back in the day. For me, this one's just okay. Well, let's revisit the DS version, which I haven't touched since 2009, and hardly remember it. You know what? Call me crazy. You probably will. I think I prefer the DS version. Now, listen, I love Battlefront, but by the time we got to Elite Squadron, it started to feel a little stale. This DS port is definitely restricted to its hardware, but at least it still feels fresh. All of the core beats are still there. You shoot enemies, fly in space, blow up space stations. And the big thing here is the story. We actually have more cutscenes and more narrative to work with. The story is the same, but much more fleshed out. Yeah, the DS port is actually the underdog here. Although it is a bit sad that this is the end of the classic Battlefront era. And it won't be for many years until we see the franchise's revival. Now in 2010, we only have one game. Well, there was a Clone Wars MMO, but that's not available anymore. Nor are the dozen Flash games and mobile games that came out this year. But we do have this bad boy. Star Wars Force Unleashed 2. I remember watching the original trailer for this game and being blown away. Starkiller was back somehow. I especially remember the ads when watching the third Robot Chicken Star Wars special air on TV, and I'm so happy they included the old commercial in the DVD too.
Good thing it's on our team, huh?
Lord Vader, Starkiller has broken through
to our hearts.
Now, there was a lot of confusion alongside the hype for this because Galen died. How are they going to bring him back? Who cares? Because now he has 2 lightsabers. Get it? 2? This is the second game. Admittedly, I haven't played this one since it released, and I never even checked out the DLC before. Because, well, the game was a little disappointing. But mind you, that was over 10 years ago, so maybe I'll have a different perspective now. The story opens on Commando, the cloning planet. So yeah, Starkiller is a clone in this one. That aspect alone turned a lot of people off. The whole cloning Jedi lore thing is really wonky. Anyway, you can see quite a graphical improvement in the years since the first game. The clone of Starkiller is still plagued by the memories of Galen, most importantly his love for Juno, which keeps him from being a complete slave to Vader. It seems that this has driven all the previous attempts of clones to absolute madness.
Leave me alone!
This clone, however, escapes and gives us the most Starkiller-esque return. Now we really get into the gameplay here, and it's simplified from the first. You have your combos that you can infuse with Force Push or Lightning from the start, which I like that since you should already know that by now. You have 2 lightsabers, which makes for cool combos and attacks aesthetically. It doesn't feel as drastic a change as one might think. The game at times feels really great, and it looks a lot sleeker here than the first. Less slippery jumps, and I feel like I have better control of the character. Look at Starkiller crushing TIE fighters with the Force. At least they made the lightsaber feel a little bit more like a blade. You can actually dismember your enemies now. But the Wii version went crazy with it. One of my favorite changes that they added here was the mind trick. You can make stormtroopers kill themselves by making them think their lives are worthless. Starkiller escapes Commando and makes his way to his old friend General Coda. This brings him to Cato Nemodia, run by D. Bradley Baker. This stage is where you really start to understand the major flaw with this game. My god, is it repetitive, and the level structures just aren't as interesting. I personally don't mind this too much, but I can understand where the complaints are really coming from. I'm still getting my enjoyment out of this regardless. And like the first game, there are holocrons you can find, but they're not very well hidden. Most of them are just in plain sight. The boss with the bear in here sucks, and you're supposed to throw rockets back at him, but they never really go where they're supposed to. After the 2 stages, we have a giant boss fight. This cutscene that leads into it is really funny. Welcome to God of War, I guess. The first stage of the boss is very reminiscent of the giant bosses from the first Ultimate Ninja Storm game, from dodging hands to breath attacks. The second stage is kind of the same thing, but more personal. And then it ends with a long falling section. They were really proud of these. Coda calls in the trusty rogue Shadow to save the day, although Juno isn't there. Coda is upset at Starkiller's indifference to help out the rebellion, but rather to use his mind like a Jedi should? He name drops Dagobah so very conveniently for Starkiller to go explore. Isn't that planet supposed to be like super unknown, super secret? Well, whatever. Boba Fett's here. The whole Dagobah stage feels incredibly forced. You just had to throw Yoda in here, I guess. I actually wonder what Yoda could do for Starkiller if this was, you know, more thought out and not just a rushed story that was written in a couple weeks. Starkiller goes into Dagobah's Force Cave for a fun trip. This game really could have focused on his existential crisis. It just did not play with it enough as it should have. It would have made for a really compelling chapter in what was supposed to be a trilogy by this point until Disney pulled the plug on the 3rd game. Starkiller and Coda then approach Rebel Fleet only for the Empire to attack it, causing mayhem. Boba Fett kidnaps Juno and we had to fight a bunch of robot spiders. Little critters are a pain in the oh, there's mama. It's kind of like a not as good version of Spielberg's Tripods. After that, we shoot down a Star Destroyer on our trip to Commando. Remember the last game where we used the Force to pull down one from the sky? Well, this time we can throw a whole dying ship into a planet while flinging debris out the way, and we jump into a TIE fighter. What the hell's going on? And now we move to the finale of the game, and it's been like 2 hours? That's including finding all the collectibles. It is very bizarre that Starkiller cares about nothing but saving Juno, willing to let the entire Rebel Alliance fall, even though she herself has dedicated herself as a great military leader in honoring Galen's memory, basically tarnishing his memory by saying none of that matters. But he is going through an existential crisis. This has got to be one of the most boring and worst Darth Vader bosses of all time. Mind you, I am playing on hard mode, but damn, this is dull. You just wait for minimal openings to get a hit in, 20 different clashes with long dialogues, and then fighting these clones, and it takes forever. The second section has a cutscene that is quite famous. He didn't have to do all that. I don't know what to say about this. It's like a 12-year-old's fantasy. Like the previous title, we beat Vader and have a choice of a light side or dark side ending. We'll go with the canon light side ending. The game ends with Juno surviving and Vader being imprisoned. And Leia is there. Even if it is a transmission, this makes no sense whatsoever in the timeline. Not to mention, remember when A New Hope opened on the Rebels' first victory? I realize this is a non-canon game, so whatever, but at least the first one still had some sort of feeling of being like a lost chapter, where this one just feels like it doesn't really belong. The ending cutscene is great, leading into a 3rd act that we'll never get. Oh yeah, I forgot, Boba Fett was in this game, wasn't he? Now for the dark side ending. The dark side ending is an alternate take where an evil clone of Starkiller exists, and everyone dies. And now there's an evil Starkiller. Alright. Before moving on, there's one last major thing to look at. Like the previous game, there is DLC available here, but it's only one. Now we get the dark side take on Return of the Jedi. This goes straight into the Forest Moon of Endor, where Starkiller puts a damper on the Rebels' plans. Here we go through the Forest, killing Rebels and Ewoks, poor little guys. Bet the creators behind Dark Forces would have loved this. We end up at the bunker where you fight against Chewie and kill Chewie and Han. Well, that's what Harrison always wanted. The second stage has us in the generator. Looks a lot smaller outside. And then we fight against Leia. This is awesome. After all these years, we finally get to see Leia with her own Jedi design, and it's a really cool design. I love this. Unfortunately, we do kill her, and then the Emperor kills Darth, and it's over. Well, that's a lot of questions that will never be answered. Outside of that, there is this challenge mode. It's a short game. I did all of this in a sitting. It doesn't live up to the first, it really doesn't. It's clunky, repetitive, short, and its narrative has a lot of holes in it. But it's still fun at times, and it's not the worst Star Wars game we've played. There's a Wii port for this one as well. It's not too drastically different, not compared to the Wii port of the first game. Downscaled for sure. There's some extra bits in the story, like a brief encounter with Boba. There's also Smash multiplayer mode, which I can't find my second damn nunchuck to play. The Wii version's actually a really good port. Oh, and then there's the DS version. Well, the cutscenes actually have voice lines this time, so that's an upgrade. It does its job. You get to play the game's story on the go, this time as a side-scroller. It's pretty fun. You get to use your stylus to draw your force abilities, like wiggling and lightning. I think I might actually like this port more than the first one. Moving on to 2011, we also have two games. The first is LEGO Star Wars III: The Clone Wars. Clone Wars has had a rough set of games previously, but this one right here, well, it's LEGO. By this time, LEGO had been making several games off of different properties, and jumping from complete Saga to this shows that there's been quite a bit of advancements. This title is based off of the first 2 seasons of Clone Wars, although it opens at the Jedi Arena from Attack of the Clones. I do like the idea of connecting the stories and to give us more of a detailed retelling of this level compared to the original. It now showcases the advancements that LEGO has made in the games since the original LEGO Star Wars, and gives us a more accurate version. For example, we can actually fight the beasts now that were cut from the original. I think it's interesting that these are the same LEGO figures that were part of the Clone Wars release, except for the eyes. I remember fondly collecting those Legos, and they sure had distinct eyes. The game went for a more traditional route though. And one of the big things we see here with the Jango Fett fight is that we can throw lightsabers now. These games now have a more advanced reticle. Kinda weird we can't play Windu, and that's just disrespectful. After escaping the arena, we go straight into the war. This is our hub, for the Republic at least. We can't do much here until we get another gold brick though. The main story has 3 branches, each having levels based off of different episodes. Now, if you recall, the show in its early seasons was not in chronological order, and off of the top of my head, I can't remember exactly how it goes, but I figure the most appropriate step is to finish our Battle of Geonosis. This brings us to the big battle stages that was a big gimmick for this game. It's like a very simplified RTS. You can build stations and call in troops. I like to use the tanks here that can just blast everything. These stages are pretty fun, but they aren't very challenging. The enemies don't really fight back too much, and after a while these can get really repetitive. After that stage, we unlock free roam in the hub. That said, there still isn't a whole lot you can do yet, so back to the story. I'm pretty sure the Christophsis stuff is first, since that leads into Ahsoka's introduction, so let's do that. You know, this game really highlights how great the soundtrack is for this show. They certainly took their creative liberties here, but this should feel familiar enough for fans of the show. The energy and atmosphere is there for sure. The missions are much more intricate than the previous games. More lightsaber uses like cutting walls and boss fights that are more or less impressive. Lightsaber dueling quite isn't a thing in this one. Not like the old one where you actually had combos. Here you just slam and throw stuff. Still, the levels have nice designs that offer an overall fun time. I suppose we'll continue the Ventress path, which actually brings us to the first episode to air, Ambush. I remember this vividly, watching this episode when it first came out. The pantomiming, as always, does a great job here explaining the basic plot of the episode. Moving on to Blue Shadow Virus, another arc I remember vividly. A good Anakin and Padme adventure. It seems I liked seeing them together more in the cartoon. Man, Padme looks tired. Ah, hey, Ahsoka's here. Now we move into another big gimmick of this game, and I believe this is the first one to utilize the split screen in this fashion where 2 players can be handling 2 different scenarios at once via split screen. I like how this boss can block lightsabers basically with his hands, but not junk being thrown at him. The cutscenes in this game are pretty unhinged. I don't remember LEGO Harry Potter being like this. The rest of Ventress' campaign has us playing through Ryloth. This is a big 3-episode arc that is done in 3 levels here. Oh hey, our first space battle. Space battles are pretty interesting. You land on different sections that require different tasks, such as manning the guns, against enemy ships, or getting torpedoes. You know, I used to have this exact Lego set of Anakin's ship. It's very nostalgic for me just looking at it. The last 2 stages bring us to land on Ryloth. First, we liberate the Twi'lek prisoners as Obi-Wan and Cody, introducing this cool mechanic where commandos can actually command other troops and order them to fire at targets. Then we have another one of these types of battles as Windu to liberate Ryloth. And with that, we finish Ventress's campaign. Now we can do more on the hub, including buying vehicles and boarding the enemy ship. Wow, they already let us get Dooku and Cad Bane. It's crazy, we don't have any droids unlocked yet. Well, that's about to change, because it's time for Duel of the Droids, a very bizarre story arc of the show, where R2 is kidnapped and an evil astromech takes his place as they try to rescue R2. I really do love the Clone Wars Lego Grievous. He looks much better than the original. What's really bizarre is that the back art of the game has the old Grievous on there. Weird. Droid fight! The next set of stages is based off the Malevolence trilogy. The first stage is a simple space battle, launching an offensive on the Malevolence. We get to play as Plo Koon this time, so that's cool. The next is the interior of the Malevolence. This mission sure is stuck in my memory. We link up with Padme and C-3PO, and I wonder if the LEGO Harry Potter game had any influence on 3PO's little computer minigame here. I always really liked the whole steering the Malevolence into the moon thing too. I don't know why, I like that. Well, Grievous retreats defeated to his lair. Well, we might as well go there too. The game did well to try and capture that creepy atmosphere of Grievous's lair. Well, it's about as creepy as the LEGO game can get. We get to fight Grievous's pet and then eventually duel him on a landing pad to make our escape. Veb kinda had that coming, not gonna lie. The next stage is one of my favorite episodes, Rookies, based on one of the main group of troopers, Heavy, Echo, and Fives, who by the time this game dropped, we didn't know how great of characters they were actually going to become. And this is our first mission to not use Jedi characters as well, so that's a nice change of pace. The last level has us facing Grievous's Koth, only to be captured. So we execute a mercy mission to save him, including multiple boss battles with Grievous and some space stuff. Well, now for the rest of Dooku's campaign. We play as Jar Jar in that one episode where Anakin and Obi-Wan get roofied by pirates. This mission takes a bit more strategy as you have to take down these towers without being able to call for reinforcements. And by this point you should have enough gold bricks, 30, to unlock the first bonus mission, which is actually based on the movie. So technically we should have played this one forever ago. This mission focuses on Ahsoka and Anakin saving Stinky and the CIS's efforts to trick Jabba. Here we play from Dooku's perspective and have a heck of a time getting out of this place. Even when beating Anakin and Ahsoka, the events still play out in the good guy's favor. The next stage is based on that episode where Anakin got that super concussion. Anyway, let's help out the Lemur people. And then we go back to Geonosis for this kind of annoying stage. Every time you clear the field, it resets again, setting back all of your progress, making you have to do this 3 times. Well, at least we get to play Queen Luminara and Barriss. Then we finish with a creepy brain worm episode with the Queen Geonosian. You know, like aliens? I love all the alien references. They knew. They knew. After completing all 3 paths, we unlock a special epilogue mission, the Zillo Beast. Remember that Godzilla Kaiju homage episode? Or episodes? It's another soft RTS stage where we have to eventually subdue the Zillo. And it ends there. Without any indication of what made the Zillo Beast episode so memorable. This is a kid's game. And there is one more bonus episode using bounty hunters to unlock Hostage Crisis, based off of the season finale where a bunch of bounty hunters plan a breakout for Zero the Hutt. The bounty hunters are pretty cool. Like Aura saying with their sniper rifle, Robanino is probably the most busted character for unlocking stuff and getting collectibles. Okay, that's pretty awesome. And that's it. That's the campaign. After the main story, there's some stuff we can do. Mainly this type of galactic assault mode where we go to planets and conquer them. I mean, that's about it. Something pretty cool is that collecting mini-kits actually earns you legacy characters. They even put Starkiller in here from Force Unleashed. That's awesome. But like with most LEGO games, you can still try to hunt all the gold bricks and get 100% if you want. Although there's not really a reward for it in this one. This game, of course, also had several ports. Most interesting is that this was a very early 3DS game as well. In fact, I believe this was a launch title for several regions. The 3DS is still kinda not great to emulate, but it wasn't that different from the PSP version really, so this should give you a general idea of what it was like. It follows the same beats like other ports, but the gameplay structure is very different. Even for the PSP, we've gotten to the point to where it can no longer fully replicate the console versions as it did with LEGO Star Wars II Indiana Jones, and Batman. One noticeable thing is that it does throw you right into the hub, but it did skip the Geonosia's level. The mission structure is also much more linear, going in airing order. The game does include cutscenes from the console version, even if they are compressed. The clones actually have the proper armor here. The console version was still using the early 2000s models. It's his own version, and that's pretty cool. And the original DS version is also very similar, just much more scaled down. You got even more compressed cutscenes here. The gameplay is incredibly similar, however, and that's still very impressive on its own right. LEGO Star Wars 3 seems to have some mixed reception. Some really enjoy it and even consider it to be one of the strongest LEGO games, while others think quite the opposite. I personally enjoyed it, although that is a very nostalgic game for me. I can't deny it has issues, and game-breaking bugs. Those are always great. I think it's worth checking out and owning if you're a Star Wars fan and a fan of LEGO games. The last game of 2011 is an intriguing one, and a rather difficult one to talk about on here. This is Star Wars: The Old Republic. This is a sequel to the KOTOR series, but it's not number 3. It's an MMO this time, meaning that the game is free to play with in-app purchases. Now, at first, I was scared that this wasn't going to work because the damn game couldn't even load on the loading screen. I had to go configure the settings with a text editor just to change it to windowed mode, just to get past the loading screen. And it's not that the game was stuck loading, it's that it wasn't even loading. Well, once I got it working, we get to choose our affiliation with a character customization. And I'm feeling a little spicy here. Let's do a Sith playthrough this time, so we can make our character with a much more detailed character creator this time. Now for a good name. How about, Jack Doff. What? Now this is when I should say that I haven't really played a lot of MMOs, much at all really, so when it comes to comparing them, I don't have much to offer in this regard outside of comparing this to KOTOR. Anyway, there is a story mode here, where we play this promising fledgling Sith who, well, we determine their journey choices. The prologue sees our training on Korriban undergoing several trials, such as interrogating these prisoners. Oh yeah, we gon' be Sith. The combat in this game feels a lot more simplified. The level system is also pretty linear, and the combat is done through a hotbar now. There's also side quests available during story quests to help boost that XP up. And it is a really investing story, starting out with a rival student like an 80s movie with his bully sidekick. And you've got a master and an ambitious overseer you decided who to align with. We spend our time building ourselves up the ranks. We earn a companion, Veda, who helps us get our lightsaber, and then joins us for our journey. And after getting our lightsaber and beating our 80s rival, we are set free to the universe. Now, Old Republic is huge. Bigger than KOTOR, both of them. I'm talking hundreds of hours of playtime, and it's pretty addicting. I really want to amass a crew with my friends to play this much deeper, but this is already proving to be one of the cooler Star Wars experiences I've had in a minute. It's not quite there in KOTOR levels of storytelling, but this makes for a great, fun online experience. Again, I'm not much of an MMO player to really critique it in that regard, but as a Star Wars fan, I approve. However, we have to move on because talking about this game in more detail would boost this video up another several hours, as well as my poor storage trying to capture all this footage. This is worth revisiting for possibly streaming or another video. Just take my word for it that this is an awesome Star Wars game and a great experience. Now we move on to 2012. This is the year Disney bought Star Wars in October. Before that, we had Star Wars Connect. What a note to go out on. This is certainly an oddity, much like the entire Kinect gimmick. It seems both PlayStation and Xbox really wanted to cash in on the whole motion aspect of gameplay that the Wii had. Xbox had the Kinect, which uses a camera that reads your body movements, requiring you to use your whole body for gameplay. Star Wars threw its hat in with this. Oh man. So yeah, after spending a long time trying to get the thing set up in my office, we got to play some. There is a story mode that has you playing as this Padawan trading under this OC and Yoda. This introduces you to most of the game's features. Lightsaber mechanics where you wave your whole arm around to use a lightsaber. I feel like a jackass. The dueling consists of blocking enemy attacks and using a small window to strike back. There is a dedicated dueling mode after this. The story also has you using your whole body, like going forward and kicking. Now there goes my slipper. This is not the best game for tile flooring. You jump, kick, and stop. Oh boy. And you also have vehicle sections like the speeder one here. You play with imaginary controls for braking and accelerating. Now there's also pod racing. There's also this Rancor mode where you pretend you're a giant monster causing mayhem. I must look like a sight playing this. Jeez. But of course, there's the mode people actually care about, the one you're waiting for me to talk about, the dance-off mode. Now, I've never played a Just Dance game in my life. This is about the extent of it. The entire catalog of songs are real popular hits that have been parodied with Star Wars lyrics, and then some that are just straight up Bruno Mars and Daft Punk, and Deadmau5. There's different stages for the songs. Here's a Leia dedicated one where we actually battle against her in her slave outfit. Sure, Carrie would have loved that. Then on Bespin, the one that everybody remembers. They just keep giving reasons for Harrison Ford to hate Star Wars. No, Harrison, we can't kill Han Solo, no. We need to keep him alive so we can put him in a dance game that we're gonna make. It's gonna be really, really cool. The kids are gonna love it. For the kids. Yeah, I really wanted to get to the Deadmau5 song with Palpatine, but it takes 75 stars to unlock, and my back was not gonna survive that. Star Wars Connect is by far one of the most bizarre things we've come across in Star Wars gaming, if not the most bizarre. If it weren't for a major pain in the ass to set up the Kinect, or how old I am with my achy bones, I might have had more fun with it. I got this when I was younger, and frankly, I'm not sure if I ever played it. I never cared for the whole Kinect gimmick, but I did love the R2 console. Oh god, I'm gonna have to do this again with Dragon Ball. Well, after Kinect, there's really not a whole lot going on for Star Wars. We got an Angry Birds game. Forgot how addicting these were. And it's just Angry Birds with Star Wars characters. But that's also a crossover, so it doesn't really count. 2013, we had Star Wars Pinball, which is pretty neat. You got different tables of different movies. Still just pinball. And during this time, they were still releasing expansions for Old Republic and a bunch of mobile games. Yeah, once Disney got Star Wars, it was a real dry spell for a few years. I do want to give an honorable mention to Disney Infinity, which is a Toys to Life game. It had Star Wars content in it, so I'm chalking that up to crossover. It doesn't fully count, but I felt it was worth acknowledging at least. Looks cute. Now, it wasn't until 2015 that we got our next major Star Wars game. It was also the year that Galaxy of Heroes came out, which is a mobile game that is still going on today. That's a pretty popular one. Star Wars Battlefront. Yep, Battlefront remade by EA for a new generation. I remember the excitement for this, and getting the game day one. I still have my deluxe edition here, which is not worth very much these days. And I played it for about a few weeks before getting bored with it. Not to say that it was a bad game, it just needed more, and my friends weren't interested in it, so that put a damper in my personal experience with the game. And that said, I haven't played this game since then, so let's check it out. Now, this game has no story mode. It is absolutely dependent on its online play. So let's hope some people are still on this, or else it's gonna be a short ride. This game released the same year that Force Awakens would come out, so that was a big focus on this game was the new content. Although this title did release a month before the film. The tutorial is on Hoth, and wow, this game looks incredible. 10 years later, and it's still beautiful. Can I see my footprints in the snow? I can! Like classic Battlefront, you can toggle between first and third person. The shooting and aiming feels real good. Yeah, we can have some fun with this. After spending some time with these tutorial sections, let's try out online. Oh boy. Oh, sweet, we got into a game. I have no fancy weapons or anything unlocked, so this should be fun. Oh, the sound design is also phenomenal in this. This is the closest we've had to a real war experience since Republic Commando. And, well, the chat seems lively. So yeah, this is Star Wars Shoot Shoot. There's a lot of emphasis put on the customization. You play for points to unlock weapons and these cards that have specials you can use. There's loads of game modes, but unfortunately, I'm spending more time here on the loading sessions than actually playing. The flying in this game isn't super ideal either, but to be fair, it never has been in any Battlefront. I was surprised they had hero mode. I thought this game had neglected that. Battlefront 1 is a good game, but it feels like it's still trying to find itself. It's beautiful, it plays well, and it sounds incredible, but there's something missing. Like soul? There's no story mode, no Galactic Conquest, and no Clone Wars. No Clone Wars! There are a few DLC missions that frankly just feel like they should have been in the game in the first place. Battlefront 1 is weird. It's best enjoyed in its prime, but at this point, just go play Battlefront 2. Next up is LEGO Star Wars The Force Awakens. Well, by this point, I definitely hadn't played a LEGO game in a minute. I don't know when I dropped off, maybe LEGO Marvel, which was a great game. But the weird thing here is a LEGO game based on a single movie? I thought this was a pretty weird choice back then. Why not wait for the sequel trilogy to finish and make a LEGO game based off of that? Oh, wait. Money! Well, I did play this one back in the day, and not an ounce of it stayed in my memory, so let's check it out. The game opens on the finale of Return of the Jedi, covering all of its major events in a single mission. Kinda like how Clone Wars remade the Jedi Arena, reaching the bunker, Vader and Luke versus Palpatine, and destroying the second Death Star. The visuals are rather beautiful, showcasing how much advanced LEGOs were actually getting at this point. More accurate vehicles and characters, although the environment feels even less like LEGO, even compared to the older ones. Something about it reminds me of playing with my sets outside on the grass, though. I kinda like that. They talk now, though, and I'm not totally opposed to it, but it does make the humor a lot more hit or miss.
I know what I'm doing. Watch out! See, what I was doing there was messing up really badly.
This is probably the least funny LEGO game we've played so far, and I feel like I shouldn't be too crass with it since it is a kid's game, but I feel bad saying that kids don't deserve good writing either. This bit here did get a genuine laugh out of me.
Oh!
It seems not even they could make fun of this scene. The gameplay is interesting, lightsaber combat feels good, but I am indifferent over these shooting sections. Weird to see us be taking the Red Dead route. There's quite a bit of additions in gameplay such as optional building and more parkour stuff. Since this is based off a singular film, the levels are much longer and sometimes too long. The game does well to retell the film, utilizing lines from the movie as well as voice actors to fill in some extra gaps. Another big thing in this is the game tries to have this open world, and I remember open worlds in games like LEGO Lord of the Rings or Marvel or Batman 2, and they were fine for what they were. I personally enjoyed LEGO Lord of the Rings a lot. But those games had a lot of context from more media available, and this game feels kind of empty because it's much bigger than what it's actually adapting. Ironically, the filler that it incorporates is much more entertaining than the free roam, such as these bonus missions like this one where we see how Poe survived Jakku and joined back with the Resistance. Stuff like that is cool because I don't recall that question being answered in the film. The DLC is really neat too, bringing in stuff like Rebels, which I believe was pretty new at the time. I had only just very recently started that show myself, and now I actually know who these characters are. There's 10 story missions that cover the film and the epilogue, ending on a literal cliffhanger. I don't know, Force Awakens isn't a bad game, but it's not one of my favorite LEGO games, and it's not one of my favorite Star Wars games either. But the biggest problem there is that we have another option. And that's the biggest praise I can give this game, is that it got me really excited to play Skywalker Saga again. There were portable versions of this game as well, and like all the other LEGO games, they're downscaled, but they get the job done. You still get to experience the game. 2017 saw the release of Star Wars Battlefront II, This is actually a good time to play this because there's currently a movement by the fan base begging for a Battlefront 3. So there's been a resurgence in popularity. Battlefront 2 is essentially better than 1 in every aspect. For one thing, it covers all 3 trilogies. The Clone Wars, the Galactic Empire, and the new Rebels or Resistance or whatever they call the sequel campaign. Clone Wars being the big one. The one war that genuinely feels like an actual war. A genuine battle between 2 parties and not just a small band of freedom fighters against an entire empire. This also means there's more heroes to choose from and lots of costumes and customizations throughout the entire franchise. This game is loaded with content. Now this title did have a rocky launch, however. It put a heavy emphasis on microtransactions and that pissed everyone off for good reason. So they scrapped that and let us enjoy an actual good game. There is a story mode in this one and it's okay. It's not very original. We get to play some high-end Imperials at the end of Return of the Jedi where they see them try and execute the Emperor's final mission. It's an alright story, but I really do love what they did with Luke here. I see this cutscene get a lot of acknowledgement from time to time.
Why'd you help me?
Because you asked.
This feels like Luke Skywalker, and he's played by Matt Mercer, Leon Kennedy himself. The story covers the bridge between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy, and there's some cool character work and nice cinematics, but truthfully, I feel like this game did so well in the multiplayer department that it didn't really need a story. It feels like they were obligated to have one because of all the backlash from the first game. The first game had very little content. That one needed a story mode, badly. This one, I think, has so much already going for it that I think it's fine without one. I do like getting to see original characters interact with prequel environments and seeing a little bit more of that bridge into the Resistance stuff. The story mode gets a lot of flack from people because it's just okay. The multiplayer is full of different game modes: Galactic Assault, although still no Galactic Conquest, flying battles, hero battles, which are kind of a mess. Then there's this mode called Ewok Survival, which my friend and I had a heck of a time with. You start off as a stormtrooper on Endor at night trying to survive Ewok attacks until evac arrives. And when you die, you get to play the Ewoks. But of course, the big mode is Supremacy. You pick your era and then you get sent to a planet. The first half is a traditional Battlefront, capturing points and trying to achieve overall domination. But then we go to the space station and you're either trying to defend it or blow it up depending what side you're on. These games can last a long time and I've heard of them going for 4 to 5 hours. My buddy and I played on Naboo for over an hour and it was amazing. I had so much fun here. It can feel disadvantageous when you don't have a lot of stuff unlocked. This game also puts a lot of focus on its customization and unlocking stuff as you play through milestones. I want to put more time into this as my friends and I had a lot of fun playing it. I think this is easily the best Battlefront since the original 2. My fingers are crossed that maybe, just maybe, we'll get a Battlefront 3. Now, absolutely nothing happened in 2018, but in 2019 we got 2 titles, kind of. One of which was the first installment of Vader Immortal on VR. Unfortunately, I still haven't gotten MetaQuest stuff to record properly on the system itself, so I can't really showcase this one, but it's interesting. It's a dream come true for Darth Vader fans, I'll say that much, but it's not so much of a game, really. Definitely not the best VR game. I suppose this is still pretty early into the whole VR gaming scene, but the story is neat. Basically centered on Vader trying to use your character to gain this ancient artifact that he believes can bring Padme back to life. Fun story and all, but in terms of VR gameplay, we've definitely progressed much more. This feels more gimmicky to market on the VR, which was really starting to pop off at this point and being more accessible to people once this released. It's a good starter game, perhaps, for the VR systems, I suppose, but yeah. I would say that this is a better experience than Star Wars Kinect, but Kinect did have the dance mode. I'll let you decide on that one. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. This feels like our first major original Star Wars game since Force Unleashed, really. This game is also part of the Disney canon, I think. So that puts more restrictions on imagination, but there's still a lot worth checking out here. The story focuses on Cal Kestis, played by Cameron Monaghan, a survivor of Order 66. 5 years after it was executed. Cal works as a scrapper trying to hide his identity from the Empire. The game opens with The Who. Hearing that as a diehard fan of the group before even playing the game, I got really giddy. The Who is canon in Star Wars. That's awesome. Baraka introduces us to the game's mechanics, which is modern Tomb Raider Uncharted gameplay. Shimmy, jumping, climbing. It does feel good though. It doesn't feel slippery or buggy as, say, Force Unleashed. It's a nicely polished game, all things considered. It's just lacking. I do enjoy seeing all the old Clone Wars ships being scrapped as the galaxy transitions to a new era. Here we get to see what it's like to be a real worker in the Star Wars galaxy. None of that fancy magic tricks or laser swords. That's real work. I do appreciate Disney for giving us more of this perspective of the Star Wars world. Cal is pressured to use the Force to save his buddy at work from dying from an accident. And this title does do a great job with its seamless transitions from gameplay to cutscene, as well as Cal's nightmares of Order 66. The Inquisitors arrive, which, having not seen Rebels before playing this game for the first time, I had no idea what the hell this was all about. Our poor buddy is killed, and then we're on a train like Shadows of the Empire, or Jedi Academy. Here we learn the combat mechanics, and it's very simple, basic combo, deflection, yada yada. But it does feel good when you're hitting enemies. Impacts feel great, and sometimes I'll just swing the lightsaber around for fun. You have projectile enemies and these melee combat troopers. We're saved by Seer and Grease on their ship, the Mantis, of which this design I really like. And with that, our journey begins. Seer is a former Jedi cut off from the Force who tasks Cal with finding a holocron concealing information of Force-sensitive children across the galaxy, giving Cal a greater purpose and a reason to step up as a Jedi. Now we get into the structure of the game. We have a galaxy map with several planets available. For story progression, we must explore each map, unlocking abilities and clues to the holocron. Cal possesses a unique Force ability. He can use the Force to feel the history that belongs to objects, such as playing a song he's never heard before just by holding the instrument. The first destination is Bogano, where Cal must go to this old simple place to find a vault. Map holds special meditation points where you can upgrade your skill tree and save your game. After our first meditation, we meet BD-1, our droid companion. First time playing this, I thought I skipped a cutscene or something because bro just popped up out of nowhere and Cal was talking like we already knew him. Starting a fresh game can be kind of rough because you want to explore and get all the collectibles you can, but you don't have all the abilities to do so yet. No double jump or anything cool like that yet. We're forced to go a linear path right now. Cycling back to Cal's Force Echo ability, we go around collecting these Force Echoes, which greatly remind me of Neo. One of my favorite features in the game is the lightsaber customization. If you have the DLC, you get some extra little bits here, but most of the parts are found in the wild. Customization in general is pretty minimum in this game, although I've heard the sequels improved it greatly, so I'm looking forward to that. Mostly you have ponchos to find and outfits that are not drastically different at all. It's definitely not like Starkiller's wardrobe. You can customize the Mantis in BD-1, so that's really cool. As we play, Cal will recall his past and relearn abilities. Reminder that he was still a Padawan when Order 66 happened. As we reach our first cave here, it really feels like a modern Tomb Raider, solving puzzles in the temple locations to reach the ultimate goal or treasure. While here, we also get our first case of giant enemies, which show some of the more bland issues with the combat. Roll and strike, maybe parry. Roll and strike. We then move to Zepho to do some tomb raiding. Next clue leads us to Kashyyyk looking for Tarful. Arriving on Kashyyyk, we run into Forrest Whitaker, leading a guerrilla attack on the Empire's hold on the planet. I do really enjoy this section where we hijack an AT-AT. We help Saul liberate the Wookiees held captive, but hit a roadblock as Tarful's location is unknown. So, detour time, back to Zepho. Oh great, more tomb raiding. Here we travel some broken down Clone Wars ships and have another run-in with the second Night Sister. After this duel, she reveals herself to be Trilla, Seer's old Padawan. During our escape, we run into a bounty hunter and then get captured. This results in us fighting in an arena while the Who plays. It was really irresponsible of them to power me up like this. Fighting with the Who playing in the background? I'm not really sure what the whole point of this was, but it gave us some backstory with Grease, I guess, and killed some time for us to go back to Kashyyyk. After a long travel through the swamps of Kashyyyk, fighting critters and bouncing on critters, We found Tarful, who tells us to climb a big old tree. Lovely. And then we get our double-bladed lightsaber. At this point, that's pretty much everything we can unlock, and we haven't even been to Dathomir yet. We battle the Ninth Sister, and finally Cal beats a Sith. Well, now it's time for Dathomir. Hi, Marin. We also meet this totally not suspicious character in a cloak. We do finally reach the tomb, but flashback time. This is tragic. This is an incredibly well-executed sequence, perhaps the best in the game. Well, outside of the end reveal. During Cal's breakdown, he shatters his lightsaber, meaning we have to go and get a new crystal. And then the Wanderer reveals himself to be some guy.
Join my family.
Okay, Charles Manson. Time to go to Ilum to get a new crystal. Once we do find it, we get a much wider selection of lightsaber colors to choose from. We then have ourselves another big escape and finish things up on Dathomir. Cal finally overcomes his guilt for his master's death and faces off against some guy. During our battle, Marin joins us. Yay. We return to the first temple to use the key we acquired to finally gain the holocron. There, Cal sees a strong warning of what could happen if he were to gather the next generation of Jedi. Spoilers, it involves child torture. Trilla steals the holocron, which inspires Cere to return to the Force. She also knights Cal as a Jedi Knight. I'm not sure if that officially counts, but sure. We then break into the Imperial underwater base where the Inquisitor tortured Jedi and add more to their numbers. Oh yeah, no, this looks like a final stage.
Avengers!
This cutscene is still incredible. We've battled Vader many times in several games from the NES to the 360, but this time, this game understood the assignment. The best way for a normie to fight Darth Vader? By getting the hell out of there. Taking advantage of their environment, the gang escapes. Realizing the danger that the holocron poses and how it threatens all the Force-sensitive children, Cal chooses to destroy the holocron and ends the game on a question.
So where to now?
I sure can't wait to find out what's next. Fallen Order is strange. I very much enjoy it. The characters, the story, the dialogue, it feels like the better end of Disney Star Wars. The combat, on the other hand, is pretty buns, and the game is really short. I bought this full price originally on PC, we filmed this footage on PS5, back when it first came out, and I was immensely disappointed on how quick it went, and even to 100% the game. And that's it. Nothing else. You get all the collectibles and you get plats, and then you just have a story mode that maybe you'll want to revisit again someday. There is a New Game Plus mode that you can use to gather items you may have missed with your already unlocked abilities, and new cosmetics such as the Inquisitor Cal. Still, it's enjoyable enough, maybe not for full price, but catching it on sale, I'd definitely say check it out. I've heard the sequel is more than double in content and size, so I'm really excited to check it out. We got a couple entries before then. Next up is Star Wars Squadrons. A lot of people forgot about this one, which is bizarre because it's not a bad game. Now, when I first heard about this, I got excited because I thought it was going to be a return to Rogue Squadron. It is not that. If anything, this is a spiritual return to the X-Wing series. The game has you playing as either the Imperials or the Rebels, getting to sit into the cockpits of your favorite vehicles. And while playing this on PC, I do still recommend using a gamepad because it handles better. The story mode alternates from Empire to Rebels, starting with the destruction of Alderaan. This is our whole tutorial section here, getting a handle on the controls, which do feel somewhere between the watered down controls of the Rogue Squadrons to the complexities of the original TIE Fighter, somewhere in the middle there. It's still very easy to get a handle of. A big gimmick here is how you choose to divert your power from guns to acceleration or to shields. But other than that, it's a pretty straightforward first-person flight sim. You fly and you shoot. The tutorial focuses on a defector of the Empire after being horrified by their attack on Alderaan, switching the story to the Rebels, assisting him in protecting refugees. Then this jumps to post-Battle of Endor. Just like Battlefront II, we yet again are kind of looking at that bridge between the original trilogy and the sequel trilogy, seeing the Empire struggle to keep its power in its battle against the New Republic. The story still alternates between sides, which I think is a really neat idea, interweaving TIE Fighter and X-Wing into a single project. One really neat feature this game offers is VR. Now I have to airlink mine, so it's not super ideal, but playing this game in VR is the way to experience it. I cannot express the joy I felt finally sitting in the cockpit myself. The only thing that would make this experience better if I had one of those motion reaction chairs to go with it. The story's pretty short, about 3 hours, but there is of course online mode. Well, I guess nobody's playing this game anymore. Damn. Squadrons is really good, and having played all of the X-Wing games up to this point, it's actually really incredible to see the influence and evolution. The game looks beautiful and it sounds great. I think the biggest problem is that the name, which a lot of people like myself were expecting something more along the lines of Rogue Squadron, and it can set you up for disappointment in that regard. But if you're a fan of the X-Wing games, I would definitely recommend checking this out. Also in 2020 was Tales from the Galaxy's Edge, another VR project. Again, I don't really have a good means for capturing footage here, but Galaxy's Edge is significantly better than Vader Immortal in the sense that this one is actually a video game. Now, apparently the best way to experience this is on PSVR, which I don't have. It seems that they've improved it greatly on that. This title is a VR shooter, not quite as good as Pavlov, but it's set during the sequels era. And yeah, it's a fun shooter with a nice story setting. You play as this droid repair guy instead of a super soldier or a Jedi, so that's nice. You fight pirates in the First Order, not just shooting, but you also get to solve puzzles, explore, complete quests, sell junk, find collectibles, build stuff. It's a lot to it, and mostly you're shooting. That's still very much the core of the gameplay. But if you've got a VR, I would definitely recommend checking this one out, maybe even over Immortal. Although Immortal works better as a starter VR game. Although this one's a bit better if you've already played a little bit and want something with a little more gameplay to it. Nothing else of interest in 2020. We had a Sims 4 expansion. Alright, 2021 saw the release of Star Wars Hunters, which is a mobile game, although available on the Switch as well. However, this game will actually be shutting down this year, 2025, October I believe. So check it out now while you can. Oh, and then they had pinball again in VR. Now 2022, LEGO Star Wars The Skywalker Saga. LEGO hasn't slowed down on its video games, and it still proves to be a fun series that might just be immortal. But over time it grew more advanced, and Complete Saga was falling behind with the generations. Not to say that the game has aged poorly, because it hasn't, it's timeless, but fans wondered what a new Complete Saga would be like, since technically it's no longer the Complete Saga. A modern LEGO Star Wars game with all 9 films, and it took them a few years after announcing this, quite a bit of delays, but I was keeping up with this one and I was excited for it. Me in my 20s coming home from college excited to play a new LEGO game. The excitement to relive my childhood and desperate escapism I needed at the time. I enjoyed the game, but it did seem to divide fans, and I haven't really touched it since release, so let's see how it is without the excitement fogging my lens. The game starts with a beautiful opening sequence showcasing love for these films, exploring fan-favorite moments from all eras. This is hype. Impressively reminded me why I loved Star Wars in a time when I was losing great interest in it. The menu offers a film selection screen. At the beginning, you can only choose the first of each trilogy, allowing you to start with your favorite era. We're gonna go chronological here. The game is fully voice acted, but uses impersonators rather than movie lines to give us less limitations. Now this is really exciting for me because the prequels era uses Clone Wars voice actors, which has me really excited for Revenge of the Sith to hear James Arnold Taylor and Matt Latner. The opening isn't a level, but a sort of free roam. The game has open world style hubs that interconnect with levels, so yeah, it's different from the original. Even the camera style feels generic. The combat, which has a combo meter that doesn't really do much. Just looking at this, it seems to be having kind of a identity crisis. A good chunk of this game really is told through these free roam events. At least the comedy here still feels a lot closer at home with LEGO. And we do get to see events that weren't in the original, such as driving the bongo. Although the vehicle missions are rather bland. They also added in bonus conditions alongside the mini kits and True Jedi to unlock. and there's also upgrades in a LEGO game. Maybe they're doing a bit too much, I don't know. The cutscenes still do a great job recreating famous moments in a fast pace, many of which were previously neglected. Now the graphical details are incredible. Look at the sand on the figures as they get to Mos Espa. It's like playing with your Legos in a sandbox. This is great. And Mos Espa is also where I had my first game crash. Love that. No, Padme, don't groom the boy. The pod race does pay crazy homage to both the original game and the pod racer game. This time in a first person with a track that should feel familiar, and they actually included all the Senate stuff. Better Call Maul? I see what you did there. The rest of the film is carried out by the remaining missions. The next being the duel with Maul, which brings us to the boss battles of the game. They're interesting. You go through several stages, chasing and smacking until whittling their health bar down. You get some QTE clashes and, yeah. We don't even get to play Padme's route this time, that's weird. But we do get Jar Jar's battle, which was not in the original. And then after that, you unlock free play mode, which allows you to go find all those Kyber bricks or whatever else in the galaxy that you need, as this game's intended to have most of its playtime in its free roam. Alright. Attack of the Clones is pretty interesting since it never had a proper game outside of the Game Boy one and the original LEGO Star Wars. It's interesting to see it get a more detailed game interpretation. And again, it's really great to see this with Clone Wars actors.
My goodness, you've grown.
So have you. Grown more beautiful, I mean.
Then we get to explore the nightlife of Coruscant, which is probably one of my favorite stages in the free roam. I really like going through here. The entirety of Kamino happens in a walk and talk, ending on a boss fight that's still technically in free roam. The space battle with Jango in the asteroid field that was not in the original game. Also not present in the original game except for the Game Boy version of LEGO Star Wars was Anakin's incident with his mother and his time with Padme on Naboo. Bunk beds? And they did include Anakin's mother's death this time in a way. C-3PO got dragged along for the ride, poor guy. This is our third time playing the Geonosis Arena. Is that Dooku with a lollipop?
Lollipops.
Boy, I can't wait to see how they reinvented the Battle of Coruscant, one of the most iconic levels of the original game, and iconic moments of the franchise. Oh yeah, this is awesome. Look at the detail and the right soundtrack this time. Oh, it was just a cutscene. Okay. Now during my boss fight with Dooku, I had to restart my game because he just kept strutting here. I got soft locked from finishing the mission. I have 700k studs, thanks. Yeah, I really appreciate that. Apparently I'm not the only person that this has happened to either, so nice to know that there are still bugs, known bugs, in this game that have not been fixed. Oh, and it didn't happen once. Not once, but twice. Whew. Well, third time's the charm, as they say. Anakin eating cake while staring at Padme. In the original, Revenge of the Sith wasn't very detailed because that game released before the film did. So it's nice to see everything that wasn't in the predecessor. Oh, that's just disrespectful. Well, at least the boss with Grievous is a lot more accurate this time. And we get to see the attack on Palpatine. But sadly, we do not get to slaughter younglings in this title. We yet again experience Order 66 through Yoda as he escapes Kashyyyk, moving us to the final bosses of the film. Yoda versus Sidious at the Senate first. Oh god! The boss with Anakin is a bit disappointing, especially if you're playing co-op. In the original, you could play as Anakin and Obi-Wan both helping and battling each other, which was a really fun and innovative way to allow two players to experience that. Here, one person gets to fight while the droids do some work on the other side. I haven't said it yet prior to this, but the co-op is not great in this game. It's really not. I played this when it came out with my girlfriend, and it definitely leads more into the favor of the first player. And to be fair, the original did have moments like that, but I feel like this game just fumbled it way more. The best part of this is hearing the Clone Wars voice actors play out the scenes.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
Now for the original trilogy. It actually does a reference to Rogue One. Wow, Vader got a little jiggle in his walk. And the voice actors that they got for this are pretty great. I think they did a wonderful job capturing the spirit of the original actors. At Tatooine, Luke meets R2 and C-3PO, giving us a pretty detailed look at his old farm home. And I had a lot of fun looking at the references here. It kind of feels like they put more love into the original trilogy. Not that I can really blame them for that, but I think by this point you get the gist. The rest of the game covers the films in similar fashion, witty jokes and not so good ones. The big thing here is that you do get to play the last 2 films for the first time. So if you're a fan of the sequels, I'm sure that's something exciting for you. I will say though, that sounds nothing at all like Adam Driver.
That lightsaber, it belongs to me.
With all 9 films, that brings over hundreds of ships and characters from the franchise, and there's DLC based off of the TV shows, mostly, as well as some fun ones. I still think Complete Saga is a better game as its simplicity works in its favor. Skywalker Saga isn't bad, but it does feel as if we're doing too much at times. From its attempts of a combo system, its open world features, which are better than LEGO Force Awakens, but still not great. I would have been fine with a traditional level structure myself, but it is cool to have some exploration in these locations, as well as just being able to see these moments that weren't adapted in the original. I think that this is a great Star Wars game, but not a very great LEGO game. These more so keep me from thinking that this is better than the Complete Saga, because it's not, but it's still a great game, as many of these issues are minute in the grand scheme of things. I did have a great time playing it, and that's what matters most. Now it's time for Star Wars Jedi Survivor, my first time playing this one, and I am excited for it. From the first enemy I killed, it felt so much better. Even the general movement feels so much more lighter, in a good way. And we have our abilities from the start, showing that Cal is a much more seasoned Jedi over the years since the previous. At this point, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm gonna like this one. The cutscenes, however, aren't as impressive as the first game, whereas in the predecessor, had in-game seamless transitions. Here on the PlayStation 5, the cutscenes are really choppy, transitions into widescreen bars with bad frame rate. It feels like a step down from this department. And apparently the PC version of this game was very poorly optimized and still is, as its reviews aren't so great. Imagine it looks pretty bad on that too. On the opening mission, we link up with this guy, Akuna, a mercenary with a generic Empire ruined my family story, assists Cal. Yeah, I can tell this guy's gonna probably betray us or die, one or the other. Maybe both. We'll find out. The opening here did kind of remind me of an Arkham game. So now Cal's got a new crew and makes me wonder, where are the people that we care about? And they're all definitely gonna die. Of course this one's still alive, all we did was throw her off a tree. Called it! During the duel with the Ninth Sister, we unlock a new stance, and that's a big thing with this game. We've got battle stances here. As we play along, we'll unlock a lot of unique different styles. The customization is certainly much more detailed here. The lightsaber has a lot more to it than just the parts, but also detailing specific sections, giving a lot more color choices. You can also determine how aged the lightsaber looks. Cal himself also has a lot more customization options from his hair, beard, and clothing. The game has us going to get the old band back together. While looking for Grease, we run into some familiar faces. Hey guys! Oh, fake southern accent in Star Wars. Is this Space Texas? Okay, Clint Eastwood. It didn't help that I gave him that beard, it did not. And the cape. Wow, Grease went full 70s on us. We start this story arc that connects to the whole High Republic days, which I think is really big with Disney right now. We have this old droid that sends us to do some tomb raiding, and eventually we get sent on this quest looking for this safe haven planet from the Empire. Doing so, we run into this old Jedi who Walt Disney'd himself. He wakes up and gets a little angry and does a kyber bleeding. Well, better than Acolyte, at least. We have ourselves a little duel, and we'll have plenty more before he runs off with old Wesker. Now it's time to find Seer, and while looking for Seer, we find Marin. Yay. Whoa, things are getting a little romantical over here. Well, it's time for Dune. What the? I thought you were dead. And there's Seer. And I got a gun? Yeah, I have a feeling I will not be using this stance much at all. Wait a minute. This is just from Like a Dragon Ishin. Well, we got more tomb raiding to do. We got this bounty hunter side quest thing. That's neat. Now a little more playtime. We go to the Shattered Moon space station. Just really cool design. I actually think I like this one probably the most. Get another stance, which potentially may be my favorite in the game. After finding all these relics, we go back to Seer, and then the Empire is doing what it does. And while trying to solve this puzzle, my game crashed, sending me back about 20 minutes. Don't you love how these modern Star Wars games just crash a lot? That's great, right? Definitely not going to be a problem with the next one. I swear to God, if they kill Marin, I'm throwing my system. And we're back to Gobo again. Needless to say, we spend most of the game on this one planet. Rick the door technician? What a boss. I could smell the betrayal. I can smell it. It's coming. It's gonna happen. Someone's about to die. What did I say? What did I say? I knew it back on frickin' Coruscant. I knew it was gonna happen. Yeah, just found out he's alive for him to die again. Okay, well that I didn't expect. Seer gameplay. Oh, okay. This is pretty badass. Oh, hey, you're here. Why? A proper fight this time. Okay, yeah, sure. Man, damn. Yeah, I expected it. I did. It's not surprising, but damn. Well, I guess he knew better to fight Cal in that condition because he just leaves. He just showed up. He just left. Okay. Okay. Well, we gotta go chase Bode now. So Bode is just another example of attachments gone wrong. Every action he makes doesn't really make a lot of sense other than we need to show him vulnerable to the dark side or to being evil because he's gotta protect his daughter to make him go crazy because Sith plot lines. Whatever. I definitely find Cal's struggle a lot more interesting and convincing. I mean, yeah, watching this other guy almost kill his daughter twice with the Force in his way of protecting her. Okay, Anakin. And then he dies for no reason. Oh man. So much of this could have been avoided. This is bizarre. This is a bizarre entry. I was so excited at the beginning of this game for all the potential, all the improvements that were introduced early on. And gameplay-wise, that still rings true. This is still very fun and much more improved gameplay-wise. But the narrative is a mess. Great. It feels like a series of events happening for no real reason. And while the game is 150 gigabytes, there's only like 4 planets to travel, and 90% of that time is spent on one of them. And sure, they're big maps, but come on. It makes the redundancy feel even more tedious and dragged out. It in fact does not make this game feel larger, but it makes it feel hollow. I don't know, maybe I'll like this one more revisiting it, because I was also mixed on Fallen Order when it released, but came to appreciate it more over time. That was the best part of its story, is their journey and seeing how they changed over time. And Cal is still very much an enjoyable character, it's just a shame that there was no real story for them here. Apparently there's a third game in the works, so we can only hope that it goes forward from here. We're at the last game. Wow. Huh. Well, the last game is Star Wars Outlaws. And there was a lot of negativity towards this before the game even released, and I felt that that was pretty crude myself. But here's the truth about Star Wars Outlaws, and I must apologize that I don't have a lot of footage here because I had a little issue capturing this game that set me back many hours, so please forgive me on that. But anyway, here's the rundown on Outlaws. It is a good game. However, I got the game on PC and it is quite buggy, definitely buggier than the previous 2 games we've played, and could use some polishing. And it's an Ubisoft game, so there's that. But when it works, Outlaws is a great game. It offers you a different Star Wars experience from the traditional lightsaber and Empire shenanigans. We have a story set between Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. Vast open worlds, a pretty fun but simplistic story that interestingly connects with the solo films as well, bringing back Daenerys' character, who just kind of exists, I guess. It's kind of like a wannabe space Red Dead, showing yet again the lack of originality in these last couple modern titles. The game is chock full of activities that aren't exactly original to gaming, but are a breath of fresh air from what we've been seeing. And this is another lengthy title. You'll get your money's worth here, with some hefty hours playing Sabacc to some shady underground business. I was genuinely surprised how good Outlaws ended up being. Being that it was an Ubisoft game, yeah, you can expect it to get some negative reception before it even releases, but I was pleasantly surprised with this one. But I think it works more so for a Star Wars fan, especially one that might be feeling fatigued with some of the other games, just to get something a little different, even if it isn't very original. It's different for Star Wars, as of late, at least. But for an average gamer, I'm not quite sure if it would do much for them. Now I know I went through these last couple games pretty fast, but again, they're still fairly fresh and talked about with the fans and community, and I really wanted this video to showcase the history of Star Wars games and how they evolved over time. But as we got to the newer games, it seemed less like seeing the evolution of Star Wars games and rather, here's Star Wars cloning an already popular game. It's a bit disappointing in that regard for sure, but it doesn't make them not worthwhile. We saw a lot of ingenuity in the early days, breaking the technical barriers with strong aspirations to give Star Wars fans amazing experiences and recreations of their favorite aspects of these films. And for what it's worth, this was an incredibly rewarding journey. And frustrating. Very frustrating one. I think I enjoyed seeing the earliest days the most, and you don't really see those talked about as much these days, which again is why I wanted to spend more time on, say, the Japanese Famicom game. You don't really see people talk about that or play through it all the way. I can't believe I did. This was a great adventure. It took more than half a year to do all of this, and I really wanted to give these games as much time as they deserved, and some of them I still feel like I could have given more time to, but if I did, we'd never be able to move on, and it is time to move on. Star Wars games will probably not stop being made ever, as long as Disney keeps milking it. There are many on the way, some of them coming quite soon. I'm especially excited for the KOTOR remake, and I'll probably be there day one for that title. But until then, I need a break from Star Wars, and I need to spend some time with some different topics. So, if you enjoyed these videos, please leave a like, it helps my channel out a lot, and fighting that algorithm. And I mean, you made it this far. If you haven't already, please subscribe, and please check out my socials to keep up with the channel. And as always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.